Well, what's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I'm glad that you could join us this evening. Again, I'm your host, Ed Honcho. Yes, let me make sure I inform you of that. It is an honor and a privilege to get to chop it up with you guys each and every night, so I thank you for that opportunity. Tonight, we're going to talk about polygamy and if polygamy should be legal in the United States. So this should be a very interesting topic. I seen the Facebook group has already got a little fired up, so we gonna see. Make sure you like the video if you're an OG. If you're new to this, like the video and subscribe. Let YouTube know that you enjoy the content. If you want to catch the Den Show on all the proper social medias, Den Show Live everywhere: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. And if you want to send an email, you can send it to denshowlive@gmail.com. I'll try to check those, and if you got something informative that you like to share, I'll definitely try to get those out. If you want to get some Den Show merch, you can go to denshowshop.com, and I'm going to be changing. I don't know if you guys use it or not, but if you want to tell a friend, usually I say the denshow.com. It's now going to be denshowlive.com to come to the channel. And then I'll probably have the Den Show to probably be going to the podcast. Like I said, I'm going to start trying to do the podcast daily, even if maybe 20, 30 minutes daily in accordance with the lives and everything else. Just to be, more secure, because, platforms like YouTube, they have their policies and they may not always agree with what I say. We see a lot of people getting, removed, put to the side, disappear and all that good stuff. So got to make sure I'm in control of the Den Show brand, and probably going to be doing some other things starting up tomorrow. So you guys stay tuned, and I appreciate everybody who's been showing love and showing support. If you want to donate to the channel, you can make a one-time pledge at streamlabs.com/thedenshow. All the Denjamins are appreciated. And if you want to make a monthly pledge, you go to patreon.com/thedenshow. Shout out to Dan, James Martin, Cena Starry-Eyed, and Miss Goya. I appreciate the Patreon love. I have a lot of special stuff coming up for you guys this month. Like I said, with this being the beginning of the month and really pushing hard during the week to make some things happen. We will have a 10 a.m. Den tomorrow. It will be a very interesting topic. I'm not going to tell y'all what it is, so make sure y'all are following the proper social media so y'all can get that early. 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, and then 10 p.m. dens every day. So now that we've gotten all the proper info out the way, let's talk about this. But before we talk about this, let's discuss something very important to me, and that is you guys. Let's see what we got joining us tonight. I see Simply Deep 1985, Culture to Nubis. Let's see, Kenneth. He's all right. Danny B. Moore. Let's see. Miss Bell Southern Style. Let's see. Danny, Google it. Bad Bitch. Well, hey, you need to get some behavior. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Welcome. What's the motherfucking deal? V. Darko. What's the motherfucking deal? Giant Matt C. Maria. Yeah, like Utah. Beyond the Funny Nigga, man. Hey, if y'all didn't check out Beyond the Funny Niggas back in the day, y'all missed out. Hey, it's a golden opportunity. Shout out to Beyond the Funny Nigga, man. T Money, what's the motherfucking deal? Rashida Reed, slanging Sideman sandwiches. Ain't showing nobody no love. It's fucked up. Rob, what's the motherfucking deal, man? Always good to see you. Keisha R, what's the motherfucking deal? How are you this evening? Let's see. Heidi, Tiger Fire. Good to see you. Keisha, you got 2 shout outs. Well, it's all good. Footballer 503 Lewis, what's the motherfucking deal? Ronnie Mile, what's the motherfucking deal? Wise Citizens, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Morgan Clark, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Kess's Life, what's the motherfucking deal? Yasmin, what's the motherfucking deal? Jessica Badger, what's the motherfucking deal? And look, if I missed you, I ain't dish you. I just apologize. I may have overlooked you. So let's get into the deal. Yes, why I still like the stream. You know what I'm saying? D Nelly, what's the motherfucking deal? So let's talk about some things. Y'all know me. I like to I like to play devil's advocate from time to time. So I like to throw some things out there. And it is Sunday, and y'all know what happens on Sunday. It is Sunday night confessions. We'll see I don't know if I'm gonna share a confession with y'all or not, because y'all been stingy with the confessions as of late. So I don't know if I'm gonna just keep giving y'all all my good confessions, and y'all don't want to share any good stories with your boy. It's all good. But it is Sunday night confessions, and this is kind of the supplemental topic. So if you do have a confession you want to call in tonight and share, you may not have went to church today, but you can always confess in the den with the friends in the den folk, the den generates, and the denizens, whatever name you choose to go by. Hey, they all work. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Beachy, what's the motherfucking deal? Chanel, what's the motherfucking... I don't ever start shit. I don't start shit, I just finish it. Shout out to D-Hop. So, let's talk about it. Wyoming? Wow. Well, now, I think that might be a first. So, let's talk about it, though, right? Let's talk about it. A denture, permanence. Let's talk about it. Polygamy. And this is my case. This is what I'm bringing up, right? And I'm not saying I'm necessarily in support of it. I'm not saying I'm against it. Let's just have the conversation, okay? In America, we have an epidemic. We talked about this the last few days. It's an epidemic of single moms out there, right? It's just overwhelming. It's just a lot of that. You got guys running around here with 2 or 3 women with their children, and there's no kind of solidarity. There's no kind of home. There's a lot of beef in between them. Danny, I ain't trying to deal with more than one. Look, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Look, hey, dealing with one is enough. Dealing with multiple, I don't know if I have the ability to tolerate those kind of levels of stress. But so you have this situation going on, and so my perspective is not from the sense of, I just want to have a bunch of chicks that I can fuck with at any given time. That's not how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it from the perspective of, if you're a man and you're sowing your seed all over town anyway, okay? Say you're already in the situation. Why not bring your household together? You work as a unit. If you can afford to take care of them, they're going to take it out your check anyway if you're going to pay their child support. Bring your home together as a unit. Raise all your children together to have that family structure. And again, solidarity, that the women work with one another to raise these kids. We talk about it takes a village. Things like this are things that we've said quite often, right? So if it's already happening, it's just spread out, maybe across the city, maybe across the country, maybe all of this other stuff, why not, right? Why not? This is my question. Now, again, I'm looking at this from the family perspective, okay? And so I'm not looking at this from, we were enjoying having a bunch of sex and all this other stuff. If you already have it happening, right? And I look at it from like this, and if you want to call in when the line's open and speak your part, we will discuss it. The line is free and open for everybody. The way I look at it like this, right? A man can impregnate multiple women at one time. So even if your plan is to have multiple kids or whatever else you're trying to do, right? And I'm not going with the 1 woman, 2 man scenario. That's weird. We already had some situation with that yesterday. We ain't even gonna get into that. But what I'm talking strictly on the family perspective. Yes, you're gonna enjoy sex with your partners, whatever it may be. But I'm not saying all of this to be purely sexual, because again, 1 woman is not carrying 2 men's children at one time. The likelihood of that is no, right? But see, y'all, this is where y'all look. See, y'all looking at the wrong thing. We're talking about a financially stable situation. So all the other caveats, we ain't talking about you can't afford it, because I want to say it's like in the Middle East or places like that. They talk about the reason why a lot of these poor people, a lot of these guys are joining these terrorist things and all that is because they're not getting women, because it's the richer, more well-off folks. They have multiple wives. So their access to women is limited because they can't afford to take care of them. So if a guy can take care of 3, 4, 5 wives, he has them. And so these guys who don't have 1 woman, they're angry and they're upset and they're mad. But then another thing you have in America is there are more women than men, right? So that's why I say I'm looking at it, yes, and I'm being biased. And then when I open up the line, you can call in and fuss and cuss and say whatever y'all want. I'll listen. But there's more women than men, let's be honest. So what good is it doing with 1 woman having multiple men? Because y'all just greedy. Y'all already know it ain't enough women out there for the rest of them. But for the sake of that, the two reasons why I'm saying I'm not talking about two men, one woman is because, again, one woman is not carrying two men's child at the same time. And then, we're talking about reducing the problem of all the single women out there that don't have access to men. Okay. And now if you want to argue your perspective, trust me, I'll entertain it. I'll listen. But what is so wrong with that? Because it's happening, right? I mean, is it not essentially happening? Or if you have, two of these parents, let's just stick with three people. So let's say one man, two women, and one mother she may stay home and take care of the children. The other woman, the other man may work. What would be wrong with that? Or maybe there's, you alternate, hey, maybe the man has enough money, he takes care of everything. And the women can alternate. One day, if you're homeschooling or you're doing whatever, but the children are always supervised. You don't ever have these incidents that happen where, the child was unsupervised when the woman was taking a nap or somebody was. You always have supervision. You always have love coming from every angle. You can, work together to build up confidence, love, and all that other stuff. Look, Heidi, I know it's Pride Month, but it's not what we're talking about. All right, so. Get out of here. Now, as a man, that's a lot of responsibility because, you women folk can be emotional. Now, I'm not saying this is something that I want to do. Okay, one, I can't afford it. Two, I can't afford it mentally. Women got needs. Look, I can't be buying all the, what is it y'all rocking with? Gucci's and Michael Kors and I don't know what the fancy shit is. Look, I'll take y'all to Walmart and y'all got a $30 limit. Y'all can ball out. Get all the great value purses you want. Look, we ain't talking about that. We're talking about people and raising families. This is my angle, okay? Y'all can go with other awkward angles y'all want to bring to it. What y'all call it. Y'all call it. But I ain't talking about that other shit. It's Pride Month everywhere else. We're gonna hold that down right now, okay? Oh, yes, plenty of discrimination. I'm discriminating, all right? So my thing is this. What is wrong with that? Because is that not happening now? Is that not happening now when a man goes out here and he gets, who was the dude in Tennessee, had like 23 kids? Now, I know he's not raising all of them under one roof, but wouldn't it be better probably for them to know who they're, that's too many words, Rashida. Ain't nobody trying to do all that. Wouldn't it be better if some of them were more familiar with it instead of them having brothers and sisters all across the state, all across the country probably? These women all knew about each other. You know what I'm saying? These women are all familiar with each other. Obviously, some of them knew that he had other ones. You got dudes in the same hood getting 2 or 3 different chicks. They live on the same block. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, why not bring those units together and build a stronger support system for the children, right? That's my question. Big Love, no, I've never seen it. No, I haven't seen it. Look, he might have to buy an apartment complex, If they all pool their money together, maybe they can get a mansion. I don't know, man. But all I'm saying is this. It's happening, right? It's happening. So would that be a solution if somebody said, hey, we're going to legalize polygamy tomorrow, and say some guy out there has 2 or 3 baby mamas and he can afford it, he has a good job, or he's a basketball player, or whatever the hell is going on. Do you honestly believe that would eradicate some of the problems that we have in this country with single motherhood? Or even if it's a man who's willing to take on a woman who already has a kid or whatever, but he loves her and he cares about her, and he may have another family or something going on, and he's willing to bring, hey, you know what, you and your child, your children or whatever, y'all come into this family, and it's love and it's, support and all of these things. Do you think that would eliminate some of the problem? I know nothing will ever be fully eliminated. We understand this. Nothing will ever be fully eradicated, And of course, I saw somebody mention STDs and all that. Well, you vet your partners and you make sure everything is okay on the up and up. You don't want to do that. But with everything, like I said, let's get rid of all the little caveats. We know if you can't afford it, don't do it. We know if it's disease and all that, don't do it. Wrap it up, whatever. But let's talk about, could that be a problem solver if polygamy was allowed, if polygamy was legal in the United States of America. Would that eradicate the problems that we're having with, one, like I said, women outnumbering men? With number two, you have, we talk about a single mom epidemic, these problems that are continually happening. And again, even if you got married, if you're just a bad mom, you're just a bad mom. It don't matter how many other sister wives you got, you know what I'm saying? But there are communities, there are people who definitely do it, you know? And I stumbled across this by accident because I forgot what the fuck I was looking up. I was looking up something else, and then that topic came up because I was going to actually talk about something else, but I'm going to save the topic I was originally going to talk about for tomorrow morning. And I was just thinking about it, like, could that be an answer? You know, especially in the black community, you have a lot of singleness. So if you can afford it, if you can arrange a system where everything works, if all parties are welcome to the idea, let's not think personally. Let's not be like, oh, you know, I can't deal with no other woman. You know, think outside the box, think outside of yourself. If all parties are willing, if everything is afforded, you know, financially stable. Look, you can't be in the projects having sister wives and you know what I'm saying, y'all all try to stay in the same building. You know, the government ain't finna allow that shit, so don't even try that shit. And welcome to everybody that welcome to everyone that I may have missed. If I missed you, I ain't did. But what I'm saying is legally being married. So if something happened to the primary breadwinner, that both women were taken care of equally. You know what I mean? That's what I'm curious about. Shelley Law, if you want sex every day, well, I'm sure you don't even have to be poly for that. I'm sure there are people, men, women, all the other alphabet things that we got going on. Poly should be the next letter. I mean, if we're talking about, you know, I'd rather that P instead of other P's in the alphabet, as you know, because they're trying to add different things to it. So I don't see why not. I don't see why not. You know. And again, and I read like Lady Tia said, if we're talking about building a village, building a support system for children, because we talk about that, right? It takes a village. You know, maybe one, like I say, one person may be more adept in certain things than others. We all come together and then we have everything we need. But why move where it's legal? Because in those countries, you don't have the same rights you have in America. You don't have the same freedoms, right? I don't know who eating coochie. Look, I don't know. If you got to be the man, you got to be eating all that coochie, man. You probably gonna have a tongue cramp. It's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough. Everybody, look, we gonna have to learn you. I don't know, T'Challa. That's a tough one. I don't know who gonna be doing what. Y'all might have to have a schedule. Somebody might have to get the morning loving. Somebody might have to get the evening loving. Somebody might have to, you know, somebody might get Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Somebody might get, you know, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Sunday might be the day off. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Now, look, I know a lot of y'all have come to the Den on some different topics, but y'all have to understand the Den is a marriage of the ratchet and the righteous, and we go everywhere. You understand? So some of y'all be like, oh, goodness, is this what is going on? We talk about everything, all right? So don't be shocked, because we will get wild. And y'all just got to understand the culture of the Den. A lot of sarcasm, so don't take offense in the chat because everybody's just having fun, because that's what we really want to do, have a good conversation, be able to speak freely, but really have good, honest conversations about things that are going on in the world today. But this is something to discuss, so hey, let's talk about it. I'm going to open up the line. I want to know what's on your mind. Make sure you hit that like button. If you're new to this and you're just listening in, man, hit that subscribe button. We go live every night, 10 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Central. Let me get the line open up here. Again, if you want to catch the Den Show on all the proper social medias, it's Den Show Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can send Den Show Live at Gmail if you want to send me an email. You can always call the Den line, whether we are live or not, 833-284-3336. Again, that's 833, the number 2, the Den is the easiest way to remember that. If you got somebody might get send a text message, you can send screenshots, photos, whatever. If you come across some news you want to share that you'd like me to speak on, you can do it that way. Again, if you want to support the channel, you can go to streamlabs.com/The Den Show. If you want to make a one-time donation to the channel, all that love is appreciated. If you want to pledge to the channel monthly, you can go to patreon.com/The Den Show and do it that way. Again, shout out to Stina Starry, James Martin, Dan, and Miss Goya. I appreciate the Patreon love. And there's several tiers on Patreon rewards that you can get, you know, as far as producer credits and different things that are going on with the Den. So I appreciate y'all. Those who don't know, I am Ed Honcho. Let's open up this line. I want to know what's on your mind, because y'all seem a little Y'all look a little riled up and then in the y'all look a little riled up in the chat. I want to know what's on your mind. And again, remember, it is Sunday Night Confession, so if you got something on your mind, let's talk about it. Let me put the number up here. Where is it at? I lost the number, y'all. There we go. Wow. Y'all call it in up, man. I want to know how y'all feeling. I want to know what's on your mind. I want to know what y'all are thinking about this. Do you agree? Do you disagree? And when you call in, I want you to, if you disagree, why you don't think it'll work, call in and say why you don't think it'll work. If you do think it'll work, call in and tell me why you do believe it'll work, or it could be a problem solver, or you have no problem with polygamy. Now, I know there's different elements of it, right? And I know some of you women were like, why can't I get 2 men? You know, if you want to call in and talk about why you think you deserve 2 men, go for it. Whatever's on your mind, let's talk about it. You know what it is. Like I say, the den is an open forum. All opinions are welcome. Whether we agree or disagree, hey, we're all friends in the den, and that's ultimately what it's all about. All right, we got somebody calling in. Let's see what's shaking. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Oh, hey, I got in first, huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
To answer your question, I understand what you're going with. There's so many step families going on out here. You know, you got kids on one side of the town, and you know what you said. One guy had 23 kids.
Yeah, I think like in Tennessee somewhere, had like 23 kids with like, I forgot, 15, 11 something, bunch of baby mamas. He had a whole bunch of them. It was a terrible, terrible story.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of times women get with a man that has children like that, and she'll have a baby too. It's the type of woman that he gets, and I think a lot of us ladies have the mindset of, oh well, I'm gonna do better than what she did. So it's a competition, you know, like, and then you find out not really. It's not you. It's not her. It wasn't the last baby mama. It's really him. That's the problem. And so now you're stuck with, you know, his offspring, and everybody's always fighting and arguing, and you know, there's just not enough man to go around. And you look at other cultures and across the world, a lot of times their homelands are in pieces with war and all that other stuff, like you were saying earlier, with these terrorist groups come out because jealousy, competition. You know, they don't have no women. All the rich guys got all the women, you know?
Bowling, yeah.
And so, I'm sorry, what you say?
No, I just said bowling. You balling, you know, you get them.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I feel like that's not going to work over here in the West. I mean, for that to work over here in the United States, you have to take all the women out of the workforce, take down our presidential lady candidates. I mean, definitely go completely backwards, back into the Stone Age, because that's the only way that's going to happen, is if the mindset of the woman is changed. Now you're telling ladies you could do it by yourself, you could do this. There's just so much more that a woman could do over here than what she can do over there in some tiny little village somewhere deep in Africa or Asia or something like that. And you know, that would help. That would make her submit to something like that, to live in a household, to feel like, okay, we're all the same, and we're just here to please him and raise his kids and build his legacy and all that other stuff. But not over here in the United States. No. To me, I would think, could you imagine the violence? People can't even manage an office full of different personalities. You know, you can't even go to work with a whole bunch of people. Imagine going to work and then you come home and some more people all over the place. You got 6 different feminine personalities. Everybody's different. I mean, we're just not raised that way over here. We're just not raised like that. That's just not our culture. That's not our civilization over here.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna disagree
with you. Hundreds of years ago, back when everybody jumped on the boat and they got over here. Yeah, they left that behind. It's not. It's just not going to happen over here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna disagree with you on one point. I don't think that they have to. I don't think the women have to leave the workforce. I don't think they have to do all that. I think that if they want to still choose to work and bring in more income to the family and build up a better nest egg, I don't think that's necessarily a thing, because I don't see where it would be different as it is now. If you still want to work, if you want to have children, you can still, you can still have that motherly instinct or that motherly presence at home.
No, indeed.
And you can see, because you still have a mom at home. Wouldn't you trust your sister wife?
Mindset, though.
But wouldn't you trust a sister wife
You're
or somebody that you know
mindset,
besides
though.
a daycare? So it's cool to drop them off at a daycare, but not with a person that you trust that you consider family.
No, because you're not looking at the mindset that creates the want that a woman want to work. The mindset that has been planted deep into a woman's psyche from the day she's born, from the day she start going to school, and so that you can do it. You could do this, and then now you're trying to erase all of that. Tell me, oh, you could work if you. I'd be damned if I don't know how many women that's going to sit up there and provide for a whole nother woman's child while she sit home and I'll be the one that to cook and clean, and you go out and work with the husband, and he needs your help to work because he decided to get all of us under one roof, and he can't even pay for all of. They don't even do that over there in Africa. You have to. I mean, you got to work. Now, if they don't have that, that's what I'm saying. It's just I don't see how that's going to socially. How is that going to work? Now, I get it. It's kumbaya. Everybody, we all just work together because he went out there and he just wasn't sexually disciplined to not procreate a whole bunch of women. Everybody he ran across, he had to impregnate her. That's his problem, But that's not a solution. I don't believe so. Even in the United States, and the ones who do practice polygamy in the U.S., there's always a code behind that. There's a religious standard, something in their culture and their religious standard is a backbone to that. There's a code to that. So she knows how to follow that code, whether it's Islamic or Mormon or 70. Somebody like they have, a code to follow. But just for everybody in the United States, no. People hate on each other for food stamps. How you going? You think you're going? No, there's no code. There's going to be so much jealousy, so much violence. I think if they start doing that, because it's a mindset, it's a code. People have a religious, something bigger than them that they looking up to that allows them to make that work. But if for just any old body in the United States, just free willy, just we do what we want, I don't think that's going to work.
But I mean, there's jealousy without that situation, though. But there's jealousy without that situation. So who is that really on? The jealous tendency. So who is that on? I mean, even without them being in the same house, you see all these incidents with envious baby mamas, or he gets with another chick and she causing problems, even though they're not together. He may be paying his child support and seeing his kids and everything else, and they have that arrangement where she benefits. She's gonna be jealous anyway if they're in the same household or not. So what does it change?
And she's got to start with him. He just got to know how to discipline himself, his member, a little bit better than that, because that ain't, like you said, they're doing it now, and it's no legal standings. Now you put something legal in place, and now they're all in the household. And the whole reason why I got with him, and he probably told her some sad story about how the other girl did him wrong, so she gonna do better than the other girl. Now you pregnant, and you trying to do better than. It's a competition. That ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work.
So
you thinking babies are dead now.
But that's on them. That's like
babies are dead now. He stay in a room with. He might go in a room and stay with a room with wife number one a little too longer than the wife number 4. She go to work and you have another baby dead. Oh, wife number 4 let wife number 1 baby just do anything, run out in the road. They don't care. It's competition. It's competitive. It's survival of the fittest. It's not. I think working together.
I think y'all push it to. I think you're seeing it through your own lenses. Honestly, I think because what we're saying is if people are willing to do it, because you can't force anybody into it. Period. If people are willing to do it, should it be allowed? Yeah. It's that simple.
Yeah. And I think some people, even if you allow it to be done willingly, people lie. Women ain't gonna lie. Women gonna lie. She gonna feel like, I could go in and I could change him. I could make him dump all these women for me. So she'll go in and thinking she'll be able to change the situation. Legally, she'll go into it. with this mindset of, oh yeah, I'm a team player and this is a great idea. And the whole time, her whole agenda behind that is he gonna be only for me. I'm gonna knock her out the way, set this one up, child up or whatever, and get them all out the house. Now I have him all to myself. No, I don't think it's a good idea over here. And that's just my thoughts.
I think you're looking at it from a very negative perspective, but it's your opinion, and so I respect your opinion.
Now, I watch a lot of those Fatal Attraction, Snap, all those programs, and that's pretty much basically what they're highlighting. People are trapped in these love triangles. That stuff goes on.
But a love triangle, you generally keep
legal behind it. Now you got an inheritance, you got legal.
If you're talking about a love triangle, that's something that's usually a hidden party in a love triangle. When everything's out in the open, when you leave everything out in the open and let everybody knows what's up front. And now he has to be, if he's going to be the one that is supposed to be in charge of his team, he's going to have to be a damn good coach, a damn good manager, and all that other stuff. So yes, he has responsibilities in which he's going to have to manage his household. But if the parties are willing, because there are people who are successfully making this happen, and so we can't discount that. So, there's not, I don't think I've heard of a story. I mean, maybe it's been under the table or something. I haven't heard of a polyamorous or polygamy relationship where the baby done got off. And I'm hearing about normal households where that's happening more than that. And there are a lot of people who are practicing, polygamy and things like this. So I think that the people who are willing to do that are more understanding, and I think they're more open to it. I don't think that they would go into a situation. They would have to know their own personal levels of their emotions and jealousy and all that other stuff. I don't think a person who was like that would go into that because they would be, too envious up front to even enter an arrangement like that.
See, this is a capitalistic society. Yeah, it's not for America. You have to born with that mindset. The culture has to have a mindset for that to work, and that's why it's over there on the other side of the ocean, not over here.
Oh, it's here.
Everybody's about getting themselves, getting me. I'm gonna get mine. Even in some of these smaller religious sects that's in United States that are doing that do practice that, their leaders sitting up in jail. But you uncover what he was doing. He got all kind of different, inhumane things he's doing to these young children and stuff. No,
we ain't doing all that. We just talk about consenting adults wanting to live in a polygamous relationship. Jeff Flake or whatever he was doing, that's a whole different. I forgot what his name is, Jeff something. But yeah, we ain't talking about that kind of shit. That shit is a no-go. But okay.
Oh, okay.
But I feel what you say.
That's one American example of it, though. that I could think of.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that's your opinion. Like I say,
I'm gonna keep listening to see what everybody else got to say.
Okay. Well, that's a bit.
All right.
Let me see. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts on that.
I'm gonna get off this phone.
All right. Appreciate you calling.
All right. Bye-bye.
See, she don't want to let these niggas win. But it is what it is. I mean, I can understand where you're coming from, but I think that again, like I say, you kind of got to exclude the unwilling parties. If you are a willing party consenting to the arrangement and you're willing to accept that role, then I think it works differently. I think you got to you can't look at it from like, nah, I wouldn't do that shit. And if I was in this situation, I'm doing this, and this. Because then I think that changes the dynamic of what we're speaking about. I think you have to look at it from a willing party. Hey, you know what? I'm with the shit. I understand polygamy. I'm with it. She might like chicks too. I don't know. She might get the best of both of them. That's none of my business. I ain't trying to go that far into it. But what I am saying is you have to look at it from the aspect of if I'm a consenting adult of legal age and I'm saying, hey, I want to get into this situation. Okay. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's good, Honcho? This prepaid.
Prepaid. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind this evening?
Cool, man. Can you hear me? I'm on my way back to San Antonio. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You good? Just know. Hey, don't hit the Riverwalk at dark, man. Hey, you got a churro in your pocket. It's all over with. Nah, what's on your mind, though, man?
Cool, but hey, we should definitely be allowed to be polygamous, man. Like, I'm married and I'm telling y'all right now, man, monogamy is not natural. I don't think it's natural. I feel like if I'm being
You cut
we
out for
have
just a second
men.
there.
Huh?
You said if I'm gonna be something, and it cut out for just a second, but you came back. I was trying to hear that last little part you said.
I said I believe that, you know what I'm saying, having a dick is made to be with multiple women. Our sex drive, think about sex all day. We lust over other women. I'm not saying that one woman can't please you, but I'm just saying I just feel like if given an opportunity to have 2 or 3 women, they will please me even more. It's not right. It's frowned upon, so I can't do it. But I don't think that monogamy is natural. I feel like, shit, a man with 2 or 3 women is actually natural, in my personal opinion. As long as it's supporting, as long as it's, you know what I'm saying, how I put this, it's feeding his desires, I have no problem with that. Now, on the flip side, I believe that I have no problem with polygamy as long as you're able to afford these wives.
Exactly.
If you broke and can't afford 1 woman, you don't need 4 of them, I promise you.
Correct.
I don't have a problem with a man having 10 kids as long as he can provide for all 10. So I don't have a beef with it. And truth be told, I feel like if you an elite nigga, how can I tell you what you should and shouldn't do? There's no reason why Bill Gates can't have 10 bitches. I don't see no reason why not. If you can create Microsoft, you surely can control 10 bitches.
Shit, Jeff Bezos tried. It ain't work out for him.
Huh?
I said Jeff Bezos tried. It ain't work out for him though.
You know, and you know, Jeff Bezos, he took care of the Amazon thing. You know, the strippers and the prostitutes, they wouldn't. You know, the porn stars, that didn't turn out too well. I just feel like a nigga. If Robert Smith can donate $40 million, surely that nigga can have 4 wives. That's it for me. Y'all be blessed.
I already prepaid. Appreciate it. And shout out to prepaid, man. And that's what it all comes down to. And this is what we talk about. Like there are a few standards. Like we're not talking about anybody just willy nilly, Tom, Dick, and Harry off the street. You got to be able to afford your situation. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to, you know, it has to be willing parties in the situation. It can't just be, you know, some homeless dude with a bunch of motherfucking chicks. You know what I'm saying? It's just not gonna work like that. You know what I'm saying? It has to afforded. It has to be, you know, the finances have to be managed. Okay, that's what's most important. All the other stuff, you know, we'll talk about. But when we're talking about this situation, it is a financially stable situation. Okay, that's the one deal. All right, so let's go from there. Now I see an interesting call I'm trying to get to. I see what they keep calling while some other folks calling, but I definitely want to get your call. So if you've been calling in, make sure you call back. I will get you. But my thing is this again. All right. Let's see what we got calling in. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Brother Shaolin, fantastic.
Brother Fantastic, how you doing this evening, man? What's on your mind when it comes to polygamy?
Man, you know, I feel like it should be, you know, you should be able to practice it if everybody's willing to do it. I don't see what the problem is. I mean, you see all kind of forms of it anyway, with swinging and all that kind of stuff. That's real prevalent. But if you're talking about a guy having a certain amount of wives, I really don't care what the arrangement is, honestly. As long as consent, as long as you could take care of that, as long as I ain't got the furniture or nothing like that, you know. But who am I to tell you what to do with your personal life? And you know, you got kids by different people, got kids by different women anyway. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you might as well. I mean, the problem is the consensual part. You know what I'm saying? You know, do you consent? You know, guys just doing it anyway. But, you know, in a consensual nature, I don't have any problem with it. You know, I mean, I don't see what the big deal is, especially if they can afford it. Multi-millionaires and billionaires and shit like that. Yeah, I mean, I ain't saying there should be any specific law that says you got to make a certain amount of money, but you should be able to have different wives. I believe in the Islamic religion that you're allowed to do that. Yeah, and I think it states that as long as you're supposed to be able to afford to pay for those women. You know, you're supposed to be able to, you know, like pay for all that. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to afford it. If you can't afford it, then you shouldn't be doing it. You know, you should only take on what you can afford to take care of. But as long as the parties involved are cool with it, I actually know a couple of people that are in polygamous relationships, and they seem to work out pretty well. They're in different households, but they seem to work out pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, I seem to work out pretty. But again, it has to be consent. How many people that you know? Because we're so programmed into monogamous relationships, and I agree with prepaid. It's probably not that natural. I believe, you know, if a man can get out there and do it, he's just gonna have different women and different families and stuff. Anyway, you know, we still, like back in the day, me used to do that all the time. Have a family on the other side of town, and it was kind of a thing to where the woman knew it, like the wife may know it, but as long as she keep it far away, she didn't really have that big of a problem with it. You know. You know. Yeah. You know, just as long as it's not willy nilly, you know, as long as it's structured. Everybody knows what's going on here. You know, it's not nothing hidden, and you know, I got a half brother and all this stuff that I didn't know nothing about for 20 years. Shit like that. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, that's some bullshit. I'm talking about, you know, I'm talking about everybody straight up know what the deal is. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't personally see what would be the big. I do understand women's objections to it, because even in those polygamous relationships, there's tension between the women. There's tension between anyway. I do understand women's objections to it, but I don't know if are you familiar with Shahrazad Ali?
I've heard the name, but not necessarily familiar with it.
Okay, she wrote the book, The Black Man's Guide to Understand the Black Woman. I mean, she was, you know, all on the talk shows back in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. I believe the book was published in 89. And everybody, you know, took issue with the one thing that she said in the book, which she probably shouldn't have said. She said that, you know, if the black woman gets out of line or you know, or defies your authority, you ought to slap her in the mouth. You know, now I don't agree with that part of it. But she does say this. She does say that, now this is what she said now. She said that black men, if we're going to have a black nation, black men are going to have to take on more than one black woman. And she did acknowledge that, you know, that black women are going to have a big problem with that. And they're going to have to put that to the side and allow black men to take on more than one household. That's what she says. If you ever heard her speak, you know, she's very open about that. You know what I'm saying? She's very. Now, me personally, I don't want to take on no more than one woman. If I, you know, got married, I don't even want to take on. I mean, can you imagine all that, you know, shit going on? You know, emotions and all. You gotta go. You gotta manage all that shit. I'm like, man, that's. That's man. I personally, I can't do it. But if somebody else wants to do that shit, hey, go right ahead. You know, knock yourself out. If you can do all that, you go right ahead. You know, I like my life to be simple. I think one is enough. Personally, I just think one is enough. You know, one serious relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of men have a wife and a woman on the side. I mean, you know, a lot of men have that. That's different from a polygamous relationship. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's just my feelings on it.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. I can agree with that. Yeah. Look, yeah. One is enough. And then they say, you know, what's the thing they say when women are around each other that their cycles end up matching up. And so, could you imagine, like you were just saying, could you imagine having to deal with a house full of women, all going through that at the same time? It's going to be extremely tough.
Yeah. I mean, the only way I can imagine something like that is if they got to be all in different houses, man. You just got to go through out a schedule. I mean, even in that shit, I you know. Just give me a woman and a woman on the side or something like that. I'll take that shit. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't even know at this age, You know, I just take a good woman. I'm cool with it. But like you said, all that stuff, I personally, that's not for me.
Yeah.
But there's some brothers out there that can handle that. And I ain't got no problem with that. If they want to do that, hey man, more power to you. I salute you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
and just take care of that. I mean, I'm talking about you should be able to financially take care of that.
Exactly.
Take care of the kids and whatever comes with that. You should be able to manage that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm gonna keep it short and sweet tonight, brother. That's all I want to say.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call there, Brother Charlie.
All right.
All right. You have a good one.
Peace.
All right. Yeah, that's what I gotta understand, man. I'm not saying it's for me either. It's just look. One is a handful. Two is two handful. You know, anything more than that, shit, that in itself is already enough. Look, I got big hands. I ain't trying to handle all that. What's the motherfucking deal, man? I'm sorry for your ears. I apologize. What is the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Man, it's your boy Roman.
Roman, what's on your mind this evening about tonight's topic?
Man, you know, personally, personally, I think it should just be one, you know, a woman with a man, and that's it. That's a real right marriage, in my opinion. But I don't judge. If that's you, man, that's you. I mean, hey, you want to have 6 women? Hey, you can have 6 women. It's your life, you know. But I'll say one thing, nigga, you better have some money, because the thing is, you feed 6 mouths. Don't talk about you having children, because after that, what you're feeding, what's that? Let's say you what? I can't do the math right now. I'm thinking. But the thing is, you feed a lot of mouths, especially if you add on children. You know, I mean, you feed a lot of people. You know, if you want to do that, and then it goes on correlation of who you sleeping with. You sleep with her tonight. You sleep with her tonight. Man, that's gonna cause a rift. Cause Honcho, you know women get jealous. You know it starts creating tension. You got 6 of them. So if you don't got 6, you might got 3. It's still gonna cause some type of conflict. You know, but if you got the money to do it, if you just got the emotional state to do it, because that takes a lot of emotion out you dealing with all those women. That's what you're saying, those women with men. I mean, men can get emotional at times too and feel like they want to be needed at times too with some men. So, look, I just tell you got the emotional and the financial support to do it. That's all up to you. But personally, with me, nah. But do I think it's like something to resolve this problem? Not really. But I mean, it's a way to take more women, so cause less problems. But yeah, that's how I feel, Honcho.
Okay. All right. Well, I can agree with you on that again. Yeah, you got to be in a position to be able to handle all that. It's a lot to deal with. 6 is way too much. You know, I was thinking along the lines maybe 2, maybe 3 at the most. 6 is. You got one almost every day.
I'm just saying, you know, you see these shows on TLC where they'll have these, you know, 6 wives, this and that, and 7, and I've seen those on the YouTube video one time. The highest I've seen was 10.
No. Sorry.
This man's rich though. He lived in some country place, and I forgot what. So he lived in like Denmark somewhere. But 10 wives, white guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, Jesus, and no kids, but 10 wives. So like that, you have the emotional mindset to do that, and the money, all power to you. You don't. And don't think about it. Just have your side hoe, and you'll be good, man.
Damn, side hoes out here with it.
But that's all I got, Honcho.
All right, that's a bit, man. I appreciate your call there, Roman.
But it ain't time.
Already. That's tough, Jack. That's super tough. 10. Man, count me out. You know what I'm saying? Count me out. No, you see, this is what y'all not looking at it. Y'all looking at it the wrong way. Again, I told y'all. This is about the familial structure. It's not about pleasure. Y'all looking at it from, I'm getting pleasure from, 10 women. That's not the way I'm looking at it. I'll go there in just a second. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hey, Honcho, I couldn't text it. I can't respond to chat because texting and driving is frowned upon in this part of town.
Yeah.
But, ladies, just because I said an elite person should have the ability to do it, I was not speaking about myself. I cannot afford 10 wives. Y'all cost too fucking much. I don't have enough stamina for 5 women. That's just me. But if you mean to tell me a nigga like Antonio Cromartie would be wrong if he had 10 kids by 10 different women, if you made over $80 million in your NFL career, which is less than 10 years, why would he not be able to do it? He did it without having 10 wives and got 10 kids. So what's the difference? I don't see a problem with it. Now, if for some strange reason I would hit the Mega Millions, which is $450 million.
Yes.
Then yes, I'll be putting my application in for my other 4 wives. She's fucking right. I'm getting 4 more wives. It's on and cracking, nigga. I'm next. I got up next. I'm next. Y'all can hate me all you want to. I will have all 4 of my wives beat you up. That's how this shit gonna work out. So as soon as I hit them numbers hit, you know what time it is. I'm gonna have 4 wives, 20 kids. I'm on. I'm up next. You remember Martin when Prince Uchi had them cocky buns?
Yeah.
They gonna call me Prince Lucci. Y'all have a blessed night.
That was a bad prepaid. Oh man. Speaking of Martin, man, y'all remember when Martin was CC Martin should have been on his toes, man. He should have got he could have had Gina and Miss Trinidad. You know, he could have been winning, man. So here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. Again, and it's about, to me, the angle I'm looking at is the family structure. I'm not saying it's just, I just want to have a bunch of women to have, a bunch of intercourse. I mean, you can be single and do all that shit. It'd be way easier. You wouldn't have to, foot all these bills and commit to all those things. What I'm saying is, and the reason I'm saying a man with 2 wives or multiple wives, because you flip the script and you're talking, well, what about having 2 husbands? A woman having 2? That's cool. But you're only carrying one of those babies at a time. You know what I mean? And so is she going to take care of the household and have the baby and all that other stuff too? Because then that's when y'all will start flipping the script. Well, see, that's not what she got 2 husbands. Both of them niggas need to work so they can take care of her. That's when y'all going to start flipping the script. So what I'm saying is, a man, because by y'all standard, we've had these arguments, and he should be taking care of the household, and he should be doing all these things, and he has to support all these wives. Y'all would not condone the woman having multiple men and she has to be the one to take care of the household. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is, if we're going to flip the script, make sure y'all playing by all the rules. Okay? So that's the deal. No, and nobody did, but that's everybody else today. That's I see the ladies who've been asking, well, what about a wife with 2 men? That's what I'm saying. We're talking about right now. There's an abundance of single women compared to men. There are more women than men in America. Look at what's happening in, Atlanta? It's like 8-9 to 1, something crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? There's been rules. There's always rules, Heidi. Like 8-9 to 1. So, if one of them Atlanta Falcons football players said, hey, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and get 5 or 6 of these women off the market, and say a couple of them did that. Of course, it's not enough, but all I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that men have the ability to sow more seeds. And so if they have the ability to take care of all the seeds they're sowing, then let them have their garden. Okay? That's all I'm talking about. A woman having 2 men is not doing that. A woman having 2 men is not doing that. Again, this is where we got to stop. We got to stop with the society stigma. See, this is why the DNA, so we can break these stigmas of society. Stop letting the media and all the people put their claws into you, right? And be for real. There's a lot of black men that want to have plenty of kids. Obviously they do, because there's a bunch of niggas with a bunch of baby mamas out there. Now, do they necessarily want to pay child support and do all the other shit they supposed to do? Maybe not, but obviously they want to have a bunch of kids. So there are men who are well-to-do who would like to have multiple kids. You see a lot of these rich niggas popping out a bunch of kids with whomever or whatever. And so, hey, maybe they like, want to have all my kids while I'm young. You know, I don't want to have to keep waiting every 9 months. Let me go ahead and, you know, put in some work. Let me take care of some business here, take care of some business there. And they get what they want to. That's what I'm saying. Well, let me get some over here. Let me get some over there. Let me have everything done. Again, we're talking about affordable, and we're not talking about. I don't even necessarily think it has to be filthy rich. Well, you got to be well off. I think if a man is making a couple of $100,000, he should be able to have multiple wives. You know what I'm saying? Because what is the average salary in America? And people having kids out the wazoo, like 40,000, something like that. So if a man is making double the average salary, then why not? If he's making double than what the average person, if that's the case, you know, then maybe do we have to start talking about people shouldn't be able to have kids at a certain, unless they make a certain amount of money? Because then we get into a different conversation. Then we're turning into a different conversation, right? So why not? Why not say, hey, you know what? I'll marry you, we'll all work as a family, you know, and we'll raise these kids. One of them might be a better motherly figure than the other. You know, one can maybe learn from the other. You know, I think that this is, you know, we talking about, you know, little nuances and caveats here, but let's talk about it. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening? Hello.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, my bad, man. So this T-Money, bro.
All right.
So, yeah, I've been listening, I'm driving right now or whatever, but I've been listening. So I think if it was, well, my personal opinion, for me, I personally, I don't think I can do it, but I think if it was to work, I think, I know a lot of people touched on, like, financially, you have to be able to, financially be able to do it. But I look at it like emotionally as a man, you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about from the woman's standpoint. Well, I'm going to get to that, but as far as a man, like, he has to look at it. I feel like his intent has to be pure when he's trying to do it. And then also, how would he handle that? You know what I'm saying? Like, so how would he? It's like a check and balance type thing, because I feel like he's gonna always have to check in with women. You know what I mean? Because women naturally want attention. So how would he check in with women and to make sure that they're satisfied on all aspects of life, not just sexually? You know what I mean? Like mentally, and also making sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like they would have to have like I feel like he would have to run it like a business type of, like, not to say like women will be the employees, but like it would have to be some type of model like that where like they would have, like, how I was thinking in my mind, like, as I was listening to other people, is like, all right, so say if you have like a whole bunch of acres of land, and then like you got the main house, and then each wife, like, I agree with you as far as when you had said, like, I think the ideal situation would have like 2 to 3. So if you have the main house, like, so you got the main house, and then like say if you got three wives, like each wife has their house, and then they have their equal amount of land, you know what I'm saying? And they have their house to run their household. And I think for each wife, I would say like maybe 2 to 3 kids at the most, you know what I'm saying? Like, for it to be successful. But I look at it like he would have to check in constantly. So I feel like he would have to like have a meeting like every day, you know what I'm saying? Every day to like check in and make sure that they still on the same page as far as like what they trying to accomplish. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you have to talk about that every day, because like saying, I know some women said, I think it was the first caller, she was saying like women, you know, they're going to look at it like a competition. So if he's chilling with one woman more, because, like, you know what I'm saying, the other woman going to start plotting against him, you know what I'm saying? Start looking at it like, oh, shit, he's chilling with her more. He's trying to push us out, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like, I don't know how that will, I don't know how the rules and regulations of that will work, but, you know what I'm saying, he would have to, like, check in all the time if that was to be successful. But I think the ideal situation is if they had a main house, like say his house was the biggest or whatever, you know. Well, not the biggest, but like just a main house where everybody can meet, and have family time, like, you know, bring out the kids over family time or whatever activities they want to do. And then also, each wife has their own house and they have their own land. You know what I'm saying? They have their own space to do. Because I feel like women need space. Like, women don't need space. Like, women, when they always together, you know what I'm saying, I feel like they can get catty. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, like the possibility of them having their own house and land to where they have their own space. And then it's somehow, some way, he gonna have to check in with everybody, like every day. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, and I can see that. I can see that having to be a necessity. I can definitely understand that.
Yeah, that's just my thoughts. Personally, I don't think I could do it. And then I was thinking, like, sexually, like, I know, like, I got an uncle, you know, believe it or not, he told me, you know what I'm saying, he was born in, like, he was raised, like, in the 70s or whatever, but I got an uncle or whatever, he told me, he met this, when he started having sex or whatever, he had met this older lady, and she taught him how to have sex without ejaculating, like, all the time, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know, you know what I'm saying, like, it's like a practice. I looked it up, like, now it's like called, like, semen retention, so basically, like, the male has an orgasm without ejaculating, you know what I'm saying? I think that goes into the discipline part that I think a lot of people would think about, because if you think about how much sex you're going to have, because women have needs like we got needs, so, you know what I'm saying, she's going to want to be sexually satisfied like that, you know what I'm saying? So he would have to, he had to be the man all the way to fuck around, you know what I'm saying? Like, on some real shit, he had to be the man. Like, but as far as that practice, like, my uncle told me, like, all his kids, he had 3 kids. All his kids that he had them because he wanted to have them. He said he know how to control his nut, basically, to the point to where he can have sex with his wife, but he only nut when he want to nut. So he said all his kids, like, you know what I'm saying? He had his kids because he wanted to have the kids. He didn't have his kids till his late 30s or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And he wanted to have his kids at that time because he was on a better financial standpoint. So I just look at it, if a man was looking at it with the pure intent and then look at it like what he was trying to build, and then he had to really be the man, like, for real, like, all the way around. He had to be a solid ass nigga.
Yeah.
All the way around, mentally, physically, and spiritually, because you got to think about the type of values you're going to have to teach your kids or whatever, and then, like I said, they're going to have to check in, like, every fucking day, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, it's going to have to be run like a business.
Yeah.
Like clockwork. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's all my thoughts, bro.
All right. Well, T-Money, man, I think you're on to something there. I'm going to expand on it for a little bit after this call, man. I think you're on to something there.
I got you, man.
I appreciate your call, though.
Yes, sir.
All right. Shout out to T-Money, man. But he has a point there. And I don't know what he's talking about. I've heard of that that technique is supposed to be like some tantric type shit, where men can have multiple orgasms and things of that. Is take some breathing control and some, you gotta do like some old, basically male Kegel type shit. So it's a whole different thing. You know what I'm saying? So I see a lot of very upset ladies this evening. And it's funny. Me and folk, we outnumbered because as of recently, the den has become overwhelming. I remember when the den was a sausage factory, and it has become overwhelmingly female. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all, you know. But I definitely see where this conversation is leaning. But again, because we keep going back and we keep addressing things that I think that even the men have said, but the women keep saying, you know, money. But every man who's called in has stated that a man would have to be financially stable to handle that situation. But for some reason, we keep going back to that. So I think the financial aspect of it has been addressed by multiple callers. So I don't think that that's the issue we're discussing anymore. Okay, nobody's saying that. Again, if you work in Mickey D's, you don't get to have multiples. Okay, you know it don't work like that. It ain't no you don't get the wife combo. It don't shake like that. Now, if you're doing well for yourself, and you happy with your situation, and she's with the shit again, consenting adults. And again, you got to think about it like this too. And people say, "Oh, women they gonna fight and this and this." So how do y'all feel? The ones who are saying women are gonna fight, they can't be around each other and all of this stuff. Well, why are there so many lesbian relationships now? These are obviously two women dealing with one another, right? Well, see, this is where y'all are trying to tackle me, Jane, because when I said, well, I mentioned earlier, well, a woman could work. Somebody said, no, we can't do that. We're going to erase the mindset of all the women. Nobody said that. I said, just be honest. There's women out here who don't want to work. There's a lot of women in the den who are happy being housewives, and there's nothing wrong with that. So again, you're going to have to navigate your combination. If the women want to be housewives, you allow it. If they want to work, you allow it. Because I don't see it any differently than knowing that your kids, especially if they're young, they're taken care of at home. If they go to school, if you choose to homeschool them, you have a trusted resource in home if one of the women wants to stay home. If none of the women want to stay home, then guess what? We all come back and we all contribute to the nest egg, right? So my thing is, gay women, well, all the gays have money. How does that work? Is it because of no kids? We'll have to figure that out. But all I'm saying is this, because when I address one caveat, people take it elsewhere into something else. And so I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page here, because everybody is going with their own dissenting opinions and dissenting feelings. But I believe the men have been very consistent in their calls. I think most of the men have all pretty much kind of said the same thing. Managing and dealing with it is tough. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Jessica?
Jessica, how are you doing this evening, Jessica?
I'm good. I was just calling because my parents were poly my whole life.
Okay. And how did that work out in your opinion?
Well, as a child, I didn't really accept it. I felt it was, because there was a lot of conflict in my parents' marriage. I mean, they're still married today. But there were times when, because they would have men or women, and they talked to us as children about it. Like they said they would have special people in their lives, and that not to be scared about it. But sometimes that would cause conflict in their marriage, and there was a couple times my mom and my dad left each other because the other person in the relationship that they had at the time, I guess, pushed them out. I don't know, because they didn't really explain it to us. It either pushed them out or there was some kind of conflict going on where they had to leave. But one was trying to take, I remember one woman was trying to take my dad from my mom. And, she tried a lot of trying to get me to be on her side, I guess, with it. So, I mean, personally, and they don't really do it today because they're older, but they did for the longest time, even after as an adult. And they enjoyed that lifestyle, and I told them whatever they enjoy is, personally, if that's what you feel, go for it. I don't personally agree with it. I wouldn't do it in my marriage. But as a child, though, it could be rough. But it wasn't really a family situation where you, like, I think they were trying to find more permanent people, but it was too hard of a conflict to find someone who would be involved and not cause conflict. So it didn't end up as a happy family situation. So that's just, I don't know, that's just how I feel about it. But I see those shows where they work out together as a family and work together, and that's great for them if they can make that work, but it can cause a lot of conflict.
Okay. So, how old were you when you kind of first realized what was going on?
I was pretty young, probably. I don't know, I guess they talked to us maybe when I was 8 about it, or maybe younger. And I did have a lot of resentment towards the other people that came into the relationship, especially when they would cause one of my parents to leave the relationship. And they didn't leave very long, but I would harbor resentment towards them. And especially if they tried to engage as like a parent figure to me, I would get upset with them. I'm not really disrespectful, because my parents taught me not to be disrespectful, but I would be disrespectful to them because I didn't feel accepting of them in the family unit.
Interesting. So, about, if you don't mind me asking, about how old were they when they kind of gave up the lifestyle, if you are aware?
The last time they were they had been with a couple, like they were kind of acting like they were a married couple jointly, like it was a married couple and a married couple. And that was probably 10 years ago. That was the last time I remember them ever having any kind of poly relationship. But they were together for a few years, that couple and them. And they traveled around with each other, but all of us were out of the house by then. So, I mean, they thought they were going to be together for a while, but I don't know what happened between them, but they ended up breaking up. But after that, I don't think my parents have really participated in, I guess they've just gotten older and just kind of lost interest. I don't know. They just give up looking for a partner forever.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. From having a perspective of actually, well, not being involved, but, you know, being able to see something up close like that and, you know, and share that with us. So it's always good, you know, to have someone who's familiar with the situation. So I definitely appreciate you calling in and sharing that with us.
I appreciate you taking my call. Thank you.
No problem. Anytime. Thank you for calling.
All right. Bye.
Bye. See, now I know what's finna happen. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's not what we're talking about. Okay. But that is a good view of those situations. What I am talking about is one man, preferably, y'all women can say whatever y'all want to, having to manage multiple partners. They were, as a couple, doing their own kind of things, separate things, and stuff like that. So it's not the exact same situation that I am speaking of, but it is very interesting to see from a child's perspective how that worked out. But that is not exactly what I'm talking about. So, again, I know y'all see, we told y'all ain't tell no shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't manage one. I don't want one. But if it was the case, I don't think it turns out as bad as y'all try to make it seem. Because again, when you have both parents having multiple options outside of the household, I think that brings in a different dynamic. If it is supposed to be, you know, I don't want to say one main individual, but if it's supposed to be, you do have your main individual, because we talk about, like, say, the guys in the Middle East or whatever, and they are the provider, and each of these people are, what's the word I want to say it without setting the whole conversation on fire? They're all equal in their own right. You know what I'm saying? So it's not out about going and, again, having a lot of, you know, adventures with and promiscuity. It's not about sex. It's not about those things. It's about establishing a family, and that's what I've been sticking to from the very beginning. So if I am financially stable enough to take care of 2 to 3 other women, and I can raise these children, I provide a quality household, and I can do all these things, why is that wrong? No, it's the man is 300%. The other women are 100, 100, and 100. Thank you. Okay, that's what. Thank you, Autumn. See, look, Autumn rocking with it. So I'm rocking with Autumn. But this is what we're saying. Okay, see, this is look. Okay, this is what I'm saying. If the wives choose not to work, they don't have to work because everybody is pulling different things. I listened to it, but yeah, it's not the same situation I'm talking about. Each parent was allowed to have options, okay? And so it may have been this person trying to pull this or that person trying to pull this. What I'm saying is one primary individual, and if the other wives engage with each other, that's their own right, I guess, but it's not the same situation that I'm talking about. All I'm saying is the women themselves have the choice. Heidi's talking about, all the women are working. Okay, well, let's tell that to Brittany Bowens. What I'm saying is if a man wants to assume the role of being a provider for multiple women and he can afford that, if he is satisfying their needs, because obviously they have to sign up for it, they have to be willing. We're not forcing anybody into some type of slave or indentured servitude type situation, right? Why should it not be allowed? This is the same situation I've been from, but y'all have been changing the situation. Y'all been well, niggas can't afford it. They can't please their women. Well, women work too. Y'all have been adding all the captains. I've been saying the same thing from the very, very beginning. I have not changed anything. Now, for those of you who say, well, a woman having multiple husbands, okay, that's fine. Show me how that works in the family structure, because then what, is she getting gangbanged every night? Is that how we rocking? Is that what's going on? Because if we're saying the man has to please all these women, then she needs to be pleasing all of her husbands every night, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what it is. You know, let's make it all shake. Let's iron it out. So, okay, for all of you who want to say, well, the women, they should be able to have multiple husbands. That's fine and dandy. Okay. Is she going to assume the role of provider? Is she going to assume the role of making sure all of those husbands are pleased every night? Is she going to cater to all the other needs? Because the man, whether he has one or whether he has 10, is going to be expected to do these things, right? You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about the woman with the multiple, the wife with the multiple men. Says that's the angle y'all want to go. Well, as a wife, she should be able to have 2 husbands. So is she going to provide for the household? Let's start with that. Let's start with the wife having 2 husbands. Is she going to go out and provide for the household and for the 2 husbands? Okay. So you say, yeah, why not? Husbands will cook, clean, and watch the kids. Okay, cool. And then after they're done cooking, cleaning, and watch the kids, they can play Xbox together. That's fine. So again, she is going to have to please all of those husbands every night. Not a big deal, right? That's fine and dandy. And then when she has that certain time frame of the month, right? What happens then? Everything's off. Everybody's on hold. Oh, you're not buying that? Oh, see. But here's the deal, though. If it was the man, look, that woman want that purse, so he's gonna be expected to get all those things, you know, right? She's gonna want whatever y'all lady folks like. That's terrible. That's a different kind of relationship, Russia. We had a discussion about that last night. That's not how it works. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then why aren't the women there to please him? Since we're worried about the women needing to be pleased too, right? So if that's the case, then he shouldn't be concerned about pleasing all those women, correct? Y'all are very awkward. Y'all are very, oh no. No, I don't do murder scenes. No, I'm not trying to catch nobody. No red wings, no bodies, no nothing, all that. That's a tough deal, buddy. That's a tough deal. Yeah, we're not gonna go down that route. But if so, again, all I'm saying is we're gonna play these standards, we're gonna play these roles. Let's accept the roles. I'll go get my old lady and ask her about it live. I don't know, she might be asleep. If not, maybe we'll have to do it on the morning then. You know, I'm not tripping. And if she's but my thing is this, and then what you have to understand too is, I've already said that I wouldn't want to deal with it, because dealing with one is enough. Oh, y'all obviously don't know a Honcho. Well, y'all ain't been around here long enough to not know. But I've already said that I wouldn't want to deal with it, because dealing with one is enough. Dealing with all y'all in this damn den is enough. Oh, Heidi, you don't know. You ain't got your, you know what I'm saying? You ain't, you know what I'm saying? You ain't even jumped to the other side yet. You ain't Americanized. You don't know about these American Western women. They own some other shit. I love y'all too. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. but y'all are tough. So y'all trying to oppress me. This is oppression. I feel like my rights are being ignored. This is a matriarchy. This is all this. But every man who was called in and said the same few things, right? And this is what we're overlooking. Every man that is called in and said that you're going to have to take care of that household, right? Every man has said that you need to be financially stable. Every man says that you need to cater to these women's needs, right? Every man has said that it is important to make sure that they're all happy. And how are you going to make sure you spend time with them? Yes. I'm a sexual justice warrior. That is what's happening. But every man has said this, right? Every man has said all of these things. Where are the lady calls? That's what we need. Some lady calls. Since y'all ran them off. I told you the den is full of women now. Y'all done ran them off. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What's up, Honcho? It's AB.
AB, my nigga. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Look. I know somebody would come to relegate this situation and make some sense of it. What's on your mind there, AB, man? What would you like to speak on tonight, man?
Man, I didn't think I would be able to say this shit, but I agree with Yasmin on one point she said.
Okay, what's that?
That it is the social culture in the Western society will keep the woman from being able to accept this. But that's why you would have to, as a man, you would need a fucking compound out of the city into the country somewhere where your land is, and these motherfuckers will be separated from anybody else fucking with your shit, man. Because and another thing, man, if you're talking to women and they are, like you said, ain't nobody being held at gunpoint to be in that position. If women, and for my thing is this: a woman that agrees to that situation understands what that situation is gonna be.
Exactly.
And she sees value in it more than somebody that doesn't see value in it. So to speak on why, or to speak on a household that you're not living in, that's none of your fucking business, because what's in somebody else's four walls don't have shit to do with you. So if a woman or women are agreeing with this, they are either accepting of this situation, they understand what the sexual situation is going to be, what the sharing of the household is going to be, what the combining of the kids is going to be. There's going to be value there. Like you said, ain't no broke nigga going to be able to pull this off on some mouthpiece shit. It has to be something there substantial to be able to make this work. Like I said, it's going to have to be somebody that either has their own business or makes substantial money. Most likely have their own business, and then you have those women be included in that business and help build that empire up. But to speak against it and talk down on it because that's not what you want, then you won't be a fucking, and be in a polygamous situation. I mean, it really ain't shit for you to really think about. I think we need to actually step a foot back, get the emotions out of it on how you feel about it. But if it's legal, which is what the topic is about, if it's a legal thing, I think you're going to start seeing some changes in societal norms as far as like being okay with. I think what happened too also is men would have to step the fuck up mainly, because you can't just be no fucking ain't shit dude talking about you want her, because she can be off in a better relationship with somebody that has a polygamous situation going on and get talked into that shit because he's an A1 dude. So these pack dudes these pack niggas, if you want to call them that, is ain't gonna be able to fucking just talk to no woman and come with some irregular shit and be in some kind of fucked up situation where she feels like she's gonna get taken advantage of and be talked to the side in 3 months because he has some good mouthpiece. But she gonna be like, where your land at? Where your house at? Where your compound at? Like, what? There's gonna be a lot of those fucking questions going on, and he's gonna be like, well, shit. I got this. I got this 9 to 5. But it ain't gonna be good enough. You know what I'm saying? So, your cars ain't gonna be shit. Your shit on your neck, rings and all that shit. Your clothes ain't nothing gonna be shit. It's gonna be about, what your compound look like. Show me pictures of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So, again, the women that's involved in that type of situation gonna normally be accepting of it, and they're gonna see some value in saying, hey, I'd rather my family be growing up in this situation to where I know we're going to be secured and safe, and we have a village of motherfuckers to take care of each other. And that's, like I said, man, it's going to be within that household, man. And I've seen documentaries on the shit. See how a man will either, how he would divide the shit up. They would have like family meetings together on what to do and who got responsibilities of what. Women get along together normally, naturally, a little bit, anyway. So I don't see, if you're accepting in that mindset to say I want to do that, I don't see no cattiness going on. Obviously, it may be some disturbance, but then that man will get with them two women that have the issue and talk that shit out, just like a fucking man's supposed to. So I don't really understand all this fucking like, all the drama's gonna happen, this and there and that. This drama always happens with fucking women. So I mean, that's fucking normal. So calm down a little bit and just kind of be a little open-minded. That's what the fucking den is about. Kind of accepting shit that ain't in your circle or your norm in your circle that you ain't heard about, and just be open to a little something that be different. Ain't nobody saying you gotta fucking do it tomorrow. Shit, just listen and see what somebody else got to say about something that ain't in your fucking realm of knowledge.
Well, I got a question for you, right? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, in the Western way it wouldn't work and all this other stuff, but how do you explain, all of these women who are more than that, or that Western women wouldn't accept it, but you have all these women who are side chicks and they're accepting a role as side chicks. You have all these women who are more than willing to engage with married men. So if the other woman was accepting of it and this man had, some other stuff going on, and she was, do you not think that she would be willing to implement herself in that relationship, knowing that she still gets to have a piece of that man because she's giving up time to the other woman anyway? Do you think that would translate into some type of polygamous situation in the West?
Oh man. You're asking a lot, bro. You're asking a lot for them to change the mindset, man. They trying to secure a bag by themselves. These motherfuckers greedy, bro. Like they ain't trying to share that shit, man. And like I said, man, the culture here is about getting your own shit. Think about it, man. Kids be getting kicked out of the house at 17 and a half. Hey, motherfucker, you ain't graduated, get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? We're so fucking ready to get rid of our kids. The human brain doesn't stop developing until age 26. Yet we think we're supposed to kick out a kid at 17, 18, and say, go survive out in this fucking savage-ass world and be successful. But when you have a situation where you have more support, I had an African co-worker, man. She was telling me that in African culture, you don't leave your house, you don't leave your parents' house as a woman until you are married, no matter how old you are. So you get your shit together, you have all the support at home that you can possibly get, and that's male or female. So until you marry off, that's when you fucking are able to leave. But you have more support, and you got aunties and uncles and cousins and shit around in the same pretty much village, and able to give you better guidance and shit. But you out here on 18 years old, 20, 22, if you go to college, and everybody expects you to fucking know how to make the best decisions in your life, the most important decisions in your life, and you end up fucking up in between those ages. How many people ain't had babies between those ages? You know what I'm saying?
No.
And they gotta fucking be a whole adult and get in the rat race at that time, and their brain's still developing, and they still don't know how to make great decisions. And you're trying to tell me that these women out here can't benefit from being in a fucking group scenario where you have more people helping them out, even if they do have to share a A1 type of man? You've been fucking D's, C's, and F's your whole life, but you got a problem sharing an A1 type of dude that gonna give you a more secure, solid, more fucking steady lifestyle. I'm not saying you, like I said, man, stop worrying about if that matches your mindset today. No one's trying to change your mind about the shit. You just talk about it. But if you're a woman that needs to secure the bag, and most of the time y'all trying to secure somebody else's bag, it ain't your fucking bag. But anytime you trying to make a come up, they trying to make a come up by themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's the group mindset, the group economics is not in our mindset, man. We've been fucking trained to believe what we see on fucking media, man. We can, this subject has changed totally completely different if I go that route. But we've been conditioned to think this way, and the people who benefit the most from that are the people who are already in power. They don't want to see nobody come together and make sense and help and see us help ourselves instead of worrying about trying to be the number one or be on top, so they can show off to everybody, say, "Look, I made it." You know, so those are my thoughts on it.
Okay, interesting. All right, and I agree with that. Like I say, because again, I think people are taking it and running with caveats. And like I say, if you have consenting adults, we're not talking about no weirdo. What was his name? Jeff Flake. I want to say his name was Jeff Flake. We're not talking about that weirdo shit. We're talking about consenting adults. And you made a good point, because you got a lot of women out here who are complaining and say, "Oh, man, so these niggas ain't shit. These niggas broke. These niggas this, and this." But yet, to have fucked with a lot of these niggas who end up in that situation. But like you said,
Right,
if a man has a significant income and he's able to financially take care of all these things, is that not better than fucking with the broke man that you despise? I'm curious.
It's significantly better, and you got sister wives helping you raise your child, and you may not be ready for that. I know so many women, my sister specifically, that wasn't ready. She got 3 kids. She was not ready for none of them. And if she would have had help, our society don't allow it because we're conditioned to think one way. But if she would have been more beneficial being with a A1 type dude that was able to give her and her kids a better life instead of struggling all the fucking time going on government assistance and shit because she can't afford it because she's been fucking working since she was youth and wasn't able to go to school and fucking concentrate on a career or nothing like that to be able to, she had to survive for herself and her kids and make do. So she wasn't able to do none of that shit. She had got married to a sorry ass nigga, but what good does that make? Because you married, he a sorry nigga. So he couldn't do shit for you. Now you ain't married no more. Now you got 3 fucking kids, and how is your sexual market value with 3 kids and the fucking barely fucking making it off, and you can't afford welfare because they make you have to damn near be poor to fucking even get on this shit. So yeah, I agree, man. I think that's a better situation. It may not be idealistic for today's modern woman, but fuck, man. Like I said, man, if you give me that answer, or you can lay that plan out for me and give me an option to choose, shit, I would choose that better for my sister.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. Well, I thank you for sharing your perspective and your thoughts on that, brother AB. You know what I'm saying?
No problem, bro. No problem. Appreciate it.
All right. So here's my deal. First, I gotta say, I win. And you probably like talking about, Honcho, what the fuck you talking about? What you mean you win? Because, and as I told y'all at the very beginning of the stream, I enjoy playing devil's advocate, and everybody is mad. You mad, bro? What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling in to the den this evening?
Honcho, man, I got this fucking trooper who just been riding next to me this whole fucking time, and I'm trying not to get this ticket.
Yeah.
Ladies, just because you disagree with us does not make us problematic. It does not make us toxic. If you don't understand what we're saying, call in and give your understanding of it. Heidi, we love you, Heidi. Not all women are trying to be in a fucking cult. We talk about consenting adults. You're trying to tell me a woman wouldn't sign up for this? These same women who are fucking 80-year-old men just so they can get a free trip to Dubai, but they wouldn't sign up to be in the polygamist? To be in polygamy? Come on, y'all, stop this shit. And then you go on this tangent about how these women who are prostitutes have been psychologically damaged. So you mean to tell me none of these hoes decided to just go be workers of the street? So let me get this straight. All the strippers have been tricked. They all came to a job interview to work at the hospital, and all of a sudden niggas just put a magical pole there, and they started dancing? Come on, man. Then we talking about the power of choice, man. There are prostitutes who chose to be toots, man. Some of these prostitutes, they come from a long line of prostitutes. Some of these strippers come from a long line of strippers. That's how this shit works. We're talking about people who are signing up for this. Signing up. Not no manipulating and putting them in a cult. No, bro. That's not what I'm talking about. And y'all talking like these women have been like hypnotized or some shit. We have sister wives already. We have women who are having kids for successful niggas. So what's the problem? If a chick is willing to have Kobe's sixth daughter, what's the problem with her being Kobe's second wife? It's pretty much the same shit. He's going to have to give her a ring or a title. Consulting adults, a person who is of age, a person who is of legal mind and standard decides to enter into this relationship. What is the problem? Now, if you know, the black version of Charles Manson, you got all these hoes, under a spell, I'm not talking about that. I don't think Honcho was talking about that. Consenting adults. What's wrong with that? I don't get what was the disconnection here? And every last dude has said the same thing. If you can afford them, why would you not be allowed to do it? If you can afford them, consenting adult who has enough money to provide for his wives and his children, what is the problem? It's okay that you don't agree with us, but all the guys have been consistent. Have we not, Honcho?
I believe that they have. Every single caller was called in and said pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, we've all, and every last one of us all said the same thing. We're not saying we want to do it. We just saying ain't no problem with it. And it's crazy to me because the idea of polygamy makes us toxic and problematic. But the idea of your two homeboys marrying each other and adopting a kid and telling them this is natural, y'all cool with that shit though. That's what we having is a problem. But y'all dyke homegirl who keep tying her titties down and wearing these big ass polo shirts and them beat up ass Air Force Ones, y'all were cool with that shit. Y'all got some nerve. Still gonna talk about some nigga, y'all the one moving the goalposts because if the men are consistent with it, we on the same page. We all on the same page. If you have a wife and you got two of the women who consent to be your wife and they like the way you and your wife carry yourself, and you can afford to provide for those three wives, there's no problem with that. But then you sit up here and we're problematic or we're dumb or, what I'm saying, just showing us how much we lack education. Come on, man. I'm not talking about up here finding some beat-up bitch at a women's shelter, tricking her to be your third wife. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a consenting woman. Right. An IG model would do anything to go to fucking Hawaii and take pictures and put a caption on there, but she won't sign up to be somebody's third wife? Come on, man, stop that. Y'all lucky to stay true on my ass. I can't wait to get in the chat. Y'all are something else. Fuck with me.
I already prepaid. And that's all we saying, man. Because the thing about it is, Whether you like it or not, it's already happening. Okay, let me see what you got. We got a text message. Let me protect your ears real quick, just give you a call. This is Rob Myers' time that normally I would say anything, which monitors the control, disrespectful, to the treatment. Let's see, and who the hell Rob, man? You know what I'm saying? Y'all done did my boy Rob bad, man. Look. Y'all, let folks make it. I want to hear what people think. If you don't agree, y'all fire up that line. Y'all fire up that line and y'all express your points. Because I agree. I believe every man has said the same thing. No, I don't think any man here said that they want to do it. No man said that they would want to do it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hi, this is Shelly Long calling.
Shelly Long. I haven't seen you. You've been activated in the chat tonight. What's on your mind, Miss Shelly? How do you feel about tonight's topic?
I really don't have a problem with it.
That's what I'm talking
I just
about.
want to know if he's a disciplinarian, is he going to be hitting me with a stick or beat me up? Do I have to wear shabby clothes, you know?
No, it's the same as any modern day marriage. So we saying these things, people act like modern marriages don't have problems. They act like people ain't already stepping out in their own modern marriage. It's regular relationships. But it's a modern marriage. There are just other entities who are also married to the same individual. No beating. You know what I'm saying? We space age. We ain't on the gorilla pimping. We space age. We gonna use our words. You know, we gonna express our thoughts properly. We're not gonna get physical with you. You know, none of that off the wall stuff. None of the Middle East. You ain't gotta wear the what is the hijabi, the hijab. You ain't gotta wear the mask and all that stuff. You are free to be who you are as an individual, and you are free to express
I can talk shit.
Yeah, you can talk
I can
shit.
talk shit.
You can be who you want to be. If he accepts you as you are and says, hey, you know what? I want you as my wife. And then he says, hey, well, this other chick, she has a little personality, whatever. And he accepts him as wife. And, and I believe that if you're going to do that, you have to make sure everything is copacetic. So if you're the first wife, right? So he says to you, hey, hey, babe, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm thinking about. How do you feel? And you say, okay, well, I can accept that. I'm okay with that. Well, but I want to meet the chick, whatever. And he says, okay, well, this is who she is. Do you think that we'll be cohesive for our household? You the number one. So what they call it, the bottom bitch or whatever you want to call it, right? And so,
Topping.
And then you get to have your input and your say so. It's rules, it's structures. We got some numerical order or whatever going on. First get to have her input. Second, she maybe get a little say so over the third or whoever, whatever. Okay, but he makes sure that the situation does not interfere with what he already has going on because he wants to have a happy household. So you get to be you. It's just another party enters in, and then y'all embrace that like a family.
I don't have a problem with that, but I want a separate door. I don't want to see the women every day. I want to be able to shut off my side of the house.
Okay.
And yeah, you can go through the door if you want to, but I want to be separate. I don't want to babysit kids. I don't want to have to cook. I don't want to have to do nothing extra.
Whoa. Now, so hold on. Let's push the rewind button on that. Now, look, hey, we're going to have to come up with a schedule. You might have to cook every day. You know what I'm saying? Maybe every other day.
Wife number 4. Wife number 4 cooking too. If I'm number 1, I ain't going to do no extra duties. I ain't going to work unless I want to. Not, I want a gym in the house so I can stay in shape. But I don't think I have to. I don't think I should have to cook. I don't have to babysit.
What if we give you a membership? What if we give you a membership to 24-hour fitness? Is that good enough?
That'll work as long as I got my nice car. You putting the gas in and everything, and I go to the gym and I come back home. That'll work. I don't see nothing wrong with this. As long as you're not disciplining me, you're not hitting me upside the head.
Ain't no abuse. None of that shit. That's that
making me
shit.
sit in the corner. Yeah, that's fine. You be the only man. I just need one man. I just need you, and I hope you can give it to me every day. Mm. But I know you won't be able to give it to me every day because you won't be able to. But I want my needs fulfilled. I want my money. If I want a Louis Vuitton bag, I can get that, and we good. I don't mind doing it, and I don't have to have kids. If I don't have to have kids, I'm really good.
That's tough, man.
Do you require kids? Then it might be a problem.
Okay. You know.
You can get it from the other three. The other three can make the baby.
Well,
Just have a door.
what about
Just have a door.
what about a knockoff Louis bag, but it's like AAA, so it look real
No,
good?
see that ain't gonna work because you gonna have money to take care of all everything I need and whatever I want.
Okay.
And you can have as many wives as you can afford. I don't have no problem with that.
Okay. So
The women sharing the men anyway, but make sure you don't do a poor one. If you got a rich one and you got the share, it's better than sharing a poor man. You know what I'm saying?
Tell them, silly. That's what I'm talking about. If you're gonna do it, do it right. You know what I'm saying?
If you're gonna share, man, share one that got some money. Don't be sharing these old sorry, men who ain't got no money to take care of you. So I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a good idea. But unless you Floyd or Gates or somebody, it ain't gonna happen. So that's all I got to say.
Okay.
That's all I got to say. So I don't see nothing wrong with it. I think it's a good idea. I wouldn't even be jealous of the sex. I won't be jealous of the other women because I'm being taken care of.
Okay.
That's it.
That's what I'm talking about. See, you know what? I like Miss Shelley. You know what I'm saying? She, we on the same page. We good. She don't want to cook, but I mean, if you can hit up Postmates, I guess on the night you're supposed to cook, you can call up. You can order something. I guess we'll let you make it.
That's good. See, that's even better. Or did number 4 cook for us? See, did number 4 cook like she should have? And it would have been. That's it.
Already. I appreciate that, Miss Shelley. I appreciate you sharing your opinion.
All right.
Already.
Good night.
All right, good night. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. See, Shelly know what's really good. She knows what's happening. My father had to reply to that. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Doretha Gill.
Doretha Gill. All right, Ms. Gill, what's on your mind?
Well, I would like to pose a question and then my opinion about it.
Okay.
Why in the world, on the morning of the 30th, did Darian bring that child back to the apartment? He had to go to work, and she was leaving on a flight. Why did he not leave her at daycare where she was supposed to be?
I don't think she ever went. Personally, I don't think she ever went to daycare.
No, he never took her. So that means he intended to bring her back to the apartment. My thought is they intended to kill this child.
Yeah, because my thing is, if that was the case, because he could have easily did that. If he had a different intention, or if it was something different going on, he would have dropped her off or took her to daycare, whatever it was. He'd have went on to work. Brittany would have went on and caught her flight. And if it was just him, then he might have went back and got her out or something like that. But he brought her back home knowing that Brittany was home. So,
of course.
So yeah, there's definitely no way that she's just her hands are in this. Yeah.
Right. They had 3 sources that they thought they were going to get. One, insurance. If what we're hearing is true, that they had insurance on her, and nobody insures a 4-year-old. I'm a mother myself, and I never insured my child because you're not thinking that a 4-year-old is going to die anytime soon.
Correct.
2, GoFundMe. All these people, we have high-profile cases. You ask for $10,000 to bury the child, and you end up with a couple of $100,000 because people have sympathy and they want the family to have stuff left over and all of that kind of business. And then, okay, I'm losing my train of thought for the last one. The Lifetime movie. I believe she said it. because she said something like that before.
Hmm.
So, they, getting rid of, plus the child was a problem.
No.
To them, the child was a problem. You know, she had health issues. She was probably a little bit more difficult to take care of, and this was their meal ticket.
Yeah, I agree. and I something interesting I saw, and but I can't remember the name of the channel. I know she came through here one night, and I'm gonna remember it. But what she had said was, there was a video of Brittany a few years back. Somebody anonymously paid for her like her layaway at Walmart for a bunch of Christmas gifts, right? And
yes, I saw that.
And it was a good point that was made, was why was she the only one interviewed? If several, if the Good Samaritan or whatever you want to call it came through there and paid for a bunch of people's stuff anonymously, why was she the only one? Did she reach out to the news? I mean, because how would you know unless she reached out and said something to, reached out to a news organization or someone to get that attention? How would the news know that your specific layaway got paid off? So that's something that may reinforce that she has attention-seeking behavior or her selfishness, because even with that, she talked mainly about herself. She briefly mentioned, it was cool for the kids, but then if you looked at those toys too, it was mainly boys' toys, and you didn't really see anything. I know that Malia was 1 year old, I believe, at that time, but somebody noticed that, like I said, there was just some really odd things that went on in that video also. So again, that Lifetime movie thing, it kind of correlates to that to me, because she probably wants some type of television, fame or something of that nature. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and the other part about that particular video is she was a totally different person. Articulate, no cursing, just, it was almost like an audition.
Yeah.
It was weird. I have seen some of the her voicemails, her emails, and her Facebook posts and all of that, and she's barely literate on those things. And then here you look at this video for the giveaway, and it's suburban housewife.
Yeah.
It's like a whole different person. And I thought it was a big coincidence that she was at the Walmart where she ended up leaving the car.
I didn't think about that.
That's the same Walmart. Yeah, that's the exact same. I live out here. That's the same Walmart.
Yeah, that's tough.
So, I mean, she's very familiar with that area, but these are about the dumbest criminals I have. This area of Texas has more cameras than it is about as bad as Chicago, New York, any place you will ever live. There are cameras every place. Every place. They didn't think about cameras at Methodist Hospital. They didn't think about all of the intersection cameras at every place they travel on Highway 6. All along the way, not to mention that little mall, that little plaza where they left the Nissan cameras. So I would say that the police have her on. If she drove him to Methodist and then left that car in front of that little plaza in front of Walmart, they've got her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm curious. I'm curious because we haven't really heard anything about that. I noticed there was plenty of cameras there, so they had to see whoever dropped the car off, and that's kind of something that I've been waiting for. They've had that for quite some time, so I'm sure they're just waiting, maybe to tie that in with something else. Maybe they were waiting for I don't know what it is that they were waiting on, but I know they had to have seen, or maybe it could be that the camera is grainy or something like that. But they have a body shape, and her size is noticeable. So if it was her helping out, they know. If it was somebody similar to Darion, his brother looks damn near just like him. They know something. They have an idea of who assisted in that.
I think that in the next day, as soon as they find out, they get definite identification, a whole bunch of stuff is going to come out. Not to mention that I expect them to arrest her because I have no doubt, I'm like you, there is no way that child went in that house that morning and she didn't know.
Yeah.
That place is too small for that kind of thing. And a 4-year-old is never going to come quietly into any house. She was already bouncing up and down as she walked behind Darion.
Yeah. And that's the
So
thing.
you're going to tell me that she went in the house nice and quietly, went in her room, and stayed for an hour and a half? No.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because again, when you look at that, and I mentioned that, it looked like he was already, the distance between them showed that he didn't care to me. But at the same time, if you look at it like that, that shows he wasn't trying to sneak her into the house. Because if he was trying to sneak her back into the house, he probably would have had her in his arms or something like that. Not a situation where, it's almost like, two people coming in almost at separate times, I'm sure he held the door open for her or whatever else. But I don't believe he tried to sneak her in to have that much distance apart. She said she was on the patio. I'm not sure which way the patio was facing or whatever, but I'm sure she
it
had
faces
awareness.
the street.
Okay, so yeah, she knows.
The patio faces the street.
So she knows.
So when you're walking up to the apartment, the patio is just to the left, facing the street. So and the slats are not butted up against each other. So if you're walking up, whoever is on the patio, you can see them, and they can see you.
Yeah.
And a neighbor, and then on the morning that he was supposed to be knocked out, whatever lie he told, the neighbor said they saw him on that very patio. He looked at them, they looked at him, he was out there smoking. And she said he's taller, so she said, and he didn't have any scratches on his forehead at the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, their stories don't add. They intended to harm this child. This is no accident.
Yeah.
And it's not just Darion.
I agree.
The mother needs to go, and I hope they know that Texas does not play when it comes to children. So, it won't be any jail time. It's going to be, we're looking at a death penalty case.
Oh, I agree. And then when that happens, and if that's the charge, like I say, if they want, because they're going to charge him soon, and because they were talking about the murder charge should be coming in soon for him after once the body's ID'd, I'm sure that's going to happen. And once they start, and that possibility of capital punishment, he's going to start talking, and he's going to start releasing everything that happened in that whole situation.
I agree. I told my husband that today. I said that very thing. I said once he finds out they're talking about killing him, all that stuff he's been holding back and trying to protect Brittany, it's going to go away. It's going to go away. He's going to tell it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I had.
Okay. Miss Gill, like Johnny Gill.
I'm sorry?
I said Gill like Johnny Gill, the artist.
Yes.
Okay. My. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing that with us this evening.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. All right, appreciate that call. At the end, it's like, and that's what y'all gotta understand too. And at the end, if you want to call in, if it's something different on your mind, we're usually open to talking about it. So it ain't always got to be on point with the thing. Man, what's the motherfucking deal? Now, Miss Johnson. Now you say, how can a polygamous marriage be a truly loving relationship? It can honestly be a financial transaction. How can each wife be assured that a trust must true? How can that be assured in a modern day marriage? You have so many marriages that are based on nonsense. You have a lot of men who marry trophy wives. Do you think that they genuinely love the man they're with, or do you think that they love the things that he can provide for her, and he loves the body that she presents? So I think that can go both ways. I mean, we have modern day relationships that don't work that way. So, and that's, I think that anything you can say about a polygamous relationship, you can say about a one-to-one relationship. I don't think there's anything that you can say differently about either one of them. And I agree, that the money doesn't make it different. But again, a well-off relationship of just a man and a woman, or if you got money, if you don't have money, the majority of marriages end up in divorce no matter what. And that's the majority of marriages are not polygamy. So what's going to change? What is going to change? The financial number to reach for polygamy to be acceptable, I said it'd have to be a couple of $100,000 personally, but you have people who are getting married. The average one American income is like $40,000. So I mean, if the average American is getting married, then why not make it 80,000? Again, I don't think that's enough, but I would say you probably need to be making like at least $200,000 personally. You know what I mean? And 50-50 is not a thing. If in a marriage is to be 100-100. So you're telling me that two people are just giving half their effort? It should be 100-100. 50-50 should be a no marriage. Everybody should be giving their all to everything. So I don't necessarily believe that. So that's my stance on that. And again, I feel like I've been successful, you know. Well, 50-50. Okay, so if you marry, let's see, and again, I think it should be probably about close to 100,000 for each additional wife. So let me clarify that. So you know, what? Or just another man for? But here's the thing: are they not having their cake and eating it too outside? If a man has that in his nature, if a man has in his nature to be promiscuous, to commit adultery, he's going to do it whether it's sanctioned or not, or however you want to identify, however you want to call it. So my thing is, if the woman is accepting, and he's saying this is the woman, or these are the women that are a part of our family, our marriage, and your initial wife is accepting of these women and say, hey, you know what, I condone this, because there are people who have open relationships. We had a caller called in and spoke on her parents' polygamous relationship. So here's my thing is, it's consenting. Let's take ourselves out of it, because every man called in today and said that they think it's okay, but they would not want to do it. No man, I don't think any man called in tonight and said that they want a polygamous relationship, unless they hit the mega millions and could afford it. But no man wants to deal with, it's not even about the money. Most of the men, their reasons were having to manage these women, having to deal with their emotions. They talked about all the things that the average woman wants in a regular relationship, and all the women overlooked that. Every man called in and said, a woman has needs emotionally, mentally, you have to give time to her. All these things that women say they want. And every man who called in addressed every one of those things. The women overlooked that and started talking about broke men, and started talking about cheating, and started talking about all these other things personal experiences, not into the conversation that we were having. And so all I'm saying is this. But a lot of people never have true intimacy with one woman. And that's my thing, man. It's like I say, if a few hundred K is not enough for one woman child, then nobody should be having children. Because the majority of people in America are only making 40,000, and there's kids everywhere. The average American makes 400,000. We always talk about the 1%ers in America. $400,000 is the 1%er. So if you're telling me that if you're a top 10, top 5%er, you in America, it's not enough, I don't believe that. She definitely wants a whole lot of stuff, or you want a lot of luxury cars and a lot of other things. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with getting money. Get as much money as you want to get, have as much money as you want to. But I disagree with you completely on that. I disagree. If you're making $100,000 a year, you're doing all right. But if $400,000 a year is the 1%er, because people complain about, the 1%ers in America, this, and this. In America, $400,000 a year is 1%. So again, you can live comfortably. If you have a big enough house, you can go get you a big enough house. Well, I don't know where y'all live, but in Texas, you can get you a big enough house for $500,000. You know what I'm saying? You can go get you a big enough house. You can have rooms for all your wives. You can have a little shed in the back for that one wife when she acting up. And I'm just fucking with y'all, because I ain't talking about beating and disciplining the wife. Don't lock your second wife in the shed. All I'm saying is this. If people are making, you got people you got couples who probably working at McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Making maybe $20,000 a year, and they got 2 or 3 kids. So what if a man says, hey, let me upgrade you. You was working at McDonald's, you can come live with me, I'll marry you. I'll even take the one kid you already got. I want you to be my wife, whatever. Is that not a better option for her than continuing to fuck with the dude who's, working the register or working the drive-through? If a man has a couple $100,000, it's significant, but about 10, 20, 30 times what the other dude is making. You know what I mean? And I've already said, if there was to be a divorce, I think that, because we're talking about if this was legal. If there was to be a divorce, then I think the money should be divided up on the number of kids that each woman bared. So say you have two wives and one woman had 2 kids, the other one had 1. Well, then, she's going to get 67% or 60 whatever percent, 67%, the other woman gets 33%. And I know you have to say, oh, that's unfair or whatever it is. So, kids got to eat. Everybody has to make sure they're taken care of. That's the way I would look at it. So again, where's Elijah Wan? So hey, now y'all leave my boy Elijah Wan alone, man. We ain't gonna bring Elijah Wan in this. Pimping. Now, boy, y'all been hanging around Heidi too long. It's not pimping if a woman consents. A woman consents to sleeping with married men every fucking day. Every day. If one of his wives cheats, she's cut out the wheel. I'm loving it this evening. I know I done got y'all riled up, so I'm with it, cause y'all be attacking the men folk. I'm loving it. I'm rocking with it. So all I'm saying, man, but a prostitute, I'm not gonna say all of them. Some motherfuckers do get caught up in that life. They get forced into the life. But there are a lot of women these days willingly prostituting themselves. You go on Instagram and that chick got booking info on her shit, and she's a bad bitch, and she all this, and this, and she's celebrating her lifestyle. She going overseas. She doing all that. That is prostitution, and they're happy about it. They happy to show off their little bag. They happy to show off their little trip or whatever. America celebrates prostitution these days. Okay, America is celebrating prostitution. So it's my thing is, let's not double standard, because hey, if she want to get it, hey, let her do what she do. Let her put the other day, this is what the women were saying. Let me take this shit off. My ears getting hot. The other day, women were saying, let a woman put a price on her pussy if she wants to. This is what was being said. This you cannot deny. Y'all were saying, let a woman put a price on her pussy if she wants to. It's her pussy. She only got one. Don't let a man beat your walls up and not give you anything. Now, we're saying if a man is financially stable enough to take care of you because there may be another woman in the picture, this is unacceptable. Even if you want to do it, it is unacceptable. That's what I'm not understanding. This is what we were talking about, double standards and going back and forth and doing all these other things. This is all I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. If a woman is willing to do it, so if a woman is a willing prostitute, it's okay, but it's not okay if she's willing to get into another relationship. You got to take yourselves out of it. Take yourselves out of the company. This is what we've been saying. Take yourselves out, because y'all are looking at, I would never do this. Me, I couldn't do this. Y'all aren't looking at it as a woman, a third party that is not you, who is willing. Y'all know, every last one of y'all know a chick who would do it. I don't care what you say. If you think about it long, you got probably one in your family. You got one. It's unacceptable for you. It's unacceptable for you. Women are doing this shit every day. Basketball players, whoever else, whatever else. They know that these niggas got a wife at home. Baseball players, they talk about having the road family at home. Man, there are women who know that these men are married, because what can they do? Especially in this day and age. Y'all keep going back to the have another man. That's not expanding the procreation. And I've addressed this like 4 times of this stream. This is a completely different conversation. Look, all I'm saying is this. If women have rights to do whatever they want to, y'all are saying women can do whatever they want to. We live in a new day and age, but they can't go get married in a situation where they have an additional wife. But they can be single forever and struggle if they got to struggle, or be independent, whatever you want to call it. That's okay. But if a man says, hey, I have a wife, my wife is okay with this, and we would like to bring you into our family, that is not okay. But they choose to do it. If they choose, you have to be accountable for your decisions, right? You know what I'm saying? If you have to, I'll never give up, Rashid. You know I ain't giving up. Because the thing is, I know y'all are gonna be steadfast in your ways, and that's fine. But y'all are not right. Okay? She can't have she can't have more than one kid at one time. If I had 3 wives and I got them all pregnant once, I'd have 3 on the way at one time. If I'm fucking this chick and somebody else fucking this chick, she gonna have one or the other. And we gonna have to wait 9 months and some sew up time and some other stuff before she has another one. Ain't no way. So that's what I'm saying. So that's not benefiting procreation. Hey, I might be young. I want to have 3 this year. And bow, we can make it happen. If she has 1, then she has to wait. And then it's going to be 2 or 3 years before we have those 3. It is what it is. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening? Man.
Pre-Concho. I hear you, man. I hear you.
But I don't want those 3.
On the road today, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, man. It was a little toasty in the garage. So I was gonna put the preacher robe on, to fire it up tonight. You know, brother, pastor, deacon, father, rabbi, Honcho. But it's a little toasty in here tonight, man. So maybe next Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
What's going on? This is the boy man up here, man. I just want to say, Honcho, you know what I'm saying? We had these topics almost every night. Well, I ain't gonna say almost every night, but a lot. I'll put it like that. And man, I'm just gonna tell you this here. You're wasting your breath, dog. Yeah. I get what you're saying, and I understand what you're doing. But dude, you're wasting your breath, man.
I already know.
Because as soon as I turned you on, man, I was listening to you, and I'm like, he said the same thing like 10 times already. It's like they not listening. I mean, I had the same arguments with my wife all the time too. It's like I'll say something, but then she'll twist my words. Like for example, I said one time, "How come a woman does this?" "What you mean all women?" "I didn't say all women. I said a woman." And she said, "Well, if you say that means all." I said, "Well, if I ask you to give me a cup out the cabinet, you gonna give me all the cups in the cabinet?"
I don't know.
No. So it's like, come on now. So don't be trying to twist my words. But like I said, man, you're wasting your time, dog. I put it like this here. I'm not to the den a few minutes ago.
Yeah, let me properly explain it to you so that way you're not misconstrued by anything. The topic was, even though people have altered it and added their own little caveats, is if a man can financially afford, and if it was legal in America to have polygamous marriages, and a man could financially afford multiple wives, is it wrong? Should it be allowed? Should it be legal? And so what happened is that somehow we started talking about broke niggas, what they not doing now. Polygamy is not legal now. So what we start adding all these extra things to it. So what I'm saying, and what every man who has called in has said, for the most part, is, if you can afford it, do it. I wouldn't want to deal with it because of all of the other stuff that has to be dealt with. A woman has needs, and so they addressed all the woman's needs and everything else, but yet the women don't want to talk. They've been going on some other stuff. They going free range today. They ain't trying to hear. They hate us. They hate the men in the den. They done took over the den. They don't love us no more.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this. Me personally, if that's your business, you do your thing. Me, hell no, I'm not gonna do it because I can barely handle one woman. So when I be saying this stuff on TV and stuff, I'm like, how in the hell can he deal with 3, 4 wives? Man, I can barely deal with one. She gets on my damn nerves. It is what it is, and I know I get on her nerves. So it's a back and forth thing. Yeah. But it's like, and then you're right for what you said. All the other guys call in. Women do have needs that it's kind of hard for a man to meet. So, and then some women want more than the other, and then some women is going to get jealous because you're spending more time with that one. And I don't want the extra headache. That ain't nothing but a damn headache, and I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's hard being with one woman, taking care of one woman. So how in the hell? But that's their business. I'm not even going to get on that. That's whoever do it, I'm not knocking you. More power to you. It's your business. You do you. You know what I'm saying? But me personally, no. Because I like I said, I have a headache dealing with one. So I damn sure can't deal with 3, 4, 5 damn wives. And this is a show that used to come on, I forgot what channel, called Sister Wives, where this man was married to like 5 different women. And I used to watch that, and I'm like, how, man? Because it's one woman will want this, then he got to go to the store and get what she wants. Then the next woman will say, I want to go here to eat, and he'll go out to eat with her, after he getting off from work for the day, you know what I'm saying? And then he had, like you were just saying right before I called in, he had a house with a nice size house. Each wife had their own room. Yeah. So and then if he had a kid with that one, that won't be in the room with that particular wife. So I'm like, I'm listening, I'm watching it. I used to watch it, and I was like, I don't understand that. I said, you know what? I'm not knocking nobody. Everybody has their own beliefs. Everybody do their own thing. You know what I'm saying? Even though I think it's stupid, but it's not me. So, and then I saw somebody in the chat talking about if the wife, can the fourth wife cheat and get another man? Hey, that's their business. They do what they do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. But me personally, that's a hell no. That's all I'm going to put it like that. Because like I said, I just have a hard time dealing with the wife I got. So, and my little girl. So hell no. And my sisters and my mom. So what in the hell I want to add another woman to that? That don't make no damn sense to me. But anyway, so, excuse me, sorry about that. So, no, I would not do nothing like that. That's just me. Because that's a full-time job in itself. So why would you waste? I don't know. I can't even explain that. So,
okay. So one of the caveats
on that one.
One of the caveats I threw out early on was because I talked about how there are many more women in America than men, right? And then you have a lot of single mothers and things like that too. So if these men were willing to take on these women, what would be wrong? I mean, again, like I said, you and I and every other man here said we don't want to deal with it. There are some men who are willing to, because this is happening. It's happening in America. So that's the problem. Like people are trying to ignore. It's like it's happening. People are in. This is why we speak. It exists. So people are doing this all over the country. People are doing this. It's not it's not a popular thing. Everybody ain't doing it. But people have called and say, "Hey, I know a couple. I know this couple. I know these people, and they pretty happy." So it's happening. Okay. So we can't act like, oh, it don't work. It ain't. Apparently, it's working. They're doing it for you. They're continuing the process, whatever else it may be. Okay. Because regular marriages aren't working these days. So you can't say, oh, it ain't gonna work because it is. Because you got your average marriage only lasting a couple of years, and you got people who've been married 3, 4, 5 times. So I get where people are coming from, but my thing is to say, hey, I want to bring you into a fold. We build a big family. You have, we always talk about it takes a village to raise a child. So now you have a couple of nurturers for the children. If the man is going out and he's taking care of all the work, not asking the wives to work, but people is mad because the wives can't work. We taking away their right. All this other stuff. If the wives don't want to work, they don't have to. If they want to work, fine. Like these are the options. The man is not taking any of your rights away. He's just embracing you as a wife along with other women. Okay. And so my thing is, if a man is willing to do that, is that it? Do you see that as being wrong, or do you think that could be does that help out the problem with a lot of these fatherless children, or situations like to have a male role model in the house? Do you think it would do more harm to those kids?
Well, me personally, I must say this here. I think that it's going to do harm to the kids, and let me explain what I'm saying. Because here's the thing. In the back of that man's mind, he knows those are not his kids, so he's not going to be really fully developed to, connected to those kids as he would with his own. Now, I'm not saying he ain't going to be with the kids. Let's just go with the scenario here. He's going to try his best to be a father to those kids. But every man knows that when you're with a child that's not yours, you might love that child. I'm not saying you're not, but you know that if that's not your child, there's a possibility you're finna have some drama with the father. You know what I'm saying? Or there might be some drama with the child later on. Like, you're not my real dad anyway. Shit like that. Yeah. So that man is going to keep his guard up with those kids. Now, I also think it's going to harm the kids in a way because mom is already putting the child in a fucked up situation. See what I'm saying? Yeah. Because now you trying to find a father for your child instead of, instead of just, I ain't gonna say fucking any man because that ain't, because things can happen. But you with another man that's not that child's father, you trying to find a father for this child, and he might not be suitable. You know what I'm saying? He might think he might be ready. But once you get into a certain situation, sometimes you gotta say you'll end up saying, okay, no, this ain't for me. Just like that situation with that little girl that you've been covering for a while now, with that girl that got killed. Last I heard, they found her body in Arizona, I think, or Arkansas, or something like that.
Yeah, in Arkansas.
Arkansas, okay. But I'm not gonna get on that because I think that's pretty sad. I got a little girl myself, so I'm not gonna get on that. But I think, you know what I'm saying. Now I know there are situations with moms that, you know, maybe the father passed away, maybe the father just, I don't know, develop a drinking problem or a drug problem and start acting stupid, so you leave him alone. You know, I know things can happen. No, I get that in a relationship. I get that. But at the end of the day, when you go and you get a man that you know that has multiple wives and these wives got all these kids, you is kind of putting some crazy shit in the back of their mind. Because, you know, a child's mind is study developing, study growing, and what they see at home, not 9 times 10 is what they're going to do out in the real world. Even though I think I got my opinions on that as well too. I don't agree with that, but you know that does happen from time to time. But that's just what I see. That's just what I believe. And for myself, put it like this, I'm using myself as an example. I told y'all before, my dad died when I was 6 years old. He died of cancer. I mean, of course, my mom's going to move on. She's going to have a boyfriend, you know, here and there. Of course, that's life. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking that. So when she do get a boyfriend, you know, she got kids at home. Of course, we're going to look at this dude sideways, you know what I'm saying? Who the fuck is this? All that crap. You know what I'm saying? So now you're putting that man as well, too, in an awkward position. So you're putting the child and the man in an awkward position just so you can be happy, you can have the lifestyle that you want, or so you don't have to work or whatever the case may be. So I think, my personal opinion, to answer your question, I think that it's selfish all the way around. I think what it is, because put it like that, to me, that's no different than people that like to be swingers. You know what I'm saying? You're going around, you're having sex with all these different people, and you know, that can cause some problems in the end. Because I think you did a video about this before, about that couple that, I heard you talking about it, I feel like that, about that couple that was having a threesome, sent the girlfriend home on the bus, she came back and burned down his house for feeling some type of way. See what I'm saying? So that's why I say when you're doing stuff like that, you got to really, really study your homework with people and your kids. So you got to be smart about these things. See what I'm saying? So I wouldn't personally do nothing like that. That's just me. But I'm not knocking anybody on what they do. Your business, your life, you do you, but not me. So let me ask you this here, though. This was a few years ago. Well, no, I'm going to say like 2 years ago, whatever. It was a man that put an ad on Facebook, I think it was, whatever the social medias, for if women want to, you know, have a mixed baby, come to the mall, he'll knock them up. And women was doing it.
What?
And, yeah, I kid you not. So that's basically the same thing of what you're talking about. Women was actually going, and I hate to say it like this, but it's true. If you, I'm going to find it, I'm going to try to send it to you if I can find it. But and I saw this on the news one day because like 3 of those women tried to put him on child support because they wanted a mixed baby. And then ended up feeling some type of way because somebody got in their ear, so now they want to go put this man on child support. And this man was in that bathroom for like, I forgot what it said, but for a few days, he knocked up at least a good 60 women.
Wow.
Gave them mixed kids like they wanted. And I hate to say it like this, but it's true. When I find it, I'm going to send it to you, you'll see it. It was all black women that went to this white man to have mixed kids. And it's like, so that's basically the same thing of what you're saying. You're putting yourself and your child in a messed up situation because of your selfish needs and wants. You're not thinking about that innocent child. So that's why I say or yourself, period. You're just thinking about I guess you could say what things may look like in the long run instead of what things are going to be right now. You're thinking about, you know what I'm saying? You're not thinking about what it is that you're actually doing. I'll put it like that. So I just think this whole situation, this whole thing, yeah, because, you know, these polygamists, if I'm saying it right, I can never say the word right, that stuff happening, you know, in Utah for the most part, and some other states as well, too, but it's like, I don't understand it. I just can't do it. I just don't understand these things because at the end of the day, I come home from work to my wife and my little girl. Them two get on my damn nerves already. So why in the hell would I want to have a second, third, fourth, fifth wife? Hell no, I can barely deal with my wife and my little girl. They already get on my damn nerves. Then let's just say I go to my mom or my sister. Oh my God, I can't deal with all these women. So why in the world I put myself in a predicament to have even more women in my life? No, I'm not going to do all that. All I'm going to say, and then so I just think that's ridiculous. But me, I wouldn't do it. You do it. That's you. But then I did hear somebody say it was a lady called. No, I heard somebody say something about chasing a bag. Look, and then I did hear you say about Instagram models. They do crap like that all the time. They know they get with these married men. For example, what's that man's name? Offset. There we go. Okay, you know, it was that woman that they were crying on social media because I wasn't trying to break up him and Cardi B. I didn't know it was to go. Bullshit. You know this man is with that woman and have a baby by her. Come on now. She's supposed to be pregnant again, from what I've heard people say, and I'll put it like that. And so I say this all the time too. It's like people they just want to be, I don't know, in some kind of spotlight because they're not, famous or whatever. So they want to be in some kind of spotlight by doing something stupid and not really think about the whole big picture. If that makes sense, what I'm saying. So I'm gonna go ahead and end this, man, because I know somebody else want to call in. But I'm just gonna say this here. Me, no, I would not do it. But you do you.
Already. Appreciate the input, Mr. Man Up. And, again, like I say, I think you're in accord with everybody else. No man here says that they want to do it. But y'all mad. Why y'all so mad, ladies? You know we love y'all. We ain't trying to, we having these hypotheticals and y'all trying to kill us. I don't understand. But Mr. Man Up, I appreciate your call there, man.
Well, since you said that, I'm sorry, I got one more thing. I apologize.
Hey, man, do your thing.
That is true. You're giving the hypotheticals. And when every man is saying no, why would the women be upset? That means that man is faithful. He don't want to be with more than one woman. That don't make no sense to me. Don't you want a faithful man? Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. Because I didn't watch the whole show, so maybe there's something that I'm missing. But I'm just going by what you're telling me right now. So that don't make no sense. Why would you be upset? You should be like, okay, cool. He ain't going to try to have 3 or 4 women on his arm. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's my kids, then duh. But you know what I'm saying? So I don't get it. But anyway, yeah, that's my call, man. I'll holler at you, man. I'm going to go back and watch the show.
All right, man. I appreciate the call, man.
All right, have a good one now.
All right, you too. Okay, so ladies, because y'all have been angry. Ain't this June? Ain't this like the month of marriage and all that stuff? It's supposed to be a happy time. It's summertime and all that other good shit. Has one man said, shit, some of y'all mad, some of y'all peeved, some of y'all big mad, some of y'all slandering the young men in the den. But it's all good. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? What's on your mind? Correct.
All three make profits every time. Fuck it, then I get the money. Fuck it, then I get the money. What exactly the fuck does that mean? Fuck it, then I get the money.
Oh, hold on. My fault. I done hit you with the Roman, man. Please bring that back for him. Please bring that back for him.
Every time I read the chat, I get more frustrated. The 3 top female artists right now and groups is Cardi B, City Girls, and Megan Thee Stallion. Am I correct?
Correct.
All 3 make prostitution music. Am I correct?
This is absolutely right.
Cardi B got a song, Fuck Him, Then I Get Some Money. If your morality can't be bought, why the fuck is she singing this shit and y'all bobbing y'all head to it? All city girls talk about is scamming niggas for money. They talking about fucking people, husband and boyfriends, taking their money. So what exactly are y'all so offended by? All Megan Thee Stallion talk about is fucking people, men. She just had a song talking about some. If you don't like it, I'm a fucking man, and he gonna like it. So what are y'all talking about? These are the top of y'all artists and ladies. If all the men are being consistent, what are y'all so upset for? Y'all talking about slavery, Hitler. Man, ain't nobody said nothing about none of that bullshit. Y'all talking about Saudi Arabia putting people wearing Habib or Jeep. Man, nobody talking about that shit. There are women who are having kids by married men already. We're telling you, eliminate the side bitch term. My side chick and just put a ring on it. Now we all one family. All the kids are living together. Brandon said he needs to be convinced why this should be legal. Well, nigga, ain't nobody convinced you that gay marriage should be legal, but here we are. Here we are. Y'all keep saying, what about the kids? What about the kids? So let me get this straight. Y'all okay with sitting down with a 10-year-old explaining to him why he got two daddies and no mama, but y'all worry about the kids if he say, hey, you got a whole bunch of brothers and sisters? Because daddy decided to have a big family and decided to procreate?
And they already do. They just don't know where they at nowadays.
Thank you. So basically what we're trying to say is we're trying to legalize something that y'all doing behind closed doors anyway. And somebody made a comment about R. Kelly. And I know she said it and she was wrong in the way she used it, but let's talk about the R. Kelly situation. He has two in-house girlfriends, does he not?
Yeah.
Johnson and Azrael, both of legal age, both of consenting age. Now let me get this straight. Y'all gonna tell me that R. Kelly was tricking these women? That he was somehow hypnotizing them? The motherfucker can't read, so which one is it? He's illiterate, so pick one. Which one is it? Are they consenting to live with this man and secure the bag? Or is he tricking these women? And, y'all talking about how the women's psyche has been damaged. Which one is it? Let me guess. Nobody care about these black women. He goes in here and he plots on these black women who nobody loves them. These hoes love R. Kelly. You want to know why? Because they drip in Chanel every day. Because they like the Balenciagas, the one look like socks. Because every time they name a name brand, R. Kelly run out there and buy it for them bitches. That's how this shit works. Just because you aren't for sale, ladies, does not mean there's women who are not for sale. Again, all these prostitutes, they ain't all had terrible childhoods. All of them wasn't traumatized and seen some shit that made them run to the streets and get a pimp. No, that's not true. There are lots of them who are out here. In fact, there are more of them who are willingly prostitutes than there are who've been forced into the game. Not all of them have been sexually trafficked and made them go out here and sell their body for money and clothing. That's not true. Nobody hypnotized all the strippers and made them run to fucking Dreams and fucking what's the other one on the north side? Club Onyx. Yeah. Everybody didn't hypnotize the bitches. They did this on their own. Like y'all, now it's not that what we saying don't make sense. If Honcho broke it down to y'all and like he broke it down to its simplest form, y'all just won't accept it. So y'all gonna tell us that, well, just because it's legal don't mean it's right. But your gay partners got married was legal and it's right. Y'all ain't beefing with that. I just think it'd be a lot easier for me to explain to my kids that they got a brother and sister who they haven't met yet than me having to sit down and tell my kids, well, daddy married to a man now, and so he gonna be wearing dresses and shit when he go to work. And long ass red bottom shoes and shit and wearing wigs and shit now. I'm still your daddy. You just got a whole new daddy. Now that was cool to y'all. Y'all was straight with that shit. But a man with another wife, that's enough is enough. Y'all can't be bought. That's terrible. I've seen enough. I've heard enough. When y'all can't accept something because you wouldn't do it, y'all get with the name calling. Y'all get to moving the goalposts, talking about a whole bunch of shit. Then we had to talk about domestic violence. We're not talking about beating up our second wife. We talking about living a happy home together. Don't nobody want to go beat up the wife number 3 or wife number 4. We all want to be living together. We doing it on the side anyway. We just figure we all come together, everybody get married and be one big ass house, because that's what the polygamy is doing. Correct? Like, that's what motherfuckers do, live in one big ass happy household.
Yes. Yes.
Again, if you can afford this lifestyle, what is wrong with it? If you can afford it, what's wrong with it? The wild part about it is, we ain't had a lady yet say it's a problem with if you can afford it. Even had some agree to it. So if a woman decides she don't want to have kids, and you already got kids with your other wife, she decided to come and join the family, and she pretty much want to be your trophy wife. She just want to be the woman that keep the house up and look good when you go places. What's wrong with that? They doing it anyway. They fucking Mr. Tim, the 80-year-old man who retired. He flying to Hawaii and Dubai and to fucking Bali. She take pictures. They get a whole bunch of likes. Nobody ever see the man. Ain't nobody seen Mr. Tim. They know he paying for everything, though. What's the difference? Come on, man. Come on, man. Enough is enough. It's okay for us to call a spade around here. It damn sure ain't a diamond. What you got for me, Honcho?
Man, I'm just trying to figure out how we know such famous names like Marilyn Monroe and Anna Nicole Smith, and people like that who are held at a high standard in certain communities, and how did they get there? If this is a thing that doesn't happen, it's only men who are doing these type of acts.
I have a question, Honcho, because before Heidi went on her tangent and ran off from the chat, she kept on doing a poll of unemployed den women, right? And of course, all the women say they got a job, and then she named all the men who she say don't have a job, or whatever the case may be. Heidi, do me a favor. Do a poll and tell me of the women in the den who have a Marilyn Monroe poster in their house somewhere. Y'all turned Marilyn Monroe into an icon. She was fucking JFK, and they created a whole different exit for her to leave the White House so no one would see her. This is a fact. She'd have been number one for as a polygamist. She just simply couldn't get married to the man. You don't think JFK wouldn't have married her? He was risking life and limb in the White House as the president while fucking her. So y'all most iconic fashion person. I mean, come on, Honcho. You mean to tell me, first and foremost, all the fellas in the den, I want every last one of y'all right now to put a thumbs up if y'all ever smashed a chick and went to a house and she had a Marilyn Monroe poster somewhere. A picture somewhere in the house of Marilyn Monroe.
Let me go ahead.
They love Marilyn Monroe. What you think? How you think she got to where she's at? She literally fucked her way to the top. Some of y'all getting ready to vote in this Democratic race. Kamala Harris was a fucking a married man. What y'all think this is? Who was the other one you named? Anna Nicole Smith. How many women clapped and loved Anna Nicole Smith? What, Nicki Minaj rapping about her? I don't understand it, Honcho. It's like these people exist, but for some odd reason we move the goalposts and act like it never happened. You think Monica Lewinsky went there into the Oval Office and got on her knees and had no idea Hillary was there? That Bill Clinton was married? She had no idea, huh?
No, I don't think so.
Someone tricked her. Bill Clinton tricked her. I just don't understand I don't see how these men are so dumb but keep tricking all these women when they married. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. The chick who ruined Jeff Bezos' marriage, she had no idea that Jeff was married. Never knew Jeff had a wife. Or here's an idea, ladies. She didn't give a fuck. They never give a fuck. They got a type of money where they don't care no more. All these athletes are married. All these athletes have kids already. And guess what these women do? Breaking their neck to get to their house. Breaking their neck. That's it for me, Honcho. I'm frustrated. I'm done.
All right. Appreciate the comment.
Y'all be blessed.
Already. Now, you said something right there. Men use money and power, but I thought morality, again, this is what we're saying. Just because it applies to you doesn't mean it doesn't apply across the board for other people. And that's all we saying. Every man in here said, hey, they okay with it. They wouldn't do it, so it don't apply to them that they want to do it. But hey, if people want to do it, let them do it.
And I can't say what I want to say. This motherfucker's great, man. Like, if it's the internet and he's the girl to fucking pick her skin and fucking learn that I can say what the fuck I want, okay? And I didn't bring it up, all right? I was using it to make a point in the story where I was talking about racism towards blacks, but he can't pick up on that because he was sensitive.
Oh, you should have finished the call. That was classic. You should have finished the fucking call. That was classic. Man, send me whatever video that was. Man, text me the video I don't even remember what video that was. Text me that shit immediately. I need that right now. I need that shit now. Oh, man. I need that now. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling in the den this evening?
Hey.
Yes.
Hey, I called in earlier.
Okay.
I just wanted the response to prepaid.
Okay.
He's getting up here. I don't know what this goes to show you men really don't know what women are thinking and what women's motives are.
Okay.
Okay, he mentioned all of these women who slept around with married men.
Mm-hmm.
That's not an invitation. That is not a signal that women want to work together to be in a household with another woman. They sleep with this married man to bust that shit up so she could get in. It's competitive.
Well, what is that saying about women?
Example, no, but still, it does say, it might say something. It may say that, hey, she's dirty. She's playing the game dirty. She doesn't respect the marriage vows, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But all that does is show you that women do not work well. Ain't no sister wife polygamy bullshit, or because you cheated with me, why don't you just come in and join me? No, the whole point that she cheated with him is so that she could take her place. She'll have a baby thinking that that'll help take her place, eliminate the other woman, whether she's married to him or not. That ain't got nothing to do with sharing and polygamy, and it doesn't matter if you have money to take care of her. It doesn't matter if you have enough money to share, especially in the Western world. We want more. If you got 100,000, we want 1 million. If you got 1 million, we want 100 million. I mean,
so what you're saying is women are greedy?
That's just our culture. Our culture. We are not wired. We have not been bred to be that way over here. And you cannot make polygamy as a fix it to these men, like you said, depositing all kind of babies all over the town, and they're not taking care of them. That's not going to fix it. That's not going to fix it at all. Because like I mentioned earlier, when I called in earlier, a lot of times women get to these men like that. They're thinking that they could change him. They're believing that, hey, maybe he did that to her. He's not going to do that to me. I'm going to try it this way. I'm better than her. I'm cuter. I'm fine. Whatever kind of weird shit she's thinking in her mind. But at the end of the day, it's all about competitiveness. Woman wants that one good man to herself. She ain't gonna want to share no man if he got $50 billion. All that money got to go to me. All his time and his attention and his affection and his care, all of that is for one woman. We're not wired to be that way in the West. That's just it. Now, some of these other fellas, hey, go over to across seas and see how that works out for you guys. You said it earlier in the show yourself, Honcho, that created a lot of terrorist groups across the seas, across the ocean. So hey,
but that's on them though. That's on them. That's on the man to step. Then that means the man got to step his game up so he can be in that position. That means he has to get in his position. He has to get on his shit so he can be in that position. That's why America's different from these other countries, because America's a capitalist society where you have the opportunity to make some of yourself at any given time. That's the difference between here and there. So if a man sees, and that's how it's rocking, because that's how it's happening now. The woman, y'all said the other day, if a man can't take care of this, he can't pay for this, he can't buy me an expensive meal, he can't do this, that, and the third, I don't want to rock with him. So what is the difference. A man's gonna have to step his game up anyway, right?
I'm telling you now the difference is, see, men think that all they got to do is just go home and, get really big and this, but I don't think you guys are listening to the women. It doesn't matter how much money you got. It doesn't matter. It's not going to work. It's going to be, these women, Monica Lewinsky and all these ladies that prepaid names, they did it in hopes of, I'm telling you, they did it, women cheat in hopes that they could replace that woman, not join her. They do that to fuck things up, not create a family, not join. Oh, I want to come too. He's got enough money for both of us. No. Why do you guys think that? No way.
Again.
That's all I had to call in.
But what I'm saying
my
here,
nerves real bad.
okay, because what I'm saying here is y'all are not listening to, because y'all keep throwing these caveats, and this is the first thing I said: willing, consenting adult, and y'all skipped right over that and heard what y'all wanted to hear. The whole time, the consistency has been willing, consenting adults, regardless of how they feel now, because it's happening here in America. There are polygamists, every race, every culture.
Only way you could get those consenting adults, the only way you could get those consenting adults is if you're doing what R. Kelly did, which was groom those girls underage, and then he gets them.
I don't believe that's true.
They're of age, and they got no choice but
I'm not
to
gonna believe that's true. I don't believe that's true. I don't believe that's true,
That's
because the same way you have
consenting adult.
I can't believe that's true. There are women of all ages, I know this for a fact, that would be willing to engage in a situation like that. I don't think it has to be grooming. That may be a thing, it happens. But there are women of all ages, just because y'all may not agree with it, because y'all have been through whatever y'all been through and y'all have had y'all experience. I can't change y'all's mind. I can't convert y'all. Not trying to. This is why we've been saying.
They have theirs. Do you think? Okay, let me ask you this: in cultures that it is permitted, do you think those women are consenting over there across?
But we're not talking about those cultures.
I think Miss Heidi put she pointed it, beautifully in the chat.
Heidi ran away.
She was talking about, okay, those ladies over there, where y'all talking about where it's so natural as to do that. Ain't nobody consenting. It doesn't matter how many goats and how much land and how much money the Arabian prince got. These ladies are not happy.
How do you know?
It's exploitative.
How do you know? How do you know they're not happy? So you telling me they would be happy with sheep herders?
Over here, they want to bring it. They want to exploit women's vulnerability. A woman is poor. She's struggling. She's hustling in the street. She is upset. She's angry, and you think she's just gonna calm down and all that shit gonna go away?
Why is the woman all of that stuff?
$200,000 house.
Why is the woman doing all? If she poor and struggling, and her situation instantly upgrades, I think she gonna get right.
That to me, that's.
But why is she angry? Why is she angry, poor, and struggling?
Go out and get pimped.
Why is she angry, poor, and struggling? Why is that?
That's the reason why people get pimped.
But what I'm saying is, why is the woman angry, poor, and struggling? So every woman in America is angry, poor, and struggling,
or whatever. No.
That's what you're saying. Because you're disavowing. Because what you did, you didn't got the passport. You didn't went overseas. We talking about here in America. So you talk about them, and I guarantee the women who are in a relationship where there are multiple wives are much happier being married to that Saudi Arabian prince than being out there in the sun herding goats with some sheep herder walking across the desert or whatever else they got. I guarantee they're much happier. My thing is this: we're talking about here in America, and then you start saying the woman is angry, this, and this. We're talking about a consenting adult. So if she's consenting and she's willing to do it, why would she be angry?
In culture, that's why I went over there. I went across the street because it's a difference in culture, and you guys are trying to use that same logic. If I can provide for her, and she's sleeping with a married man anyway, so I might as well wife her up. She's not sleeping with him to be a part of the family. She's sleeping with him to bust that shit up so she could be number one and the only one.
Okay, well then she wouldn't be consenting though, right? She wouldn't be in the consenting category, would she? She wouldn't be one you would consider that's consenting, right? If she's not, if she's trying to undermine something, she's not somebody that you're bringing in as a consenting adult.
No, and that's one of those situations that would be, that would really turn bad, because how do you know what's her true motive? You guys are trying to dangle money in front of these ladies' face. What are their true motives?
Nobody's even trying to dangle money. We're saying we've been talking about building a family, and if you build a family, that being able to afford it. That's the only thing the money plays. That's the only role the money plays is being able to afford your family. Nobody's saying, hey, let's go out and buy a bunch of bitches, because you could do that all day long and not marry, you know. You can do that right now in America. But what we're saying is, if you and this woman is willing to be a part of a family, a part of a culture, a village, whatever you want to call it, and she is consenting and willing, the woman that you're originally with is consenting and willing and accepting, what is wrong with it? We start throwing in everything that could go wrong. Why can't anybody talk about what could go right?
Look, I can't be nobody's judge or anything like that, but I'll sure tell you my tax dollars, I wouldn't want it in law. No, I wouldn't want to be, I don't want to be paying for these stamps. I don't care what kind of circumstances, anything, and if they can make it so that what they do over there doesn't impact my daily life at all, I mean, any kind of sense of matter, anyway, hey, do what you like, because like I said, that ain't, you know, I can't judge anybody, just like you were saying with the homosexual thing, whatever. Do what you want to do, whatever, but something like that, that's just way too many. I don't see, if anything, I see violence on the rise with that. A lot of violence will start happening. If men think they can scrape up a few $100s, get them a house and put a few $100,000, like you said, and put some women in the house and think they're all just going to be kumbaya, happy, swinging, and we're going to raise our kids, and we just got this one guy, and everybody's just going to be happy, and this is not going to have any effect on women. It's not going to have any effect on the children.
Do you know what the biggest factor of divorce is in America? Do you know what the biggest factor for divorce is in America?
Oh shit, I don't know what the statistics tell me. You must have some statistics.
No, money. Money is the number one reason why people get divorced. Money. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. So you're telling me that women will be in America, because they want all this and want all that women would be happier with a guy making $20,000, $30,000 a year, struggling to get by, not being able to get any of the things that she wants. This is materialistic America, like you said. We want more than they would if they had an opportunity to get with a man who was significantly more well off. And I'm not just talking about the guy that's making $100,000.
But she had to share him?
Yeah,
no.
But she had to share.
No. Because look, while we had that other lady talking, there was already somebody in the comments telling my wife and number 4 is going to be, unless he is like living them and lavishly treating them like the Prince of Dubai or something like that. I mean, just extraordinarily, or just for the average regular guy, or you know, he may be a business owner, he may own his little business and you know make a few $100,000. Not to me, that's it ain't worth it. No, she's gonna want to knock somebody off the way, and she be the only one. I
don't believe it. I don't believe it.
No, indeed. That ain't enough money.
No, indeed. Man, I'm telling you, I see it.
You know what I mean? Tell you, when you look at those polygamy documentaries, these people got land, these people got money, they got trucks, and you know, you seem like they live a very simple life. But guess what? Every last one of them women are out there working their asses off, whether it's washing and folding clothes, cooking, sewing, making stuff, making this, making that. They grow their own food. I mean, they do everything. That's a whole culture, though. That culture is not America. That culture, that's a little bitty piece of it, but that's a whole different culture. These people purposely separated themselves from society to do that. Now, yeah, they got a big house where they can do, everybody have their own room. The kids got plenty of room to get out there and play or whatever, but that's a culture. But few $100,000 for a woman that ain't gonna be out there tilling the land and planting her own crops and picking peas and you know, cleaning fish and no, that's not enough. That is not enough. Sewing her own clothes. You already heard the first caller. She wants the Louis Vuitton bags. Now you got to buy 4 of those. Okay. That money will go quick. I know somebody that spent I know an attorney. He spent $90,000 in wardrobe for one woman in less than a year. I'm telling you guys, that you get one of those those women that think you just with the money. I'm telling you, that shit can go fast. That's not enough money.
Okay, so is that woman that
Right.
wanted that woman that wanted that
You can spend a lot.
the woman that wanted $90,000? So is she rocking with the nigga who only making 20,000?
Nope.
Okay, so again,
Divorce. So that's
again, so we talking about angry men and all this other stuff. So it's already a section of men that's negated out of the conversation. Okay, so it's women who will be more than willing. Hey, if I could live this type of lifestyle compared to what I would have to be living, accepting something from one of these other lower level men, I may not get all the time. And shit, if the man is a man who's well off, he's probably gonna be busy anyway. You know, he's probably going to be a working man. A man who's got money is going to be working hard anyway, so he's not going to have a lot of free time either way.
So you know what, Honcho? You know what else I noticed about this whole topic is that you're not giving a woman any other benefit from being with a man that has all those wives, from even being in such a situation, other than monetary gain. And in any relationship that's based on
I'm talking about financial stability though. But here's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. For whatever financial stability, if that's the only reason why you're dealing with this man, that's not a good relationship. That's not a good foundation.
Probably 65% of American women. What else? Because remember the other day that we talked about what men want, what women want. What was the biggest thing that women kept talking about? He's got to have money. He's got to make this much money. Even though they may not make it, or they may not be in that ballpark. Yeah, the biggest thing was they got to make some. So what you're saying is that's just your average. It wants money. So most of these relationships are based on money is the precursor. So before I even look at the attraction, before I look at anything else he's got going on, I got to see if he got some money. What kind of car he got? What kind of shoes he got on? What kind of clothes he got on? So money is already the basis for the foundation. So what does that change?
Well, you got to have money. And another big point they need to put up there, you got to have one woman. One woman is going to want the money. Ain't no sharing. What are you talking? I don't know. You guys are just true. But I just thought I had to call in and tell Mr. Prepaid who he's thinking that women just sleep with married men because they want to be part of the family. No. Women sleep with married men because they want to be the family. She's trying to take him, which this is foolish because if he's married, chances are he's not going to leave. But they don't do that happily with the plan of, oh, we all just going to be living, loving together. No, that's a threat. that is a concert tactic. I'm trying to get where she at. That means she got to be the picture. I'm surprised he said that one. I just thought I had to respond on that.
All right. Well, I appreciate
but
you.
I'm gonna get off this line.
Right. I appreciate your input, though, Miss. I disagree with you, but I appreciate your input.
All right.
All right.
All right.
No,
All right.
And that's the thing. We can disagree, but it's still all love. You know what I'm saying? We can all disagree, but it's still all love. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's entitled to their perspective. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Oh my God! It's Autumn from the chat room. I finally got it.
I see.
Like
man, I
10 times over the period of times I've been trying. I just had a couple things to say.
Okay.
I'm all for it. I know as we get older, it makes things easier having other people. And one thing that women are is disconnected from each other. They despise each other. And over time, it's just getting worse. That women don't really. There's a lot of drama, and I think having sister wives helps. Like, oh God, I don't know the word I want to say right now. Anyway, but anyway, I'm all for it. I think it's great, and I think it's hard to talk to people who don't have an open mindset about it and only think one way of relationship. We as a society have become very disconnected as families. And I think that's one good thing. Now, I think starting like a polygamous relationship, I think people don't understand there has to be rules that need to be set, just like in any regular family household. I heard some people say about children, how children will be affected. I think there's more children affected in monogamous relationships than in polygamy, of course. And I think we can all attest to that. So, and I know I heard a caller say about Sister Wives. I watched that too. And I think sometimes with that program, they do show more good than bad because, or they might show more drama than there actually is because they're making a show. They need viewers. They need the money. So, and I know another thing people were saying, I heard somebody bring up Warren Jeff. Well, that was a cult. That was like a father having kids and then his own kids having kids with it. You know, that is a total different situation. So yeah, I'm down for it. I'm glad this conversation came up because I don't think like monogamous people have a real open mind about this at all. Yeah, so, and I think as your last caller was saying about, oh, like this one doing this or gardening and this and that, that is not like polygamous. You don't have to be that way. You can just be a regular. You like to do that thing. Maybe somebody likes to take care of the kids or, you know, and stuff like that. And chores can be split up to what you like the best. And not only that, it's a learning curve as well, like she was saying about sewing and stuff like that. And I don't know. I don't know if anybody's really understanding me. I don't understand myself. I was trying to call so many times, I forgot exactly what I was going to say. What else? There was another point I wanted to make, but I totally forgot.
No, I get you. I get where you're coming from. I don't see an issue. Look, my grandma used to be doing those things, planting in the garden. I got a country ass grandma in Beaumont. She was doing all those things. She wasn't a sister wife. But what I'm saying is, I've yet to hear something that we've discussed as a bad thing as a bad thing in a polygamous relationship that's not taking place in most monogamous relationships right now. And that's all I'm saying is like, where we're talking about, oh, this, and this is wrong in polygamy, this is wrong in polygamy. All of that stuff is happening currently in America in monogamous relationships. Exactly.
Everyone I know in my life has been in a relationship or a marriage that has cheated. And typically we don't get in marriages that we truly are in love with the person. It happens over time. So why couldn't like a polygamous relationship happen like that as well? But the problem is you're going in knowing this, and everybody has to be pick and choose. Now, the two things I didn't like that I kind of heard and I didn't know where it was going about the conversation is one that like a side chick, a prize. Like that I don't agree with, but to each his own, because I didn't want this conversation that you were trying to have to be like, you have to be a size 0. You can't be a size 16. Or like the guy has to be rich, so the girls want everything. Like, you know, for me, I believe in this thing, and I'm not materialistic. Like, I like to do, like, I'm like the gardening, farming. I love that stuff. It just breathes life into me. So, you know, that's just me. But to have, I don't know, but guys do, because guys think differently than women. Women will never understand guys truly, and guys will never understand women truly. You know, so I don't know. That's the things I had to say, and they're probably stupid, but anyway.
No, I get you. So what you're saying is that you have to approach this angle from a different perspective, and there's nothing wrong with the perspective in which you would be willing to engage in that if your needs are taken care of, and you know if you're asked to do minor stuff around the house that you already enjoy, then why not?
Yeah, because like I think as far as the sex part, because I heard some of that, like, a women, they hit different periods in their life. Because I'm talking as a female of what I've been through. Like, there's certain periods in life where your sex drive is up and then it's down. And, like, you go through changes in life. Every 10 years, like, I seem to change what I wanted, So, I don't know. But anyway, the guy's sex harm, like, all that thing changes as well. But they never coincide with a woman, perhaps. And it makes it difficult, and it makes it easier for one or the other to cheat. And I really don't think that, this is my point, I'm married, okay? But anyway, I don't think when you get married, it's like, I never thought this way either, and I don't know why. I never thought like, oh, I own that. That is mine, nobody else's. Like, I think there's a bigger creation that owns us, and not like, I don't know. And that's silly to say, I know. I'm not religious in any kind of way, but I just feel like, your body is your body, So it's like, who's to say that, okay, I only can have sex with one person? Like, that's a little off track, but I'm just saying it's what happens when the cheating happens. But, like, when it comes to polygamy, where does that end? How many wives? Like, I think all these rules would need to be in place with the first woman. Like, let's only have, like, 4 wives in this situation, and then we'll be, to be happy for the rest of our lives, instead of, like, having 5, 6, 10. I mean, that's just outrageous. But anyway, the point of polygamy is, like, the man to have children. And, like, with women, you get pregnant for 9 months and you have to wait, like, you should wait a year or something before having another one, so they don't have as many children. Because at 40, a man can lose, like, things could happen down there, at 40 to men, so they have to bear all they can. But anyway, that's just that. I'll get off the phone now.
No. You good. I got a question for you though. All right. So if the Mr. came home, right? Mr. Autumn, we'll call him Mr. Fall, came home and said, "Hey, I got some things on my mind. I want to expand this household that we have." And he sat down and he consulted with you first. And he said, "I'd like to know your feelings on possibly bringing in a third party to our household." How would you approach a situation like that?
A third party. Well, a third party. Do you mean like the man, myself, and then another person?
Yes, like another.
Us 3, or like the third wife?
No, another person. So like another woman, another wife into the relationship.
If I was younger, I wouldn't understand it, but nowadays I would understand it and I'd be okay with it. Because I've already said that. But I think it's probably going to take, like, people that live monogamous, like, their whole lives until this point of conversation. It's going to take a real freak to go beyond that, maybe. I don't really know. But, yeah, I've already said it. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna be extra nosy because this is the den. This is Sunday Night Confess. Ain't nobody calling confess, so I'm gonna be messy. So, have you and Mr. Fall ever engaged in an activity where a third party was involved?
No. This is never a conversation that ever came up. But I'm just saying is, like, that I think it's going to take, what I'm just saying is it's going to take a real open person if they're always been monogamous. You know, because most of the time you're going to get closed-minded answers. You know, and thinking that it's a bad thing. Well, the thing that could happen in polygamy is happening in monogamy or vice versa anyway. You know, so yeah, that's that.
Okay.
I'll get off the phone now. People think I'm crazy.
No, you good. You good. Again, we have to have different perspectives to, you know, show that things happen in life. Things come from, you know, people have different ways, different angles that they're going to approach it. So I have no problem.
I mean, yeah, for the women, just thinking about, like, you know, as you get older, like, you know, there's a part of your life. It's all about life and experiences and everything. You just think about it. When we were in school, we had all these friends. And as we get older, then friends kind of dwindle. And, like in my situation, sort of, I don't know, like, I'm by myself, my husband, my dogs, and stuff like that. But, like, I don't have that friendship of a female, and I'm kind of missing that. So it's like I wouldn't mind a sister wife for that reason as well. And, you know, at a certain life, I said, like, as sex, I've heard some of the women said, they want to beat on that every night. Well, I wouldn't want to. Like, that's just not me. Like, and sometimes women can. What, do you want to have a sore vagina forever? Like, you know, men are made differently down there. So, yeah, so, like, 2 nights he's with you, 2 nights he's with this one, 2 nights he's with this one, and 1 night he gets a night free. What's wrong with that? Let's say if you have, like, 3 wives. But I mean, but there has to be a plan. It has to, you know, work well. And everybody has to know what they're getting into. You're just not going to get kidnapped off the street and pulled into a polygamous relationship. No.
Right. You know.
Everybody knows what's happening here. But, you know, the whole jealousy issue, you see it on TV, is that you still have jealousy issues. Just like when you're in a monogamous relationship, it's the same way. Even if you're in a monogamous relationship and you have friends and maybe that man does a lot for his lady and, like, nothing happens for you, not even a birthday present, you kind of get jealous of that. That's women. That's just the makeup of women. And guys, typically, probably if you have an alpha male, depends what kind of male you have in this situation, they're not about, like, drama like women are, you know, and, you know, I don't know. It's just the makeup. I don't know. 2 different species.
Okay, so that's an angle I don't think anybody came to, because, I mean, again, I think everybody came from an angle. I'd be insulted if a man, and so the fact that, like you said, hey, having a friend, having a female companion around the house, and y'all definitely have a good understanding of each other's situation, if that was the case. Okay, so that's a very interesting perspective to look at it from. You know what I'm saying? So that's
exactly like when I was married, I wanted to, like, experience other things. Like, I experienced some things, but there was one thing I didn't, and I told my husband, and he wasn't too. It kind of, like, turned him on. He wasn't too happy about it. And, like, he's not, like, open-minded. Like, I think I've always been open-minded, so it's easy for me to be open-minded about this situation. I watched it on TV, and some of my family was like, he's disgusting. I'm like, why? Why is he gross? I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I don't see nothing wrong.
Anyway.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, we were watching Sister Wives on TV, and there's a man and 4 wives. Yeah. And actually, the last wife he took, well, the one is legally married. The other 3 are, like, spiritually married. So I understand. There was one guy, I think, or a female commenting about it's kind of like religion-based, and I can see that. And really, I see nothing wrong with it as long as it don't become, like, cult-like. Yeah. everybody can have their different religions or whatever they believe. I don't see nothing wrong with that. But we were watching that, and the last wife actually had 2 or 3 kids previously, and like the father really didn't ever want nothing to do with them. So the man ended up taking him, went to court and got her 2 or 3 from the previous marriage for his own. And having a lot of kids, when you have a lot of kids, they're playing and they have siblings around and they're happy. I don't see the big bother in them, because growing up, they have a choice if they ever want to get into that or have a single life. It's not like you're forcing your kids or you're forcing yourself into something. It's like consensual. It's you knowing what you're getting into. And I think kids are more understanding these days than before, like years and years ago. Because this world is so fast, they have to, pick up on things really quickly and understand things. But that's just what I think. Okay, I'm hanging up now.
I appreciate
Bye,
your call,
everybody. Thank you for taking my call.
Alrighty, thank you for calling and calling in soon. So here's the deal. We're gonna wrap it up on that one. We've gone a little longer than planned, but here's the deal. I want to address a couple of things because see, this is. Like I say, we're gonna have. I enjoy these conversations. I enjoy conversations where the energy is up. We need this. That's a necessary. Because what I'm seeing is this: there are these double standards, and they're terrible. They're terrible. Okay, and what I mean by that, we're gonna take these hot ass things off. These double standards are awful because when we say something, it automatically becomes we're talking about all women, even though we're not talking about all. We're maybe talking about a specific segment, and I think we address that. And then the ladies get mad, not me, not this, not this, not this. And that's fine. You got to, represent yourself. I don't think anybody's specific calling anybody out. I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that. But there are women that do it. And then you got some folks who will say something, oh man, this, and this. But you notice you don't ever see the men respond about, I'll open it back in a second, Jay. I got you. I just want to address this point. But when it comes to the men responding, it can be something that does not apply to men. No, not me. Y'all got to stop. We're talking hypotheticals. There's no personal attachment or involvement in any of this stuff. So if there are people, as you see, shout out to Miss Autumn. Shout out to Miss Autumn because she said she would entertain it. And she looked at it for different reasons. And then y'all undermining her reasons. Those are her personal reasonings, okay? So those are her personal reasons for why she would entertain it. And if she approached it from that situation, then possibility is that it would work. If you go into a situation knowing that you wouldn't do it in the first place, and then you're trying to entertain how you would respond or something, then yeah, you're going to be angry about it. You're going to be mad about it. It's not going to work. It's not going to make sense because you're putting yourself into it. The conversation has been about, yet it has not been about, even though it's supposed to have been about, willing, consenting. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with having a friend and they may share a man? It's women out there doing that shit. It's women who are out there sharing it. I saw some people mentioning Lou Williams, right? And then somebody said, if he mentioned marriage, it wouldn't work. You don't think that if that was the case, if he's been with both of them for years, that one of them would have tried to squeeze the other one out already so that they could make it work, so that person could just have a marriage? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. Like, y'all are being emotional about it. Like, and y'all are putting yourself, like, when you think about this stuff, take your entity of yourself, how you view yourself, take it out of the whole equation. We talking about this shit the whole time. I've been talking about, this, and this. The only time I implemented myself, like I even imagine, is like, damn, having to deal with all those women's emotions. I wouldn't want that. And I think that everybody said, every man who called in was like, I don't want that. I don't want that. But yeah, y'all ladies, y'all have stomped us. Y'all have beaten us. Y'all have labeled us. Y'all have berated us. just don't, we all bad guys. But not one man here said that I need or I gotta have a polygamous relationship. Every man addressed the needs of women. Even though y'all say we don't care nothing about women, every man addressed that women have needs, and I can only attend to my wife's needs. That's enough. Everybody says, that financial stability. Everybody talked about time and loving and all these things. So no man has put themselves in the idea of a consensual, wanting to get into that. But they understand it. If people want to do that, hey, more power to them. That's basically the situation. Every woman, well, except for Miss Otter and Miss Shelley. Miss Shelley was about that action. Every woman has talked about every reason why it wouldn't work, why it would not work, why it's a terrible idea, because if they were in it, they wouldn't do this. Me, I, my, and that's fine if you see yourself that way, but what works for you isn't going to always work for the next situation, okay? But if you don't want to say, hey, you know what? But it's about a debate. This is what it's all about. It's about a debate. So in a debate, you have to be able to see both sides of things. If you I don't know if y'all had UIL or whatever. I ain't take debate, but I remember we'd have to do little debate things. But they throw you a topic and you'd have to be able to argue both sides of that point. Like, y'all tell me why I'm able to listen to folks and why I go so long on certain calls and all this stuff. Because I like to hear both sides of whether I agree or disagree. I like to hear both sides and understand why people think that way. A lot of folks don't want to hear nothing nobody has to say that is different from what they're thinking or what they have to say. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, y'all not listening. I'm gonna open up this line. I want you to bring. When I open up this line, I want you to bring a side man sandwich and all. It's going down. And y'all know I love Miss Rashida, but it's going down. We finna get feisty. But my thing is this, and it's all about the perspective, because here's the thing. We said, it won't work here, it won't work here. Do you realize there is a significant amount of black polyamorous couples, because people say, black women ain't gonna do this. There is a gang of them. And I'm gonna tell you some shit. Some of these women are extremely attractive. Because when, like I said, I accidentally stumbled across some shit and I was like, she looked like one of them that would not be with the shit. She's talking about looking for a poly couple, looking for a poly. Like, there are a lot of them, okay? A lot of them. I'm going to go back and find the thing that I found, and I'm going to post it in the Facebook group. So if you're in the Facebook group, because I'm going to prove y'all wrong. And I'm looking like, damn. She don't even look like. You would think it would be a bunch of booger wolves. You would think it would be a bunch of, because you would think the way that some of these look, they look like some of these more materialistic. People call it and say, oh, the women, they only want this, they only want that, they only want to undermine this, you would think it would be a bunch of low self-esteem looking ass women that don't. There are plenty of women that are happening. But the thing is, attraction has nothing to do with it. It has nothing, but neither did cheating, STDs, all this other stuff. We said if there's two willing adults, and I would believe that someone would have enough sense to say, all right, we're going to bring this other person into our family. We're going to operate on this level. Rules are going to be said, hey, we all need to have STD tests. We all need to make sure everything's on the up and up. We all need to make, like, that's just a given. But then y'all like start focusing on those specifics. Like, those things are like, I took that for granted as, okay, we that would be done. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should do that before bringing somebody into your party. Like, you're not going to investigate. You're going to do some background checking. But I want to go back to something before I start my tirade that I wanted to say. Ms. Yasmin said something about black women getting treated differently than white women. I believe that's false. I believe that's very false. Because I think you could apply that to anybody. You just have to be in their shoes. There are some black men who will not give a white woman, a Latina, an Asian, or whatever the time of day. Everybody remembers Don't Be a Minute South Central, I drink your juice in the hood. And he told old gal, hey, tap over there, get that milk of magnesia, right? There are a lot of them. But the funny thing about that is, those ain't the niggas y'all want. Because they don't have all the other things that y'all are looking for, right? So let's say the man who came from the hood, right? You know, he was smart. Y'all mad at him because he talked like Dan, right? Y'all mad at him. He talks like Dan. He's a Uncle Tom. He's a this, he's a that, he's a third. So he done been hit with this his whole high school career, his whole junior high career, his whole everything. He goes to college, right? And he stumbles across some very attractive chicks, maybe from other races. Maybe if he comes from an all black community, and they're nice to him, they're kind to him, they treat him real good. You know what I'm saying? They'll tell him, hey man, you know how you love him. They treat him real nice. They treat him all this other stuff. Dan starts thinking, hey, well, the women I grew up around treated me like shit. Even though I liked them, I loved them. You know what I'm saying? I tried to get with them, but they said I wasn't hood enough. I wasn't this, that, and the third. Like y'all disavow, like we talk about, oh well, these women have been hurt because of these men, but y'all never acknowledge what women do to men. Okay? If we're gonna play it, let's play both sides. I acknowledge that men do some fucked up shit. I'll acknowledge all the time I did some fucked up shit. In my past, I'll acknowledge that. But at the same time, things have happened to me. Maybe not as much as I put back out, but it is what it is. So here's my thing though. So Dan goes to college. Dan's doing good for himself. He's having great conversations with these women. They coming through the dorm. They bring in breakfast and doing all this. And I'm just telling y'all some shit because, look, I'm telling y'all things that happen. And Dan's like, hey, you know what? I've never really been attracted to this kind of woman, but you know what? They not too bad. You're not that they're bad looking. I've just always been attracted. I've only been exposed to this. And so what, he says, he starts to develop some disdain for the women who used to treat him so. But it's not saying Dan gets with him. Dan just goes on about his life. He gets into business. He gets into whatever else. And he's doing good for himself, right? He's doing good for himself. Now, women who look like the women who used to give Dan a hard time, even some of the old hood roads, even the ones they may be doing all right for, Dan has these memories. He has this attachment to a particular kind of woman they used to. So Dan's not as attracted anymore. Dan is going to go with the people. I have a saying, go where you're treated best. You know what I'm saying? Go where you're treated best. So maybe Dan is like, hey, you know what? It ain't so bad on the other side. Because these women treated me good, so I treat them, but this is my preference now, or this is what I'm rocking with. And it might even be his thing. It just might be one or two that he came across, and then, hey, one of them might have sealed the deal, right? It is what it is. I told y'all I dated interracially young. I had a phase where I was like, all black all the time. I ain't trying to see none of that interracial shit. Then I had a period where I said, you know what? I understand because there were phases that I went through it. Oh, he speaks appropriately. I don't speak as appropriately as I did when I was younger. You get out of things, you get into other shit. But anyway, I was faithful as far as anybody else knew to a chick, white chick. That was my chick for two and a half, maybe 3 years, whatever. All he do is date white girls because I wasn't doing this, I wasn't doing that, I wasn't hopping all the way around. Oh, he only liked white girls. Didn't do that. I liked all women, but I got labeled this because of where I was going. Now, y'all are saying, oh, see, look, all the good men are going that way. Well, let's be honest, man. When you go to college, now black women are getting more educated. They're doing a lot more things. But let's be honest, unless you got like athletes, you got a lot of these colleges, there's not a significant number. The white women are going to outnumber the black women on those colleges. And especially you want a well-educated man, you want a man that is doing good and you're doing all that stuff. But again, that man has probably come from a background. That's why a lot of these athletes end up doing it. I'm not sitting here saying I condone all the stuff or that they're biased or whatever it is. It's like, but that's who ended up treating them good. You know what I'm saying? But then a lot of them get in those same situations with certain women and they get hit with these badass cases. So I mean, it's a hit or miss with everybody. But all I'm saying is you can't fault a man once he gets to a point and says, you know what? These women treated me like shit all my life. I've been myself and these women embrace me. I think I'm gonna lean this way. You can't fault anybody for feeling that way. But then again, like I say, you have black men you have college educated black men. All right, Miss Bell, appreciate you coming through. Always good to see you. And Ali, appreciate you coming through. But then you have black men who are well-to-do, and again, they kind of get that label. He's too nice. He's not this. He's not that. It's a double standard all the way around. And that's all I'm saying is like, so you can't fault a man for responding if he's been treated so, like, you don't know his backstory, they don't know your backstory. So you can't say that all men do this. Me personally, my personal preference is I like dating black women. And that's what turns me on. That's what I'm attracted to. The bitch can have a big old power, Angela Davis, power fro. I'm rocking with that shit. A lot of black men that only like black women want you to perm your shit up and do a whole bunch of off the wall other shit. I'm not with that shit. I want your shit to be, yeah, I love a woman with dread, man. Look, somebody added me to a group of nothing but women with dreads, and I be sitting. Nah, but I don't even say nothing. I just be looking. I'm just like, my old lady got dreads. I encourage, but yes, there are attractive women of all races. That I will not deny. I will not deny it. My personal preference, though, is black women. But there are attractive women of all races. So my thing is this. But I told y'all, if this shit fuck up, I'm going international. I'm leaving America. I'm going all the way overseas. I ain't fucking around no more. But all I'm saying is this, man. You can't fault anybody. People are who they are. You got shitty black, shitty white, shitty Mexican, shitty. You got niggas who just treat women bad, like of all races. Men that just gonna treat women bad, and you got men who are gonna put women on a pedestal. Point blank, period. So to say that just black men treat, I'm not treating no woman no differently than any other. It is what it is, regardless of my experiences or any of that stuff. But everybody's not built like that. Everybody's not gonna rock like that. So I don't think that's truthful. Now, got a couple of conversations there, so I'm gonna boot this line back up. I know Prepaid got something to say, and I know me and Rashida finna burn the den down. You know what I'm saying? She better come on with it, bro. So let me boot this line back up. Let me get my ears sweaty again. I ain't bringing enough water down here. God damn it, it's hot in this bitch. But I fuck with y'all, even though it's hot. So, okay, number on the screen. We all good. Then line back open. All I'm saying is this. And that's the thing about people saying that, oh, women need all this, bad. There's women out here who are happy being, or not happy, but I'm saying, but they side chicks, they this, that, and other, they got nothing going, they be happy to have a man give them halfway attention, much less, getting all the attention. Now, everybody's standards ain't the same. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Well, it's Prepaid, and it wouldn't be me if I didn't defend the honor of Robert Sylvester Kelly. And he's earned it.
Okay.
He's earned it because Robert has two girlfriends who he has admitted that he loves very dearly. Now, Miss Jasmine, you made a comment and said that Robert, the only reason why his relationship works is because he preys on these young black women and grooms them. Incorrect. He has two girlfriends, Jocelyn Savage and Azrael Clary. One is 23, one is 21. He's been with them both over a little bit over 2 years now. He actually met Azrael when she was in college. Jocelyn is a singer who has an aspiring music career who he met who was also already of age, of 18 and consent. So that has to end. Now, a lot of you have used stuff from documentaries and said and call R. Kelly all kind of fucked up names. But you said some things that are incorrect. As you all know, R. Kelly married Aaliyah at the age of 15. At the age of 15, Aaliyah's parents allowed R. Kelly to marry her. They actually forged her age on her marriage certificate. As you all know, this is a fact. Here's another thing that those documentaries said. They said while R. Kelly would stay at Aaliyah's house prior to them getting married, he was sleeping with Aaliyah's mother also. So how do y'all leave that part out when you mention him? So, again, if he's marrying Aaliyah, yet sleeping with her mother, I wonder could R. Kelly also marry Aaliyah's mother at the same time? I bet if he admitted he would have done it. But I digress. Let's move forward. A lot of y'all don't know this, but R. Kelly was actually married for 13 years to one of his background dancers, Andrea Kelly. She is 1 year older than R. Kelly. So this whole idea that R. Kelly is only this monster who's preying on young chicks and that's the only way he's getting these women is incorrect. There's nothing wrong with you talking about his fucked up past. I'm fine with that. You just have to tell the full story. See, the half stories will make people angry. It's kind of like when we had these debates and y'all don't say what all the men are saying. Y'all say some other shit that we ain't said at all. That's where the problem comes in at. See what I'm saying? So if R. Kelly is able to live this lifestyle and has no problem, how come men who are far more wealthier than him, who have far more track record with women, can't do it? You can't explain it, you don't get it, is because you want to make it seem like these women can't be bought. While literally R. Kelly's walking around with 2 girlfriends who are both attractive, because one of y'all made a comment, the only people who would do this is ugly women. And that's far from the fucking truth, because both of Lou Williams' girlfriends are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Twin sisters at that. Both R. Kelly girlfriends are bad. Now, the chicks from his past, I must tell you, R. Kelly does hit ugly women. I don't know why, but he does like ugly women. If I had that type of money, I would never. You know what? I don't even have nowhere close to the money he once had. I may have as much money he got right now, but I don't do ugly women. That's just me. That's just my personal preference. Y'all can get mad all you want to. That's just me. So the idea of the sister wife is very effective in R. Kelly's house. He's also said that if he was allowed to, he would marry both of them. So it works. Working for him. I only mentioned Lou Williams in the chat for y'all because a lot of y'all are not familiar with Lou Williams. If you're not a diehard basketball fan, you ain't gonna know him because he don't start or nothing like that. But he been having 2 of the baddest girlfriends that I can recall forever.
Yeah.
So
Even during his short tenure here in Houston, I
saying.
remember.
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying. And I think I ruffled some feathers. We ruffled feathers the Marilyn Monroe thing. But ladies, I can't believe that y'all went and bought all the Marilyn Monroe posters. They know that she was doing that type of shit. John F. Kennedy was a happily married man, and they have JFK on record saying that he wanted to marry Marilyn Monroe. He was already married. If it was permitted, he would have done it. You know what I'm saying? The creator of Popeyes, Al Copeland, for those of y'all who are not familiar, I should have mentioned him earlier. Al Copeland is a very successful man. Created, Copeland's restaurant, Popeyes. Y'all niggas love Popeyes. Well, Al Copeland was happily married, and guess what Al Copeland did? Decided to get him a girlfriend and build a wing onto the house for her. While his wife was still living there. You know who else did that? Tom Benson. May he rest in peace, the Saints owner. Married for 40 years, decided to buy his girlfriend, who was like 23, a damn $20-some million necklace. If the funding is there and you're able to afford that lifestyle, what is wrong with it, ladies? Y'all keep talking about women are insecure and they want to fight for the top. Man, look, it's enough blue pills in Seattle to go around for this old ass man. It's enough for a young nigga to enjoy that shit. Just because you don't like it does not mean it's not accepted. That's the point that me and the fellas have been making all night. Just because you wouldn't do it, don't mean it's a market for it. I think that's the whole point. That's what we feel like it should be legal, because it'd be so much better for these kids to be married, for these wives, you know what I'm saying, for these single mothers to have the person in life instead of being a side chick. She at least could be his wife. At least she would have the ability to inherit from him. She would at least have the ability to take his last name if he would have suddenly died. I mean, y'all do know the difference between community property and separate property, right? Just saying, man, there's a lot of benefits to the shit. Whether you like it or not, there's a lot of benefits to it. I'd much rather have one big-ass family with all my kids and have them all spread out around the country, because it's obvious I'm going to have all these kids across the country anyway. Why not let me go ahead and get married to these wives and you know what I'm saying, everybody know they brothers and sisters? I think it's kind of cool for you to have a little Dominican brother. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with you having a little A-Rod brother who can play baseball real good? Or, I named one of my kids little Pablo. He good in soccer and shit. Don't knock my family. We just happy. That's all I'm saying. Miss Rashid, I'm gonna let you have the floor now because I done got it out. But y'all can put some respect on Robert Kelly's name. Step in the name of love. Y'all good night.
Already prepaid, man. Hey, Jack, you know it is what it is. All I'm saying, man, that nigga Andy Ruiz, hey, I ain't mad at the player. Hey, man, look, all I'm saying is this. It's a thing, whether y'all with it or not, it is a thing and it's happening. And that's all we trying to get the conversation down to say. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening? Y'all keep changing the conversation.
One more again. I know Mr. Rich Street can call in, but I'm going to keep this short. I put in the chat earlier, women, Honcho, you're wasting your breath, women don't listen. Oh, let me talk about you down. You might be getting an echo. Let me talk about you down.
No, you're good.
Okay. All right, I put it in the chat. Women don't listen. And Rashida respond back. Men don't listen either. You know what? She's right. We don't listen to y'all. Y'all don't listen to us. But let me give you a perfect example because this happened today. All right, perfect example of what I'm talking about. Now, I know the women didn't even hear what I just said. She's right. Men don't listen to women. Women don't listen to men. I'm gonna say it again because I know they didn't hear it. They have selective hearing. But let me go ahead and give you my true story of what happened today. Why I say women don't listen. Taking my wife over to a coworker's house because it's a coworker's birthday. They're gonna go out to eat and go party, go celebrate because my wife's coworker's birthday. Using GPS to get to the coworker's house, right? You know, GPS gonna give you turn-by-turn directions. We're going down the street. It's gonna say turn. It said turn on this street in 1.5 miles. Why in the hell my wife say the next damn block? Do I turn on this street? Next block out there. Do I turn on this street? I said, damn, you don't listen at all. The damn thing said turn 1.5 miles. The next block ain't 1.5 miles. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Don't listen. You hear what you want to hear, when you want to hear, how you want to hear it. Now, I know, and I'm going to say this again, I'm going to say it twice because I know women ain't listening. Men do it too. I'm going to say it one more time because I heard Honcho just laugh. Y'all might not heard it. Let me clear my throat. Men do it too. We don't listen to each other. Women don't listen to men, men don't listen to women. But the one thing that men don't do, we don't throw words in your mouth when you say something. If we didn't hear it, most of the time we say, what was that? What'd you say? Oh, I didn't hear you. Something like that. Yeah. Women, they'll get upset. They'll throw words in your mouth. Because Honcho, I've been listening to you this whole time since I joined you, joined the show, I should say. And that woman that just rambling on and on and on wouldn't even let you talk. And then when you said something, when you finally called her, she got quiet and want to go ahead and get off the phone. I forgot who it was who that lady was. And I was like, oh, she got quiet now. Then she said, well, nah, I'm just going to go because I don't like it. Then she hang up the phone. I was like, damn, that's what it is. See, that's what I'm talking about. Women don't listen. I just gave a perfect example. GPS tell you exactly, step by step, where to go, turn by turn. It'll tell you your destination is on the right or is on the left, or whatever the case is. How in the hell that you don't get that? And I told my wife, I said, damn, you don't listen at all. And you get mad if somebody don't listen to you, but you're not listening. That's exactly what I just said. I said to her earlier. I said that earlier. So that's what I'm talking about, Miss Rashida. I'm not dissing women at all. Because I'm going to say it again because I know y'all didn't hear me because women don't like to listen. Men don't listen either. Let me clear my throat one more time because maybe y'all didn't hear that. We don't listen either. But at least we don't get upset and we don't put words in your mouth. We'll say, what was that? We let you know we wasn't listening. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. We'll let you know. Women don't do that. They'll get upset. Or why you didn't tell me this? Why you didn't say that? I shouldn't have to tell you. Listen, read, watch, pay attention, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. But anyway, that's my call. I'm not going to hold you up longer. I just wanted to get that out there. Tell Miss Rashida that's what I was talking about. I'm not dissing nobody, but I'm going to say it again because I know y'all wasn't listening. It's like my 5th or 6th time saying it. Let me clear my throat, make sure y'all heard me. Men don't listen to women. Women don't listen to men. But at least men don't get upset and don't try to put words in your mouth. We ask you questions. We'll say, what you say? We let you know we wasn't listening. That's the whole difference of it. That's my call, Honcho. Thanks for taking my call. I ain't gonna hold you up longer. I know Miss Rashida will call in, and I know she's gonna tag me. So peace. I'll holler at you, man.
Alrighty, man. I appreciate the call, man.
All right, bye.
Alright. See, like I got a skill. Like I can be not listening, but still, hear what's going on, and then she be like, oh, you ain't hear what I said. You wasn't listening. And I recite everything that she said, even though I may not have been paying attention. But then I try to flip the script on her. And you ain't catch that. Oh, okay. It's a double standard. I'm telling y'all, and y'all are the benefactors of the double standard. It's okay. Y'all just accept the gifts that y'all got. Ain't nothing wrong with that. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
You already know who this is. You know what time it is. It's smoke time.
No, well, let's burn it up then. Let's, hey, where there's smoke, there's fire. You know what I'm saying? Well, what's
That's
on your...
right. I'm finna bring all the smoke tonight.
Okay, well, come on with it then. Look, you're gonna end up like you're gonna be talking like my boy Rob over there, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, hey, hold on, man. Nah.
I had to have a few words with his ass. So they gonna try to come flexing on the women and shit, and then back down like a little punk ass when he was talking to you yesterday. I was like, nah, you don't even try that bullshit. But anyway, see, the problem is. Okay, now the problem is that we have told you already our feelings on this subject, but you continue to try to convince us that we okay with something that we not okay with. Money is not gonna make it okay. So it is what it is.
Okay. So this is what we okay.
And polygamy or polyamorous relationships, however you want to say the shit, been going on over here. And even though it's not legal, it ain't stopping nothing. So what's the point? What is making it legal gonna do? A lot of these men ain't even married their first baby mom.
Maybe she went with the program.
Legal, gonna make them marry all the baby moms. That don't even make sense.
Okay, but maybe she ain't with the program. She might not be eligible for the benefits.
Let me say this.
Okay.
And then you trying to make it like, well, if he have money, then that'll make it better. Well, if he has to have money, that would make it fewer men that's gonna be able to do polygamy. So we still gonna have the same problem of a lot of women and few men. So that's not solving nothing either.
Okay.
And also, rich men are not going to just be lowering their standards just because it's going to be way more women available. They still going to pick the same women they've been picking. So a woman that is not necessarily going to be able to come up on a rich man, if you wasn't coming up on him before, you still not going to be able to come up on him. So what is that solving? I'm just trying to figure out what is making it legal going to solve.
Okay. And all right, so let me address these things in which you stated.
Yes, address these things.
Yes, I shall. Okay, first you said that I'm trying to force the subject on y'all and make y'all believe in something that y'all don't. That's not what I'm trying to do. Because
yes, you are. Because we've been talking about this
the men have been talking about one subject. The men have been talking about one subject. The women have been talking. I laid the foundation at first.
I don't listen. Remember, black
women y'all don't listen. No, look, not just black women. The white women don't listen. These Mexican women, the Asian women don't listen. None of y'all listen. All y'all women, y'all don't listen. Damn it. Because we had a situation a few weeks ago. We know that the Latinas ain't listening. Damn it. But that's a whole other conversation. But no, okay. So y'all said that I'm trying to force them. I'm not trying to force anything on y'all.
You trying to change people's mind about something?
I laid a foundation. I laid a foundation, and did I not say?
And people still tell you they don't agree with.
But here's the thing. No. People didn't say that they didn't agree. People did not even entertain it. What they said was them. I wouldn't do it. We never talked about us. What would be wrong with it?
That's how you judge the subject by whether you would participate in it or not.
But I'm not everybody, so I can't judge a subject like that. And so what I'm saying is, if there's people who with that shit, because like I said, every man said, I don't want to do it because I don't want to deal with the emotions or dealing with the problems of most women. But what I'm saying,
wants to do it, what's the point of making something legal that nobody wants to do?
But there are people who want to do it, and shouldn't they have options?
Well,
I don't want to get gay married. I don't. But what I'm saying, okay, they do it for gay marriage. Gay marriage. Like they did that, right? I don't want to get gay. Do you want to get gay married?
We agree with that.
But that's what I'm saying. So, but it's a thing, though, right? It's a thing, isn't it? Not a thing. There was a lot of people didn't agree with it for years.
Look how long it took for that to become.
But it happened, though, right? That's all that counts at this point. But it happened. Yes or no? Did it happen?
eventually.
But see this one, boy. Let me light a match. We finna get some smoke up in here. But it happened, and so all I'm saying is, even though I don't agree with their lifestyle, I don't support any of that stuff.
And
I don't hate
agree
them.
with polyamorous lifestyle.
Okay,
So
but shouldn't they
Okay.
have the option? If the gays have the choice to do that, even though we don't agree with that or may not support that,
No.
shouldn't polyamorous
No.
people have that option?
No.
Why not?
No.
So the gays are better than the polyamorous?
We said so.
We can't say so about that. So if I go right now and say, hey, Trump, man, this gay thing, I'm just not with.
They free to exercise their polyamory. They're not being stopped from it.
But why can't it be legalized?
Legally.
Why not? Why can't it?
Why don't they go to a country where it's legal?
Why they gotta leave? Why we gotta kick them out?
They have to try to make us put rules into our country that we don't want?
The same way the LGBT community did. The same way they did.
Well, they had to have support for it to pass.
Okay, well, I'm supporting the polyamorous people. Even though I'm not with it, I support their freedom of family. So I'm supporting the poly. Even though I don't want to do it. Maybe like unless I pull a prepaid, and hit that Mega Millions, then I might just get bored. But I don't want to do it.
First of all, man, that was the point of me calling to talk, wasn't it?
Okay.
I don't have to. I mean, I am listening to him, but at the same time, I called to talk. He's been talking for 2 or 3 hours. Why I can't say something?
Okay. Then the next thing.
What I don't understand. Y'all need to listen sometime.
Look, then the next thing. You talked about money, right? You talked about money, and that we had a conversation the other day that basically you've been calling black men cheap for the last week. Talking about because they don't want to pay for food. So
You know what? I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm just gonna sit here and listen to everything you say. Go ahead. I don't know why I called in since I called in, but I'm not supposed to talk. So you go on here and finish the rest of the conversation. I'm just gonna hold the phone for my 5 minutes. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna say something. I know, Rusty. You ain't.
I'm just saying. So this how we want to do this. Let's do it. Okay,
you gonna say something? I'm gonna say something that's gonna get you to say something. So we talked about.
Now after you say what you gonna say, then I'm gonna hang up. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Because I don't listen.
You gonna say something? So here's the deal, right? So we talked about money. So if a man is able to maintain multiple, so if he can say, I got a wife at home, she's well taken care of, and I can entertain having a second woman, a third woman, and she gets, and even he goes through the same process that he went with his old lady, but his old lady's a part of it or whatever. So now they going out on dates, they going out and they eat, and they doing all these things that the regular woman wants. And he's financially stable. We already said about not giving up the pussy unless a man can afford it, because get the bag and all those other things. Because you only got one pussy, don't let your walls get beat out and not get nothing out of it. So what if they're dating as a couple and they bring that third in and they're able to afford all those things, they able to afford the lifestyle that she wants, that most women want from a single man, but a lot of these men cannot afford to provide them. I see nothing wrong with them entertaining that, with them being able to do that. That was the whole thing about the finances, was not about going out here and buying a bitch or any of that. But the other day, women was all, hey, yeah, he got to spend money on you, he got to do this, he got to do that. So what if they're doing it as a couple? What's the difference? That's what I'm asking about that. But if they're financially stable, if the finances are fine, and that's not an issue.
If somebody in the den, please give me an opinion so I can say it on here. Since I'm not supposed to have an opinion, can y'all tell me what the right thing to say? I would appreciate that. Thank you.
And then so we're not. It's not about buying nobody. Even though y'all talk about we got to pay for the pussy. We had to do all that other stuff the other day. Even though now the dynamic has changed. All right. I got on my handwriting bad. I was trying to write stuff down. You said something about not marrying the baby mamas. Well, she might not be with the program. She might be all the way out of there. Let's talk, what's the name? He was a great man. He didn't marry his baby mama. They still having issues with that. Sometimes people make bad decisions. Women, we give them a pass for making bad decisions with a man and they have a kid. A man should be able to give him the same pass. If he has one with a terrible woman and it is what it is, it turns out not to be what you thought it was. We talk about Nipsey being a great man. His baby mama off the rocker. So, it doesn't mean just because you have a child with him that you got to marry him. It would be ideal. That would be a very efficient situation. I think that's what it should be, but obviously it happens, and that's why we're in the situation we're in now. And what is wrong if this couple is willing to say, hey, we really like this chick, she has a kid, you know, we got a family going on, but hey, we'll bring this chick and her kid into our family so this kid gets that love. It gets accepted. It has siblings. It has a brother and sister. It has all that other stuff. The same thing with these mixed families, these step families, and all these other things that are going on. I see nothing wrong with that. If that's what they're willing to do, then it is what it is. Then you said
The point is, I wasn't gonna say nothing. But
no,
right,
you sure exactly.
I've been trying to be quiet, but yeah, y'all right. I can't stop talking. But anyway, my point kind of is that what is my that money is not gonna solve anything.
It's not. But it's a factor. That's the same thing we were saying the other day about women and you know, we're going out to eat and doing all that, but it was like, well, the man got to spend this, and if he can't afford this, and this, we can't go have a simple meal. We can't go have he need to be able to buy me some food, and he need to be able to buy me the bag.
You laughing at? You just been calling me and all day getting on my damn nerves. Just be quiet with your bullshit.
And so my thing is, I don't think money changed anything, but obviously a lot of the women in the DNA stated that being financially secure is important, that he has to make more money than them.
Even women that have rich men, that's just their boyfriend don't want to share him. Period. That's just the way we are.
That's the key word there.
Do not want to share.
But see, that's what y'all are saying. Y'all don't want to share. What we talk about is consenting, willing. That was the first words I used, consenting, willing. So we're talking about people who are with it. Should they have the right to do so? Because there are a lot of
if we ain't sharing, they ain't sharing.
You just say, oh, now you're getting greedy. Now you're getting greedy. Look, y'all just don't want nobody to be happy. That's fucked up, man. Because like I said, if you go look on the...
being happy.
But what? So why can't they get married?
Wait a minute. Where's that show Sister Wives take? Ain't it take here?
I don't know where it's at. I'm in Utah. You know it's weird in Utah. Utah ain't
right. Where they living their best life. Keep stopping them.
But maybe they want to make it legal. This man may be good and have a lot of wealth, and he says, hey, you know, when I die, I don't want to just go to her. This woman's been good to me. This woman's been good to me. This woman's been good to me. I want the wealth to be spread to all of them.
You ever seen a Sister Wife show with black women? Hell no.
Look, okay, you got an Instagram, Miss Rashida?
Yeah, but I don't ever get on.
Okay, if you get a chance, I want you to look at some of the hashtags I posted under this picture tonight, and some of them are like Black Poly Nation, Black Poly. Go look at some of them pictures. It's people out there.
Is it in the United States?
In the United States, yes. No, here in the United States, people like you and I, black people.
You know you and I, because I ain't with that bitch.
Well, you know what I'm saying. They regular niggas like you and me, except they into the poly. You know what I'm talking about. But you wouldn't tell the difference other than the fact that they put themselves out to their poly. You go and you look at it, you'll be like, okay, well, you know, I'm not with it, but they look like just any other nigga off the street, and they are with it. And so, again, it's not a low self-esteem.
We're not gonna let these weird ass people come over here trying to tell us how to run our country. With this polyamory shit. That shit ain't going on over here.
It's the people already here. It's the people here. The people here done already fucked it all up. We might as well fuck it all the way up. They done already, man. We already on the we tilted over.
Well, it might be some black sister wives. I don't know. So,
man, you look at
right now. They on the weak side film.
Look, I was looking at the thing right here because I didn't even look at the hashtag when I got them because I use the hashtag generator, so it gives me some hashtags to use. And so as I was talking, I was like, let me look and see what some of these people look like. And like I say, they look like everyday people off the street.
You don't even want to do the shit. Okay, you talking about nobody wants to be happy. You know what? You just crazy. Anyway.
And then the thing you said,
crazy.
And the same thing you said, the last thing you said was talking about that a chick won't come up on a rich man. If money's not a factor, then it shouldn't matter if the man is rich or not. So if she can come up on a couple in which she's happy and she's willing to make herself a part of the parameters of that relationship, and they can all come to an agreement as adults, willing adults, then I don't think richness matters, because you said the money don't matter earlier. So trying to come up on a rich man, either way, if again, I know I put the number out there, but that was just to appease people. So, because people talking niggas gotta have money, you can't afford this, that was just to appease people. But if they're happy in a situation, and I'm not gonna lie, all these people don't look good, because I was scrolling through, and I'm like,
but don't a lot of them sister wives get food stamps and everything, so Uncle Sam the one helping support their family.
Nah, some of these people look like they pretty well off. They look like they doing pretty good for themselves, and they're enjoying themselves. They don't look like they hurt. Look, you can tell when somebody a little hurt. You can tell when somebody a little hurt. Now I saw a couple of photos. They was hurt.
Did you happen to listen to that caller that called earlier and said there was the same issues in the poly relationships that they have in monogamous relationships.
And my point exactly.
And everything.
So what's the difference?
Okay, then, so,
what's the difference
right,
then?
so what's the point of making it legal?
So that you can legally look everything. What's the point of making marriage legal? So that you can solidify where all your belongings and other shit is going. It's a contract.
They're not even taking on. Y'all not even taking on the first wife, and y'all want to talk about a second and third wife. Take
What
on
you
the
mean?
first wife.
You can't have a second and third wife if you don't have the first wife. What you mean?
You know what I mean. Y'all ain't taking on the first wife, so why would you be advocating for a second wife if you ain't even did the first wife yet?
I don't know. I ain't agree with that. The first wife is happy.
Right.
The first wife is with it, and she's encouraging it, and she's happy to have. If you look at the, like I say, it can. People fake for the gram all the time, but these people look like they are happy in their situations. They are happy with these
everybody
additional.
know you married. I obviously wasn't talking to you then if you married.
So all I'm saying is, again, I don't think anything is wrong with it. And if you're having the same problem being monogamous, then what's the difference of being?
You don't have to think nothing wrong with it. That's fine. But you can't try to tell me what I should do.
But I never said what you have to. I never said you. I just said if people are consenting, willing to do. So when I said the phrase consenting and willing,
right,
you said
still trying to tell people, trying to give people what they should agree with and what they shouldn't agree with.
So, but basically, so you're saying that people who have a certain freedom, we're supposed to be in America, because then that's almost like we love to go back to Jim Crow and slavery and all that other stuff. It was people who thought we should have never been able to be free.
You know what, Pretty, since you want a second wife, you order her in the mail and send her to your house to see what your wife got to say about it.
You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is it was people at one point in time that thought we shouldn't have no rights, And so eventually, had to come around to it. All I'm saying is if these people are willing and consenting to do whatever they want to do, I'm not encouraging anybody to get into that lifestyle. I'm not saying, hey, you need to help people.
And that's fine. They can be consenting all they want to. It's people that consent to have sex with animals. That don't mean we're going to make that legal.
Man, just wait about 5 years. You're going to be surprised what this country finna do. It's going to be some other shit going on. I wouldn't be surprised. But all I'm saying is...
the morality in this country is just went down the toilet because people feel like they can consent or want to do something. We don't have to legislate every kind of behavior that people want to say is moral if we don't agree with it.
So, a situation in marriage where we're talking about, enhanced procreation. And let's look at it from the black community. So a person who is married.
Of course, I'm making good points, see, Maria. That's all I do. That's why he wanted me to call in. Because he wants to burn the land up.
Don't encourage her, see, Maria. Don't encourage her. Don't put no gas in the fuel tank. Animals can't give it consent, so there you go. So the animals don't get, so that don't count. All right, bet. That she didn't undermine your argument. So the animals don't count.
Hey, you never heard of the dog whisperer? That man that
We're not gonna do this tonight. No, we ain't even gonna go there. She brought Caesar Milan. Caesar Milan in the house. Now, how did Caesar Milan? Now, we didn't have a lot of conversations today. I think this is the first time Caesar Milan.
I don't know what you own tonight, but Honcho know that's what I do. I cut him off all the time. I've been cutting him off since I started calling in, so he used to it that now.
Oh shit.
He don't care. He probably talk about me, but it's all love in the den. I don't care.
All I'm saying, and I'm just looking at some of these poly folks, like I said, you got to check some of these things out. These are normal, except this nigga looks like Mos Def, but it's the chickie when she bad. But that's a whole different conversation. But if people are with it, man, let them do what they do, man. And so that's all I'm saying is, if we allow, what I'm saying though is that so the additional wives shouldn't have.
I don't mind. It's certain people I don't play with though. They know who they are. They better not say nothing to me.
But all I'm saying is that shouldn't the other additional wives have some type of legal recourse if something goes wrong? That's basically what it all comes down to. So
man, why we got to keep going over these same points? We done told you already 18,000 women in the den now. We done told you we not with the shit. We not for the shit. We don't care nothing about how much
y'all not for the shit. So y'all not.
We the only ones that matter.
But so y'all not for women getting married. So y'all don't want women to get married.
If a polyamory deal come up, I don't even think that's the word polyam.
It's
Whatever
poly. It's a whole bunch of them. I don't even know myself. This polygamous,
whatever it is, if it come up, we not gonna vote for it. Period.
Look, here's my deal.
They better do the shit how they been doing in privacy. They on.
Okay, so you saying you don't want women to get married?
My username is Rashida Reed. Thing.
So you don't want women to get married?
I don't give a shit if they get married. That's their business.
So why can't they get married illegally under the law? So if something happened that hey, if I got 3 wives,
that's what they make wills for. He can put them in his will.
But what if we got it together, right? And then wife number 2 get to acting up. She ain't had no babies yet. But so, she get protection under the law. She might need that alimony or whatever. You see, this is actually in favor of the women. And that's what y'all not even peeping. You know what I'm saying? This is in favor of the women. So
the best comment. That's right. Because if my husband find out he want a second wife, he gonna have to get rid of them guns. So that's right. In the house. I'm gonna burn it down. They ain't gonna have nowhere to stay. They gonna be in the shelter.
Again,
that's right. I don't play.
Willing, consenting adults. And if y'all are not willing and consenting.
I'm not consenting, I'm not willing, and I'm not gonna consent and be willing for nobody else to do it either.
See, I don't want nobody, if y'all ain't having no fun. It's supposed to be, it ain't no fun if the homie can't have none. Homies having fun, y'all mad because y'all can't have none. That's messed up, man. Y'all don't want to let people enjoy themselves. That's fucked up. I thought everybody was cool, man.
I damn sure wouldn't be wife number 4, man, because wife number 4 get all the bullshit. They expect you gonna have to do everything. You heard wife number 1, 2, and 3 think they gonna lay on their ass and watch TV while you do the cooking, the cleaning, take care of kids. All hell.
You gotta earn the keep.
He better come home, get wife number 1, 2, and 3, and all the kids, and get up at my face with that bullshit. Cause that ain't gonna never go with me.
Man, look, see, this is all I'm saying. Look, y'all, man, look.
No,
she gotta earn the keep. If 1, 2, and 3 didn't 1, 2, and 3 didn't put their work in. 1, 2, and 3 didn't put their work in. It's time for number 4. Number 4 fresh in the dough. You know what I'm saying? So she gotta learn. She gotta know. So hey, how we gonna grow if number 4 don't show?
Hell no.
Man, y'all see. I don't know what's going on.
Wife number 1 is the top. If you can't be number 1, don't go for 2, 3, and 4. Shit.
Number 1 put her work in. You know what I'm saying? That's why she got number 2. So number 2 got to pay her due. You know what I'm saying?
Well, wife number 4 better bump off 1, 2, and 3. Shit, cause I'm got to give.
Nah, see 1, 2, and 3, they tight. They gonna see the move when it's coming. They gonna make sure they squash all the rebellion. You know what I'm saying? And see,
everybody gonna think him in 1, 2, and 3 think they gonna be going out to the store and everything and leaving me with all the kids and the work. Shit, they come home gonna be in for a surprise.
That's tough. I can't believe these things.
I'm just keeping it real. That's why it shouldn't be illegal. Because somebody gonna get hurt.
That's messed up, man. I thought we supposed to all be cool, man.
No, we can't all everybody gotta be no happy family. No, it ain't gonna be no peace. So no.
I thought we all supposed to be cool. If we consenting adults, we supposed to all be willing to play our role.
Cool.
Everybody.
No, we ain't cool. I ain't playing no role. This ain't no game.
One of them got the laundry. One of them got the cooking. You know what I'm saying? One of them got the the other one can go out. They can go out and get the groceries. You know what I'm saying? So everybody got like one little simple part. They ain't even got to do that much work. It's really easier on all of y'all. You know
I'm gonna do while they out. I'm gonna be on Facebook looking for me another man because I'm gonna be building real soon.
But you ain't gonna get no alimony money. That's why you gotta be legally married. That's why you gotta allow. So that way, man, I'm trying to help you out, man. I'm trying to put that paper in your pocket. I'm trying to help you secure the bag. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't trying to help me. My name ain't on his account then. That ain't helping me.
That's tough, man. That's tough. They're going to take your family debit card. They're going to take it back. You can burn the house down.
I already be the transferred money off of that before I go. You think I'm going to leave empty-handed? That's why I'm leaving while they gone. They think they going to come back, house going to be clean. I'm going to be gone.
That's tough, man. That's tough. You can't get the life insurance if she ain't married. That's what I'm saying. We have to have legal recourse for the additional wives to get their cut of the situation. If they putting in the same level of work,
definitely. I'm getting my own policy on him.
That ain't gonna work.
The other wives ain't gonna even know about the policy. You got to look out for your own self when you number 4, because you the last man on the totem pole. Because if he got one policy, wife number 1 ain't gonna give you shit. She ain't gonna split that shit 4 ways.
And female pimp, you are absolutely wrong. Because I would have thought that myself until I stumbled across this, and I'm just like, wow, this is very
Look,
intriguing.
at the end of the day, even though you part of that family, you still got to look out for you and your kids. Because you can't say what she gonna do. She might have been your sister's wife while he alive, but when he dies, she gonna turn to your sister enemy.
That's tough, man. Y'all got to raise them kids. Y'all got a bond. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, let's be real. If he died, you think all them gonna stay in the house together and still be one big happy family? Hell no.
Look,
they gonna all go their separate ways.
If she keep the program right, then they gonna find another mutual husband, and he gonna automatically have 4 wives.
And see, that's another thing. I can't take orders from wife number 1. She ain't gonna be telling me what to do. All you need to do is, no, you better get up out my face.
That's tough. That's tough, man. That's tough. So it's okay for a woman to have 2 husbands? What do you think about that?
Have 2 husbands. Are both of them gonna have a job? You working?
Well, no, she got to take care of him. If she gonna get the enjoyment, we got to flip the script just like the man. So we got to reverse all the roles. So if she get to have 2 husbands, they got to stay home and take care of everything. She got to go to work.
Hell no.
If that's what the man got to do.
Both of them go to work.
Nah, it don't work like that. If the man,
ain't no point.
Nah, see, that's what I'm saying. See, y'all trying to win at all costs. That's tough, man. And so
I believe in traditional roles.
I don't know about that tradition.
What I look like? What I look like going to work, come home, take care of 2 grown ass men, not just one lazy bum, but 2.
Man,
hell
your
no.
house gonna be clean.
I might as well get 3.
Laundry
3 or 4.
gonna be right. You know what I'm saying? You know, then you get to pick a different one every night. You know, one may be good at this thing, the other one might be good at the other thing. You know, so you can do whatever.
I don't need no housekeeper. I don't need no housekeeper. I need a man to get out there and get that money. I'm not with that bullshit. You ain't finna sit up and clean and watch Xbox and play PS4 and all that bullshit. Hell no. I come home and burn the house down.
Don't trust me if you play PS4 anyway. Don't even trust him. So you know, it is.
All of us gonna be homeless.
That's tough, man. That's tough. These standards that have been set, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I'm lost. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea where this is going.
What you mean? You the one told me to call in. Now you don't know where it's going. You already knew what was gonna go down.
Because you don't wanna follow the rules. You a rule breaker.
What rules? Ain't no rules.
You an outlaw. You know what I'm saying? You an outlaw.
I make my own rules. I don't listen to no man and his rules.
I see. That's why you can't have the 2 husbands, and you don't want to be a sister wife. See, that's the problem.
I don't give a shit about not having no 2 husbands. I don't give a shit about not having 1 husband either. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. Shit, I'm grown.
Nah, see, that's the problem. You got to be a part of a community.
I ain't got to be a part of shit. I'm part of the black community, and that's it.
Well, you don't want to be a part of the black poly community?
Hell no.
No.
And they don't need to be part of it either. Shit.
Why? They can't be what but they can do what they want to do, right? Right. Now you tell your husband whatever I say. Ain't got nothing to do. You got to deal with your husband.
The problem is they making people think that shit is okay and making it look glamorous. All these sister wives be wearing the same damn outfit. Hi, we so happy,
Man.
We all love each other, we all this and we all that.
Man.
And behind closed doors, they don't be like this. They do that shit for the camera.
Man, that's them people. I'm talking about people who ain't even. I've never seen the show Sister Wives. I don't even know how that shit operates. I'm just talking about the shit that I came across today.
It before. I've seen it before. They all look like they share a man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no lookers on there.
That's tough, man. That's tough, man. I'm just saying what I seen. Like I say, looking at the things that I've come across on the gram and some stuff I saw earlier today on Facebook, and these women appear to be extremely happy. And judging by the situation,
what the hell is you talking about? You want your turn at what? You want to be a second husband? What are you talking about? I'm a little lost in the sauce.
And then look, it's
good night, man.
Somebody's out there
you
looking.
You tried to start some shit tonight, but that's okay. I see. That's all right. You tried to stir the pot. That ain't like you. So you've been influenced by prepaid and Honcho.
Oh, whoa, what's good? See, all I'm saying is, look, hey, man. All I'm telling you, these people look quite happy to me. You know what I'm saying? And just looking like a bitch I used to fuck with. What the fuck? Anyway, you know, all I'm saying is, if these people want to be happy, I think that people should be like, if we allowing gay marriage and we allowing same-sex marriage with people who cannot
Who
procreate,
said we allowing?
it's in the. What you mean we couldn't stop it? Who we got to blame for that? Who we got to blame for that happening?
Huh?
Who do we have to blame
The
for that
people
happening?
that voted for it, the gay people, they taking over. They the ones voted for it.
That's it. Well, then we got a team. Well, we got a team up to. We got a team up to combat that. So we got to get poly. We got to, you know, the man got to get.
Showed out at the polls to get that shit passed. So how could we can't stop them? They taking over.
Brittany Boyens ain't never looked like a 9 at no point in time ever. You know what I'm saying? She ain't never looked, man. Look, Brittany Boyens ain't never looked like a 5. That motherfucker. The best she looked was when she made herself up for them cameras and tried to be appropriate, like the caller called in and said when she got the little Walmart deal and she was trying to fix herself up. Well, Brittany Boyens, and it's not because she's a big girl like that. She's just rough. She don't give a shit. Again, she's a terrible parent and she's a scumbag. So, but like I said,
who you talking about? You know I wasn't listening.
I know. That's why I said it. I know. That's why I said it. I'm talking about Brittany Boyens. You know what I'm talking about. But all I'm saying is this. If y'all don't believe and y'all don't agree, again, it is going on. We can't stop it. But all I'm saying is if gay marriage has been legalized and you can't stay, it is what it is, then why should we be against a family of people who are willing to be together, procreate, and actually, you know, especially in the black community where we have these low numbers, and if you got black polyamorous people and they willing to procreate, create families, and build stable homes for these children, then why not?
Now, how the hell we gonna have polyamory when we don't even have amory? Which means the black men don't even want to marry baby mama number one.
Man,
so
first. No. First.
Come on now.
Look here. First off, it's like one nigga got all the baby mamas. It's that one nigga. So y'all mad at that
and
one
they
nigga?
Married now one of them.
No, that's his fault. That's his fault. It's one.
If he could marry, he wouldn't marry now one of them baby mamas.
It's one nigga in America that got all the baby mamas. It's that they all fuck with that same nigga. Because the majority, this is that falsehood that we get put out there. Majority of black men ain't got baby mamas like that. You know? Yeah, we all know some because of whatever. But that's not the case. It's a lot of niggas, especially because I forgot the article I read the other day, in their 30s that do not have children. Because a lot of them don't want to entertain the women who have already had kids because they know they situation. You got to find them. You got to go where they at. But all I'm saying is,
I don't want them. I'm just asking where they at.
I know a few myself. I know a few personally that you know, never married, don't have kids, don't, you know, whatever. And they doing all right.
Do they like women or they like men?
Man, look, I ain't hanging with the other kinds. What you talking about? It ain't that kind of ball game. So they are serial, I won't say serial daters, but they just ain't never maybe found that one. Because you got to understand, especially once you get to this age as a man.
That's because they cheat. They broke.
Man, so what you saying? So what you saying is a man is supposed to automatically be willing to pick up a woman's slack for any mistake that she made or whatever she had going on in her past life. So he should have to embrace that because at this age, it's few and far between that you're gonna find a woman that does not have kids. Like I would be just from my own personal, like I said, because I wasn't looking for a woman that had children, but because like I say, the difference in talking to her between some of the others I've talked to and women that did not have kids, it was cuckoo. You know, it was great conversation and it was a different level. This is not something I look to embrace. But like I said, the majority of men that are out there that are single, that are in their 30s, and we saw it the other day when people call in with what men want. That they have to.
It looks like you tried to say ho and then you put hi. I'm trying to figure out was that a mistake.
But all I'm saying,
I know you definitely don't want none tonight, so you better just keep on rolling in that raggedy ass truck you got.
So, and all I'm
I
saying
ain't
is,
with the bullshit.
that's tough. That insulted that man's
'Cause I
truck.
don't disrespect you, so don't disrespect me. Period.
That's tough. That insulted that man's truck.
That ain't tough. That's real.
But all I'm saying is, so that means a man has to automatically be willing to accept, again, dealing with multiple personalities, having to make up for situations because, again, you don't know a baby daddy in jail, and this nigga gonna come out, you gonna have to whoop this nigga, you might have to bury this nigga somewhere because he thinking he's some other shit going on. You don't know if you got to deal with that, or what are the problems that come with that, or that nigga might be out and about, and you still got to worry about it because a lot of these women don't know no better, and they
You
still
know what? I noticed when I'm cussing somebody out, you always trying to change the subject. Let me cuss their ass out, and then we get back on topic.
That's the finesse right there. You gotta understand that's the time to strike. You know, when they get distracted, you flip the script. But all I'm saying is
Professor
this.
Trill, your ass ain't funny. I know what you was trying to say. Fuck out of here, some bullshit.
The truck didn't ask to get old and raggedy.
And if anybody a hoe is you, and the rest of the truck drivers, that's all y'all do.
Damn.
Roll around home.
Damn.
Lot lizards everywhere. Shit,
Yeah.
fuck out of here.
Look for with y'all. Yeah, I'm way behind my schedule, but I'm still get up early. That's gonna be all good. But all I'm saying is this. We done got way off topic. So what you're saying is that people who want to be married to multiple women should not
If
have the
you
right to
driving,
do
you
so.
shouldn't be on the phone.
That's a tough topic, Shannon. That's a real tough topic. And I don't think I want to hear it. I'll be honest with you. Because I do believe it's going to be something that'll say that they cool with it and that's their own right. I just don't want to hear about that conversation. I'm going to just assume that the majority would say no and leave it at that.
Man, you've been trying to convince these women for about, how many hours we been on here? 5 hours, and we still saying the same thing. So
because y'all ain't really y'all really ain't talking about the topic. Y'all talking about yourselves. Y'all not talking about the topic. So like it was being said, that y'all are okay with gay rights, but a man shouldn't have the right to marry multiple women.
We okay. The politicians have that shit.
Okay, but so they have rights. So if they've already been allowed, why can't a person who can afford to and wants to take care of multiple women, why can't he do that?
The polyamory people, that's up to them to get that shit paid.
Well,
why would we sit up here and advocate for something that we don't agree with?
Okay, well, why did all the other people do it who not gay, but they support gay rights and all this other stuff? They push forward to it. Why is that happening? Because there's a lot of people who aren't gay that push for gay rights. I know. Look, you over there fixing side man sandwiches. You ain't trying to listen to me. All I'm saying is, it was a bunch of people who pushed for gays and gay rights and all this other stuff that weren't gay. So why can't we support the polys?
First of all, Mirabelle, ain't no next caller. I'm the last caller now. If you don't like it, you can log off. Okay? Thank you.
But
you must don't know who you talking to. You really don't.
But why can't we support the polys? What's going on? Why can't the polys get our support?
We don't agree with it. Why do we have to keep going over? We don't agree with it.
See,
now y'all say we don't listen, but we've been saying the same thing.
All I'm saying is, see, this is what it is. You know what? Yasmin was right. Yeah, I didn't want to admit it, but Yas was right. Y'all competitive, and y'all don't want one woman to be happy. Y'all sure as hell don't want 2, 3, 4, 5 women to be happy. She was right. I should have listened from the very first call. She said, y'all just don't want the women to be happy because y'all competitive. Y'all don't want to see the women get they
I don't have
love
to be open-minded. I call in to get my opinions. Everybody know how I am. That's why they asked me to call. If you don't like it, tune out or cut your volume down. I don't care. I'm going to say what I want to say. Don't come in here trying to tell me nothing. Shit.
So all I'm saying is y'all envious, y'all mad, Y'all don't want the women to be happy. Y'all mad. Yeah, y'all mad. I don't care.
I'm not. Why y'all keep saying we mad?
Y'all
I'm
mad.
not mad
Y'all-
about nothing.
Yeah, y'all mad.
Why would I be mad about something?
Y'all mad.
Why would I be mad about something I don't agree with?
Y'all mad and y'all don't listen.
Don't make me mad.
Y'all mad and y'all don't listen.
Okay. You don't listen either. No, because you've been talking for how long the deal been on now?
Almost 4.5 hours.
And you still back on the same point after we done told you.
Because it ain't even that. Because y'all start taking the point and going elsewhere. Y'all took the point overseas. Y'all took the point overseas. Then y'all took some. Huh? You exhausted? I don't want to hear all
I'm
that.
exhausted because y'all, you just won't listen.
Y'all don't listen. Y'all don't want to listen. We gonna bring this topic back tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it some more.
We won't agree with what you're saying.
But then what we saying is this though. It's so. What
You just gonna wear us down to be okay. You know what, Honcho? Appreciate. I agree with y'all. All the women agree with y'all.
No, I don't want that. I don't want that. And I ain't even accepting. I just want to argue tonight. So that's we just gonna find. But I don't agree no more. I don't think the poly people should be allowed to do it. Just so I can disagree with whatever you say. Now I'm flipping the script now.
I'm throwing in the white flag. I quit. Y'all done wore me down. I quit. Ain't no more fighting. I'm done.
That's tough, man. That's tough.
I'm defeated. I'm over it.
Okay. I'm gonna let you have it.
Y'all don't want to fight.
I'm gonna let you have it, Miss Rashida. If y'all don't agree, even though y'all talking about a different topic though. But it is what it is. It's all love.
But even when I agree, you still coming back with, oh no. Lord.
I told you.
I'm gonna pray for y'all.
I told you I just want to argue. But that's a bit. All right, I ain't gonna hold you to it. I ain't gonna press you. I ain't gonna harass you no more. If you entitled to your feelings, you know.
Oh really? Am I?
No, you're not.
I can't tell.
No, you're not. I'm just saying that because it sounds like the appropriate thing to do. But I don't feel that way. I'm lying. I don't support what I just said. I'm just saying. But yes. All right, it's better be time for to get ready to start sliding down. I had a request for one last call after, so I'm gonna take that call and then I'm gonna take my ass to bed because I gotta get up at 6.
Oh, okay.
So, but I appreciate you vehemently defending your stance, you know, and so I ain't mad at you. You know, it's all love. I love talking to you, Miss Rashida, and I appreciate it.
You going on a mixer or this is for you? You going to bed?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed after this. Because like I said, I gotta get up at about 6:30. So.
Damn! Well, yeah, you need to be in the bed now.
Yeah, you know, I operate off a couple of hours of sleep a day. I know it ain't good, but that's how I be vibing sometimes. But yes.
Okay then.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for calling in.
I told you I was gonna bring the smoke. Now I wasn't like Rob faking and fake. That's fake.
Oh man.
Scary ass. Got into it with me, then gonna leave. You a scary ass punk. You listen. You a scary ass punk. All right, I'm out.
That's a bit. Appreciate it, Miss Rashida.
All right, bye.
All right. I had one more request, and I take that last caller request. I gotta take my ass to bed after this with y'all. This has been taxing, emotionally and physically. Not really emotionally. Just physically, because it's hot up in this motherfucking garage. I be in this bitch sweating like a fucking stuck pig. And it's hot in this bitch. I ain't gonna lie. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
You have Professor Trill. What's up, Honcho?
What's the motherfucking deal, Professor Trill?
First off, let me talk to Miss Rashida. Look, I did not mean no disrespect by what I was typing. And the fact that I'm not supposed to be typing and driving you right. So I wasn't really looking at the keyboard. I was just doing it by memory, and the I is right next to the O. And after I saw what I put, I was like, oh shit, that wasn't what I meant. That's why I quickly corrected it. Okay? So I wouldn't call you a hoe. I don't even know you like that, so why would I call you that? That don't even make sense. And I was hoping that you would know me better than that, but whatever. Anyway, let me break this down to everybody. And women, I understand. But here's the problem. Y'all have, out of all this time y'all been typing and talking, y'all have not put your argument together to where it could be clearly and unmistakably understood by the men. So let me take this time to do this for you, because I know what it is you're trying to say. You just don't know how to say it. It's like this, and the reason why the gay marriage thing goes hand in hand with this situation, because the women are so against it because they fear if they legalize it, that what it's basically saying is that it's okay. So they're not looking at it as a man marrying multiple women. They're looking at it as legalized cheating. Because if you really paid attention, to every time you asked them about the woman side of it, they didn't have nothing to say. They kept complaining about the man. Well, they don't think no man should have the legal right to sleep with multiple women. They don't want that precedent to be broken. Just like they didn't want the gays to have legal marriage, strictly because they didn't want the gay shit to be okay. Because if you legalize it, that's basically saying that it's okay. That's their problem. In a nutshell. They don't give a shit about the women, and obviously y'all don't give a shit about the kids. Because even if you do try to say, well, no, that's not what I said, that's exactly what you're saying. Because it's a proven fact that kids do better with both of their parents in the same household. That is a fact. And if you don't know that, look at history or open a damn book. Or look at your own lives, for the matter of fact, because I know half of y'all, just like me, grew up in a one-parent household. And there's some drawbacks that you suffer from that shit. We all have. Yeah. Not to say that every two-parent household raises a great child or everything goes smoothly. It's just saying that the odds are more in your favor with that. That's all I'm saying. So, and the funniest part is, ladies, I love y'all so much, but y'all just be exposing yourself over and over and over again, and y'all just don't even realize it. Y'all call in and you type in with all these emotions, but don't have no facts to back any of this up. And as soon as your emotions run out, you run out of gas on your emotions, you don't have nothing else to say. And you wonder why Honcho just keeps defeating you every time you try to go anywhere across the map. It's because he's using facts and logic. And y'all can't conquer that with emotions. It's not working. As much as you try, it's futile. It's futile. And it's also futile for us to try to argue against your emotions. Because who am I to tell you how you should feel about something? That's a futile argument. So it's like emotions versus logic going all over the place. That's why the argument don't get anywhere. Because one of us has to step away from the emotions and use your logic. That's the only way you can make an argument. Because that's the only thing that I can dispute. I cannot dispute how you feel about something. I can't. It's impossible. Because I'm not you. I don't understand it. I won't understand it. I can try, I can sympathize, but that's the extent of my capabilities. So what we're trying to do is have a tangible, logical debate. And y'all not willing to do it. Y'all just saying, no, it's not right. But no, won't tell me why it's not right.
Yes.
Y'all got this like you talking to a child. Don't do that. Well, why? Because I said so. That don't work for grown people. That wouldn't work if a dude told that to you. Because I said so. You ain't gonna sit up there and say that. So how the hell you expect us to do? Come on now. Be reasonable.
I agree.
I don't give a shit if they allow the motherfuckers. Look. I look at it like this. If you sign up for something, who am I to tell you that you should be able to do it or not? If you sign up to be married to a man with another wife or be part of a family like that, who am I to tell you that it's wrong? If that's something that you want to do.
Right.
And people, the only difference between a relationship and a marriage is a piece of fucking paper. That's it. So regardless on if it's legalized or not, it's still going to be happening. There has been side chicks since the beginning of fucking time. They're always going to exist. Period. So what's the difference in changing her title? The relationship is pretty much still the same. And I understand you don't want to move nobody else into your territory. Ladies, I get that. I completely understand it. So I understand why you have a problem with it. But what we're asking you to do is decide your feelings. Give me a valid, logical reason.
So if they don't like it, it was, let's see, most of these men not taking care of their kids now. I don't think that has anything to do with it. If you're talking about a situation where a man is willing to take care of multiple women, so I don't think that pertains to the conversation. The argument of STDs was brought up, but I would think that if you're inviting somebody into a marriage and to be with you long term, that you would investigate that. I think all parties should get tested. I would like to think people who swing in that lifestyle get tested. It would be the smart thing to do, is you're not out here having dope fiend sex. What else was one of the other arguments? Or it was the flip of the argument of, well, can the wife have two men? And my thing about that was the reason why I brought up polygamy with a man and multiple wives was mainly for the fact of procreation. It really wasn't. I stated that like when we first opened the line we first opened the conversation, that it wasn't about hoes just having all these orgies every night. It was about being able to maintain, an extended family. So for the fact of having, more kids and having a foundation at home for these children. If you're having a wife with two men, again, there's only one baby at a time, and you waiting this. And as I was looking this stuff up, I'm telling y'all, and just whenever you get a chance and you get to a decent stop, I want you to check out some of them tags that are under the photo for this evening, and some of the black poly tags. And look at you, you may be pleasantly surprised, but this motherfucker done got twin sisters knocked up. You know what I'm saying? And so he about to be an uncle. What is that? An uncle daddy. And he ain't doing too bad for himself. But what I'm saying is, my whole deal is, if you got niggas out here, because we've embraced, especially the black community, we've embraced the baby mama, baby daddy title. So if you're gonna have multiple baby mamas, why not have this happening under one roof legally? And that way, if anything ever happens, they all receive the same benefits. Those are my primary arguments. Now, Miss C, you said, does my significant other agree with me? I'm pretty sure if I said, hey, let's talk about it, we'd have that conversation. But my agreement is that I don't want to be in a polyamorous relationship. I don't want to deal with multiple women's problems. Like I said, that's one of the first things I said.
I just know, but hell no.
Yeah, every man who called in, it's not even Jay Dills, I add him to the list too. Every man that called in said they understand it, but they wouldn't want to do it. I don't want to deal with multiple women's emotions.
That's too much fucking work.
Yeah. So
it's hard enough to please one of you motherfuckers.
Exactly. So my thing is, you say this situation, it was initially a poly relationship, first into that, but all I know, I saw a picture, they both kissing, they both looked like they was happy to kiss Uncle Daddy, so I ain't mad at it. They posed for the photo. Stop, pose for the frame. But my thing is this, but like I say, that wasn't the only one, there was multiple other ones. They look like they pretty happy. You talking about couples out there, just like I say, check out some of them tags, they look pretty interested in what they got going on. But all I'm saying is this, so would she agree with me on that? Probably so. But as far as would she probably be against people having a decision to make it, I'm pretty sure she would say that if that's what they want to do, then let them do it if they're happy. I don't think that she would have the same take that a lot of the women have had tonight. You know what I'm saying? I think that she would say, if those people are happy doing what it is, then let them do it. I don't think she would be a person that want to participate in it. I think she'd probably say so. In that aspect, yeah, she'd probably say the same thing that I'm saying. And then you said, what was the second question? Would you be open to a poly marriage with other men involved? No, because I think that's something different. Like I say, because the only reason I would be open to it is for the sake of procreation. So if I wanted to have multiple kids, in a shorter time frame, as opposed to having one, waiting a few months, waiting another one, or something like that, that's the angle that I would see it with. I'm sure there's other elements, but again, to me, there's no benefit to two men, one woman, unless you into some other shit, because like I say, she only carrying one baby at a time. What's the difference between two men, one woman, and one man and one woman? So I don't think that there's a benefit to that. So that's my thoughts. That's my.
Can I interject here, Honcho?
Go ahead. What you got?
Oh, shit.
Not a double standard. I have my reason.
No, here's the deal, ladies. It is possible for a man to be a part of multiple households. A woman don't work like that. Not to say that it's not possible, but typically y'all don't work like that. Y'all couldn't have two families. It's not possible. But it is possible for a man to have multiple families. That's the difference. We were created that way. That's the one advantage that we do have, if you want to call it an advantage. A lot of this sounds like penis envy to me. That's what it sounds like. Y'all just mad because a nigga could go out and do his thing, and y'all can't without being called unfortunate names. And I get it. I understand it. But that's the way it is, ladies. It's going to always be that way. So no matter how you feel about it, it doesn't change the fact. Y'all don't understand what I've been saying this whole time. Just facts versus feelings. It don't matter how you feel about it. It changes nothing.
Yeah.
Here's another thing. Since I'm going to get right back on Rashida calling my truck raggedy, goddamn. First of all, my truck ain't do a goddamn thing to you. Second of all, my truck is a 2015, goddamn, so you kiss my ass. Third of all, it is kind of raggedy. I can't lie to you. But the reason it's raggedy is because I be putting my foot in this truck's ass 24/7, 365. I run this motherfucker hard. If somebody works your ass off every day, all year long, you start breaking down too, goddamn. And these roads is fucked up. So yeah, my truck be raggedy sometimes, but overall, it's a good truck. It ain't broke down on me yet. But anyway, I'm gonna let that go. Another thing, the money situation. We talked about how the men had to be able to provide a certain lifestyle for the women. But here's the thing. It's different between men and women as far as the money aspect goes. Because a man with a lot of money doesn't have a problem bringing up a woman who don't. But a woman who has a lot of money will not bring up a man that don't. They will not. And once a woman gets a certain, start living a certain lifestyle, she will refuse to go down. She can't handle it. She will leave that nigga if he can't keep that lifestyle up for her. Why do you think alimony is such a thing? That's why that shit exists.
Question in the chat though, Jay Dizzle. People asking, do you drive a Peterbilt?
I wish.
Okay.
I wish I had a fucking Pete. Pete is my second option. My first option is a fucking Kenworth. I drive a Freightliner, unfortunately. I wish I had a Pete. Pete's ride good. But anyway, get me off my goddamn point. Goddamn.
They was asking that.
And another thing, to address the other lady's question, let me tell you something. Y'all women can come up with this bisexual shit all y'all want to. As far as pretty much every man going, yeah, I'm generalizing like a motherfucker. There ain't no such thing as a bisexual man. That nigga is gay. If he has ever had any kind of affiliation with any dick other than his own, that nigga is gay. No matter how you look at it, ain't no such thing as bisexual for a dude. Nigga, if you like dick ever, you like dick, period. Point blank, period. There ain't no other way of looking at it. So, hell no. Bisexual men. Fuck out of here with that shit. And Rashida, again, this is why we like you, because you're so opinionated. People be wanting to hear what you got to say because you have such strong opinion. And that's why I fuck with you, because I'm the same way. So I respect your opinion. I respect how you feel about stuff. Even though I may disagree, I still respect it. I won't say that you're wrong. I'm just saying that you weren't clear with what you was trying to say. Break it down or try to mansplain it, basically. And a lot of times it's hard for men and women to, you know what I'm saying, have a conversation because we don't know how to explain or try to make our point and get across to where the other person will understand. But as much as y'all disagree with some of the things I say, I understand logic. So I can try to look at the woman's perspective and then try to make it, if that was a man with those feelings and emotions, what would he say if he took that stance? And that's how I'm able to look at both sides of the argument or the debate, or however you want to look at it. And that's why I do that. Because if I'm just arguing one side and not even looking at the other side, how will I know how to counter your argument? That's the whole point. That's why when you enter those debate classes, they make you try to argue both sides so you know what the other person's going to come with. So you can defeat it. That's how you win. God damn it. Fucking construction. I don't know if y'all hear that, but I apologize if you do. But I understand, ladies. I do. I get it. Y'all don't want that shit to make it seem like it's cool and it's commonplace. I understand.
You're trying to validate that. So you're talking about using a method that would require some type of doctor intervention to interject, take this egg and do all that. I'm talking about straight sex. That she ain't got to do all that extra shit. And so that's why you got all the mamas now who go more that don't know who the father is. And that's goofiness. And I think the likelihood of that happening is slim. And again, when she's occupied, she ain't serving no purpose, goddammit. Yeah, but that's the thing.
Here's another thing. I want women to put this in perspective too. The same thing that y'all find attractive in men are the same things that y'all hate about men. Let me say this again. The same things that y'all find attractive in men are the same things that y'all hate about them. When you find a man that's a boss, because every woman wants her a boss, what does he do? He orders people around. He throws his weight around. He has a position of power. You want him to be able to push that power upon other people except for you. How do you think that works? You want to be the exception to the rule. Oh, you can rule over everybody else to tell them what to do, but you ain't finna do that to me. I'm a grown-ass woman. Well, all the people that he over are grown people too. Somebody has to lead. Everybody can't lead. You can have a 50-50 relationship all you want to, but somebody's got to make a decision. If one person feels one way, another person feels another way, how are you ever going to resolve that? If it's actually 50-50, somebody has to have the overruling vote. You might not like that, but that's logic. You only got two people. So who makes the decision? Somebody's got to be ahead of the other person. It's got to be 51-49. It can't be 50-50. That doesn't make sense. Logically. Emotionally, it makes you feel good to feel like an equal. But in essence, you're not. You're lesser than. Yeah, I said it. I said it. You may be smarter. You may have more experience. But you might not be a leader. Somebody's got to take the lead. Now, if it is you in the situation, cool, run with that. But most women don't want that responsibility. You can only speak for yourself. But most women don't want that responsibility. They want their man to lead. Even some of the most powerful women, they at work all day telling everybody what to do. They don't want to come home and have to do that shit too. They want to be able to come home and relax, let her man handle that shit. And this didn't come from me. This comes from other women. And again, and I hate that I have to keep clarifying this. I'm not saying that that's right for everybody. But for most women, yes. And you can look at the surveys, you can look at the percentages, people have done studies. That is a fact amongst most women. If you're on the other side, then it might not be a fact for you in your own individual case. But for most other women, the same women walking around here with vaginas, just like you, the same women want the same men that you want. That's a fact for them. That's what they want. But somebody's going to like that within you. Somebody's going to want to be that other counterpart that you want them to be. There's some men out here that feel like they have to lead. There's some men out here that don't want to lead. They would rather have a woman to take the lead. And that's fine. I don't think any less of those men. Look, that's you. But I'm not telling you that you wrong or right for feeling that way. You have to live with it at the end of the day. I don't, so why would I give a fuck? Which is the same thing about the polyamorous shit. Y'all have to deal with that. I don't. It has nothing to do with me. Why would I care? Y'all gonna be fucking around anyway. Y'all get to go up to the courthouse and sign a piece of paper, then go home and do the same shit you was doing before you went to the courthouse. What's the fucking difference? Why do you even care? It's because of the perception. I don't give a shit about the perception. Niggas is gonna be fucking around on women, and they gonna always fuck around on women. Whole ass niggas out here. So if you got any kind of commitment and you still do that, yeah, you a whole ass nigga. That's how I feel about it. But if y'all is in a situationship, which is some shit that women that came up with to excuse the fact that they want to have their cake and eat it too, which I don't know why I said that shit because I hate that phrase. That's one of the dumbest phrases that ever came. If it's your cake, what the fuck else you gonna do with it? But anyway, whatever. A lot of this shit that ladies don't like, other women have pushed that shit to the forefront.
The word.
And I'm sorry, because there's a lot of shit that I don't like the niggas do that they got pushed to the forefront. So I understand. But I still can't tell them that they wrong, even though I disagree, even though it's not my cup of tea. Hey, man, y'all do y'all thing. Just don't come over here fucking with me about it. That's it. That's all I got, Honcho.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Professor Trill. You be safe on your journeys. And I appreciate you calling in, man.
All right, man.
All right. Yeah, I don't know who it is that just text, but I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Dobie, if you got it, come on with it, because I'm about to get ready to wind down. So I know I saw you ask. I know he was trying to reach in yesterday, so I'll try to get you in real quick. But wow, that is that is harsh, Rashida. That is harsh. I can't believe you would say such a thing. You didn't demoralize the man truck. And now that I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm trying to see, I'll try to give it a few here. But as we get ready to wind down and all these other things, it's been a very interesting night. A very interesting night. I don't think we solved anything. I don't think we got anywhere. The needle did not move. I don't think anybody learned anything. I don't think anybody is walking away from this conversation seeing anything differently. But I do believe a lot of people got angry. I will. All right, this is going to be the last one. What's the motherfucking deal, man? We got calling into the deal this evening, man.
Hey, this T-Money calling back in, man.
Nah, really. What you got going on, T-Money?
All right, yeah. So I've been, I was listening for a while, then I logged out because I'm talking about too, like, so, for me and my girl team job, so, shit, I got her tuned into your show or whatever, so this was an interesting subject, so I had logged up for a little bit and we was talking about it or whatever. So at first she was like a lot of women in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Well, from what, because I can't read the chat or whatever because I'm driving or whatever, but from what I've been hearing with y'all in the chat, you know what I'm saying, a lot of women think about it emotionally. So I just started thinking about it hypothetically because, like, I'm like the other men, like, you know what I'm saying? I personally, I don't want to deal with those extra feelings, and I don't have time for that. But from a hypothetical standpoint, you know what I'm saying? I told her to think about it from a hypothetical standpoint and give me her input like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I came in. I think you said his name, Professor Trill or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like me, my situation, me and my girl make the same amount of money. You know what I'm saying? Cause we do the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we bringing the same amount of money into the same household. We ain't got no kids or whatever, but so she said basically, if hypothetically, if that was the worst, the first thing would have to change is her mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as like, cause she's territorial. You know what I'm saying? Like, not to say she can't get along with other women, but that shit ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? That shit is not gonna happen at all. And then secondly, like she would have to. When I came in, I heard Professor Trill talking about being a leader. Like, I think I had made a comment yesterday. I think we were talking about standards yesterday, and like I think I called, like when I first got tuned in your show, you know what I'm saying? I talked about how like my dad was you know what I'm saying? My mom made more money than my dad or whatever, but he was the leader of the household. He was the delegator. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it too. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of women, like my sister broke it down for me. She said like a lot of women don't realize that they actually the backbone of the family. You know what I'm saying? Just so we're the leaders and we're the forefront, we actually getting our ideas, or you know, not all of our ideas, but we delegating what they want delegated. So we just exercising the power that they want delegated or whatever. So that's just two people together. So if you have a polygamy situation, then all the women gonna have to get together with that man, and that man's gonna have to delegate and execute the decisions made for the whole entirety of the household. You know what I'm saying? So I look at it from that aspect, and then when it comes to like kids, like I think when I was listening earlier, I think his name Prepaid Mike. He was saying like, you know what I'm saying, like I think it'll be cool for all the kids to be in the same household together or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I told her to think about it from that standpoint, because I think women and kids, that go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't get two men together. You know what I'm saying? Like I know they had came out with some movie called what was that movie with? I forgot. Eddie Murphy. They had like they was babysitting and shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like just think about two men trying to babysit. Yeah. Like that shit not gonna work in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like men not built like that. Like I don't think of like a natural man. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, we love to be around kids. I don't have no kids, but like I love to be around kids. But like on a day-to-day basis, that shit is not gonna work at all. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? In my honest opinion. So they would have to work out some type of situation as far as like the kids or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as like I said, we just delegating and executing the things, the duties of the household. You know what I'm saying? That's what I feel like a man does. You know what I'm saying? We just executing and delegating the power for the whole household. You know what I'm saying? Because I think, in my honest opinion, men think more logically than a woman, because I think a woman thinks more emotionally. Yeah. And like I'm the youngest of my whole family, and my older sister even told me that. You know what I'm saying? Like she told me, like, you know what I'm saying, she can make more money. Like I said, my mom made more money than my dad, and like my sister can make more money than a man, but she can't be with no weak ass man that can't execute what's needed for the household. You know what I'm saying? Cause she's gonna think about more emotional shit. So as far as like I get the topic that y'all, you know what I'm saying, like y'all just think about like what y'all said about the gay community. You know what I'm saying? Like they force that shit down our throat all the fucking time anyway. So if they did be illegal, you know what I'm saying, people want to do that shit. Yeah, that's cool. Me personally, I couldn't do that shit because I don't want to deal with the extra emotions and
exactly.
One of like that shit is fucking that shit. Damn, I'm young and I be like ready to fucking pull out my hair. I be like, fuck, and we together all the fucking time. So fuck that. But I just think like you know what I'm saying if they did because like I think a couple dudes said the same shit like that shit been going on forever. You know what I'm saying like people be married and have side chicks and shit. So it is, I think it is looking at it from like you can it does benefit the women more than it benefits the man, you know what I'm saying? If you're not just looking at it from a sexual aspect, you know what I'm saying? Because now she has an official title. So now she can put it, like when I called in earlier, I said it's ran like a business. Yeah. Now she can make motherfucking executive fucking decisions, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like she can make executive decisions as far as the household. It's like an investor group or you know what I'm saying? Like now she can put in. Now she got an actual say so in that shit instead of just you know what I'm saying? Now she got an actual valuable opinion. But I don't think it. I mean, I think it's gonna be legalized just because shit. If you look at the shit with gays, I'm not entertained by that shit. No, I don't have to do that shit. But that's just my 2 cents. You know what I'm saying? I just listened when I came back and I was listening to everybody or whatever. Because it was an interesting topic, so I just thought me and her were talking for like 30 minutes about that shit, you know what I'm saying? After she got off the emotional shit, you know what I'm saying? So, but I didn't know if you want to add something to that or whatever.
No, I agree with you, but I think that's real dope though that you shared that with your old lady to kind of see how, get her perspective on that. And I think that's an interesting way in which you handle, again, that's what we've been trying to get the ladies in here to do is think hypothetically. But they ain't trying to hear that shit. They do not want to hear that shit. So, but that's cool that you got an old lady that you can have those kind of conversations with though.
Hell nah, like I just got her tuned into your show. She's like, man, I don't want to listen to that shit, all that emotional shit. Whatever. I'm like, man, for real, man, you know what I'm saying? You know how it is.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I was like, man, this is about it hypothetically. Because she was trying to attack me. She's like, oh, so this something that you thinking about? I'm like, nah, hell no, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, I'm really not thinking about that shit. But it's just an interesting topic to me or whatever. But yeah, I just want that right there, way, man.
Yeah, man, that's what I say. Because that's the thing. And no man in here said they want to deal with that shit. You got to be a special kind of breed to deal with all them problems. But everybody taking it like we just trying to convert the whole world into polygamy. It's just a topic of conversation to have. So,
Hell yeah. Like, even if I had a lot of money, I wouldn't want to do that shit because shit, like, that more money equal more problems. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, that. And then now when she putting in her input, that's, man, hell now. That's why I'm telling my girl, like, man, fuck that shit. Like, I ain't got time to deal with that shit. Cause one of you is a fucking up. I ain't got to deal with that shit. But one thing she did agree on was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, me and her make the same amount of money or whatever to the same household. We ain't got no kids or whatever, but like, I'm the leader of, you know what I'm saying, what we got going on and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, cause shit, like, she is a strong, opinionated person, and she can't be with no weak ass, you know what I'm saying? No dude that ain't gonna fucking do shit about nothing, you know what I'm saying? So we might make the same amount. She might think about it emotionally, and I'm gonna come in with a logical way. She did agree with me on that. I think I just want to add my 2 cents on that.
Okay. That's a BET, man. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you putting your old lady on. Tell them that the next time she listens, it won't be so bad. We won't be on something so controversial or unlady approved. Because I can tell the ladies did not like this conversation tonight.
I got you, man.
I really appreciate that, T-Money, man.
All right, peace out.
Already. Man. Nobody else would take the call, man. I'm tapped out. I gotta give me some rest, man. I'm finna I got a call rap. I know y'all can see it in my eyes. I'm tapping slowly. Not old Christian tapping, but I'm tapping. So yeah, I seen Heidi. Like I said, Heidi is golden. Y'all have to understand Heidi, and I don't think anybody does, but I appreciate it. I love it. Let's get the proper protocol, man. I got to slide because I got to still take a fucking shower before I go to bed. I can't hop in the fucking bed, smell like Black and Miles. That shit fucking stinks. That Honcho HTX on all the proper socials. Man, call in first, and I got you tomorrow. Dopey, I got you, man. You can call in first. I'll hold a line for you and all that good stuff. But I know you've been trying to get in. But I gotta call it a wrap. Like the video, subscribe if you're new. You know all that good stuff. You know if there's a dislike, I already know who did that shit. Female pimp. See, I'm telling you, you can't mac me, man. You know, I've been trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I'm built for this. Yeah, if you like the show, hey, you'll consider making a one-time donation, streamlabs.com/The Den Show. And if you would like to make a monthly pledge, patreon.com/The Den Show. And you can, pledge monthly. And again, I apologize for the last couple of calls. I really would. I mean, I heard y'all. Just the conversation. I can feel it. I can tell when I'm not A1. So I definitely got to go catch me a couple of little son of a bitch. I don't think I put that in my fucking phone for my calorie count. I got to recall my calories. So I apologize if I wasn't as responsible on the last couple of calls, man. But I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all, and we'll be back at tomorrow. It's Monday. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. I'm gonna be ready at 10 a.m. So y'all be there. Yeah, I gotta give me a couple of hours. I almost forgot. So I'll be up 10 a.m. We got a good conversation for tomorrow morning. Something that we've been discussing a lot with some of these cases and things, but I think it's a very good conversation that we need to have a sole focus on. I think it might be a little controversial, but definitely want to hear your opinion. So 10 a.m. we'll be live. With that being said, y'all ain't got to go home. I appreciate all of y'all. It was a pleasure. It's an honor. It is a privilege to get to chop it up with y'all each and every night and throughout the weekday. But with that being said, man, hey, y'all ain't got to go home, but y'all got to get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Morning, Dan. I'm built for this. I'm telling you. Look, all I need is like 2 hours and 15 minutes of sleep. I'll be ready to go. I'll be powered up. You know what I'm saying? You don't even like pistachios no more. Yeah. You getting Debo for your pistachios. It's game over. I'm out.